Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we living in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass candidates, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need her. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk, bitch. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about shouting going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electric light to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the seven no man. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Make them happy because man make them dark. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
I'm talking about shouting going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know the man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world. But
Greetings, Black family, greetings. And thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Shane Krummer. Should be joined with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankoria. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced here shortly. And on this season 5, Lady Table may be joining us, she may not be joining us, we'll see. And on the season 5, episode 18, part 1 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics. I'll be discussing several topics. First one is tangibles. It's the year and the decade of tangibles. Continue to mass up the tangible for your vote between now and in 2025 until 2100, Black family. Then we got wrestling legend Hulk Hogan dies at 71. The racist Hulk Hogan, WWE superstar, has passed at 71. Should we mourn Hulk Hogan? Apparently a meme about Hulk Hogan got folks calling black people racist. Swollen Martin has a message for FBA. This message for FBA desperate Roland Polly Martin says that he can run the tables on Vicci Dillard. Hell no. African immigrant says she will go to war with FBAs if they boycott their businesses. Dangerous traffic stop for black youth. What Eddie Griffin said about Malcolm Jamal Warner confirms everything we feared. And last but certainly not least, we got a Muscogee Creek Nation Supreme Court rules in favor of Creek Freedmen descendants. So those are the topics. Thank y'all for tapping in. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to Frontline Black News. So I'm going to hop right into it with the tangibles. Like I said, this is the year and the decade of the tangibles. Continue to mess up intangible for your vote between now and 2100. So I'm going to read this. I've been reading for the past 5-6 years, and that is the tangibles for first them from Tariq Nasheed. Shout out to our brother Tariq Nasheed. out of LA. He came up with the hashtag Tangibles 2020, and we've been promoting that for the past 5 years. So I'm going to read just like I've been reading for the past 6 years, actually. And that is tangible. So instead of 2020, it's 2025, all the way up to 2100. So the 2028 presidential elections are coming up. The 2026 midterm elections are coming up. And the 2025 local elections are coming up. And for Denver, the 2027 local elections are coming up. And foundational Black Americans are going to reject the 50-year-old plus malign neglect policy that has been implemented by the political system. Oh, there's Shabaka. Let me bring Shabaka in.
Hey.
Greetings, Shabaka. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm reading the tangibles, so I just started on it.
Okay.
So I was telling the people instead of 2020, it's 2025 for the local, 2026 for the midterms, and 2027 for Denver's local election, and 2028 for the presidential election. All those elections and foundational Black Americans are going to reject the 50-year-old plus malign neglect policy that has been implemented by the political system. This malign neglect policy mandates that Black Americans should be ignored and only mentioned in vague and non-specific terms, lumping foundational Black Americans in the groups with minorities, immigrants, people of color, underserved, downtrodden, underprivileged, underrepresented, vulnerable, marginalized, has only hindered the progress of Black Americans as a group by providing tangible benefits for other groups. In this election cycle, like I've already explained, 2025 for many big cities, local elections, 2026 for the midterm elections, Denver's 2027 election, and 2028 for the next presidential election. Black Americans are going to insist that our needs are specifically met by politicians who are seeking our votes. Foundational Black Americans want tangible benefits specifically for us. We do not want trickle-down secondary benefits that are provided for every group. Every group has not been systematically marginalized and disenfranchised in every area of society as foundational Black Americans. So we refuse to be lumped in with groups who often assist in the exploitation and disenfranchisement of Black Americans. So politicians must offer tangibles. Specifically, the foundational Black Americans, we simply will not vote for them. Be sure to spread this message far and wide on social media using the hashtag Tangibles2020. And we've been doing exactly that for the past 5-6 years, spreading that hashtag far and wide on social media. When we say tangibles, we're talking about something real, to something with substance, something you can count, measure, feel with your own hand, i.e. reparations, i.e. a check for past, present, and future atrocities that have been brought against our people and continue to be brought against our people in 2025. An anti-Black hate crime bill, tax-free exemption, land, etc. So if they're not offering, if they're not offering any tangible policy, don't waste your time. And we're pushing the lineage as well. So if they're not offering any lineage-based tangible policy, don't waste your time voting for any of these politicians, especially these Democrats. And that amount for reparations is now in the gazillions. And the ultimate amount is 906 trillion. That's a trillion to like the 22nd power. That is owed to.
Yeah.
For past, present, future atrocities. So that's the tangibles. All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on tangibles 2020?
Okay, well, tangibles 2020 all the way up to 2100. Okay, we're getting some feedback.
I don't know why. Let me turn this down. Okay, you still getting feedback?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I'm still getting feedback.
Are you still getting it?
Yeah, and I'm wondering if it's on my end from this Bluetooth device.
It might be the Bluetooth because I turned my reverb all the way down and I turned my volume all the way down. So I think it's on your.
Okay, what about now?
I don't hear it.
Okay, wait a minute. I'm getting it on my end. Hold on. Okay, just bear with me 1 second. I'm going to put a headset on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with your comment. You said black businesses should be tax exempt. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. We should never be paying no taxes on.
What?
We shouldn't be paying no income tax.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you, Shabaki.
Okay, is it better or worse?
It's reverbing. I hear feedback, so it's worse.
Feedback. Wait a minute. Hold on.
Okay.
Okay, what about now?
I still hear it a little bit.
You still hearing the feedback?
Yeah.
Oh, man, and this here must be the STREAMYARD messing up there. Okay, what about now?
You sound real distant, but I can still hear it a little bit. Hey, we got crew
Okay,
in
what about now?
Salute to crew. A little bit, not as much.
All right, so which means this headset is fried. Okay. All right. Okay, I'll try to do the best I can with what I got to real quick.
Just finished up with the tangibles.
Okay, well, the tangibles, you know, is definitely, well, the tangibles is a debt that's old, man. You know, I'm just going to be real about it, man, because we built the damn country. Everybody's benefiting off of it, man. You know what I'm saying? And then for those that was so long ago, we see, got to look at all that money that got parlayed generation after generation that got reinvested back into the economy.
Yeah, I don't think he was in his chat. He doesn't. Shabaka, do you know a content creator by the name of Beatzilla?
No.
No, so no, he wasn't in his chat.
All right, so like I said, it's a debt that's old because without this free labor, the United States, man, wouldn't be what it is. You see, so it's a debt that's old, and this is why we created the hashtag resurrection of the mental dead, and it's mainly for these brainwashed Negroes, you know, who believe you're more loyal to your master than your own people because they are mentally dead.
I disagree with if acknowledging your lineage and what you built means that you're trying to be closer to your master. I disagree with that statement.
Okay, we disagree agreeably. But at the same token, though, but why is it that all these other communities, the Asian community, the Jewish community, you see what I mean, that they get economically self-sufficient, but they set up businesses in our communities. You see what I mean? See, a lot of this stuff ain't adding up.
They set up businesses in our community because the government allows them to set up businesses in our community, Shabaki. It's not that we allow them to set up businesses in our community. The government allows them. They give them business loans. They give them equity. They give them access that we don't get. Right. Shout out to Jab Jamboree.
Right.
Yeah, it wasn't Shabaka. It was some other Pan-Africanness. It wasn't Shabaka though.
No, it wasn't me, you know, because I was with Dynamite earlier this evening. And,
yeah, I heard it. You and Black Joe was going back and forth.
We'll see the thing about me and Black Joe, man, is that him and I, we disagree agreeably. We listen to each other. You know what I'm saying? And then also too is that You remember, man, because him and I was talking about. You remember how when people from the continent and the Caribbean come here, that they
Yes,
got a stipulation, man, in their visas that they cannot have no contact with us. You
yes,
need to ask yourself, why do they have that? What are they in fear of? But at the same token, Asians come here, they have contact with their Asian counterparts who was born here. The same thing with Irish, the same thing with British, the same thing with French. But when it comes to us, man, you know, it gets a little selective. And I'm
yeah.
just putting that out there.
It's because Shabaka, one, they don't want that connection to be there. Two, that those countries that those Asians and the Europeans are coming from, they already own code with racism and white supremacy. So there's no
Right.
need for them to have those videos and them
Hmm.
documentaries or whatever. Even though I'm
Hmm.
still waiting to see where these videos and documentaries look like, because I always hear from people from the continent when they come over here that they have watched these videos or whatever in order to get their visas, but I've never seen the videos. Like nobody's ever produced a video that says, "Hey, these are the videos that we have to watch when we got here that told us not to have nothing to do with y'all." So the jury's still kind of out on that. So I'm still doing research on in regards to that on what that actually looks like. But the fact of the matter is, you got this neocolonialism on the continent, and now we got these diasporic wars going on, which are really starting to heat up. But finish your thought on the tangible, Shabaka, because we're going to get to all of this after
Oh
Hogan.
yeah. Oh yeah. Well, also too, you got to keep in mind that the tangibles and reparations is not a handout; it is a debt that is owed.
Yeah,
They say it's a debt that is owed. They
right.
say, and we, how should I say, we don't put too much emphasis on OTBs telling us our history. See what I'm saying?
Right. Well, it's his story, and then we
Well,
have so
that
we got
part
our story and not his story.
exactly. So we have to go with our story, not history.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
So got the
Yes.
goddamn
Right.
at $100 trillion. That's compounded interest. So now it's in the gazillions
Hmm.
because we built this goddamn country. We wouldn't have no country. Europeans,
Right.
Asians, uh, even Africans. You wouldn't have no country to flee to if it wasn't for our ancestors' blood, sweat, and toil. So
Yeah.
we are owed reparations. This is a debt that's owed. This is a blood debt that's owed. And we come to Washington to collect, like MLK wanted us to do over 60 years ago. Well,
Right.
60 years ago, almost 60 years ago.
Right.
58, 57 years ago now. Because it was 1968, the March on Washington.
Right. Okay. And then I put a comment there in the chat room.
Uh-huh. No matter how any immigrant feels, they have no problem using programs and policies African Americans fought for. Exactly, Shabaka. Um, so they can dislike us all they want, but they should know that there wouldn't be anything. They wouldn't be anything. They wouldn't be able to allow. They wouldn't even be allowed to come here. None
Hmm.
of that. FBAs paved the way for these immigrants to even be able to come here. All the immigrants, not just the Africans, but the Asians, the East Indians, all of
Hmm.
them. They wouldn't
Oh
have
yeah. Them East
even the
Indians is crazy because as you have pointed out,
yeah.
that drama class that they got, that old what's her name, and you have to play the video again. Oh, I'm not gonna do nothing strict with the black people now.
This one.
So I'm not gonna sit here and say I'm gonna do something that's only gonna benefit black people. No, because
See, So when they see that and when they hear that, right?
Yeah.
This is why the police murder us and are not held accountable. Just like I told you about the brother who got knocked off here in Las Vegas, man, that I told you a couple of days ago. Cop
you have
not being
you have an update on that? So, what was it about? How many months ago was it about? Shabaka, like 2-3 months ago.
okay.
Called,
I would say, man, it was in the middle of the spring, I would think. So anywhere from 3 to 6 months ago.
brother called the police on the K Beach that broke into his house, and the police came and shot him.
And
now the
so
K
now
Beach.
you all see. Now, just on that right there is an indication why I'm not with the FBA term, because if he was so much of an American citizen, they would have went in there and did their job, what they were supposed to do, take a report, and who can book that Becky? You know what I'm saying? For murdering the first. You see what I mean?
I don't want to argue with you about semantics, but it's your lineage. It's your lineage. Your lineage. Your lineage is your lineage. It's not even a question of debate. It's where were you born? We're not continental Africans. We weren't born on the continent. We were born over here.
Okay,
So,
and what did they classify us as?
They classify us
as what? 3/5 of a human being, right?
Dred Scott, yes.
So that does not sound to be too inclusive with me, sir, with all due respect.
Shabaka, with all due respect, the 14th Amendment overturned Dred Scott. That's why the dump said what he said about the birthright citizenship.
Okay, and then I think the Supreme Court flipped on him on that one, man. But I had to pull it out because it's an unfolding story. And also, too, another story that's unfolding is old Epstein's Island. That's going to be real juicy.
So basically, Shabaka, we're not immigrants. We didn't immigrate here. We didn't migrate here. We were already here.
Well, you know how I feel about that, brother, and I still stand on that square. However, I do respect you of standing on your square.
We are the bars that made Arthur king. You have to elaborate on that, Crew. Crew said we voted in the 1700s in this country. We were already able to vote until Dred Scott. Interesting. I'm gonna have to do more research because that must have been in the North, because I know in the South they had whole laws passed that kept us from voting.
Right. And that's when old Frogface made his infamous line. Segregation yesterday, segregation today, and segregation tomorrow. And you saw what happened with Frogface, right?
Yeah, he got shot in the face.
yeah, somebody dumped on him. You know what I'm saying? But I just find it incredible. And I even, over the course of my lifetime, I've even stated, not stated, but I even hear OTBs even state the way how we treated them. Why do they still want to cling on to us?
Why? Because our culture is that magnetic. Our culture influences the world. You got whole people in Africa right now, Shabaka, that's dressing and talking and acting like FBAs.
Well, that's why I dig my man Traore, and I really wish we could have Jay Dizzle on tonight, because him and I, we had a long conversation the other night about it, and I really appreciated Mr. Dizzle.
Let me see if I can get him on here. If you have his email address, put it in the private chat, and I'll send him an invite and see if we can get him on here.
Okay, I don't think I have Jay's email address.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe he'll tune in, because he said he tunes in from time to time.
Okay, all righty. So we had a long conversation about it, and it was a very productive conversation. So it was pretty much like what they would call a nexus point. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, but to me, Sambo, okay,
Like I get where you're coming from, Shabaka, because the brutalization is like it's keeping you from embracing the American heritage because of what they did to us over here. That part I get. That's why I get why you want to identify as a diasporic African. I can get that part, but we're not scattered. We're centered.
Okay, but you do know, and then of course you do know my rebuttal to that, brother Shaq. Is go to Los Angeles. You know, I'm gonna leave it at that. Go to Los Angeles.
But we're gonna touch on this topic in more depth after we get to Hogan. So for those that didn't know, World Wrestling Federation, now worldwide wrestling entertainment, otherwise known as WWE, superstar Hogan, Terry, God damn it, I forgot his damn last name. But Terry,
it doesn't matter.
The racist white supremacist passed away, right? So he died at 71. He said some very racist, derogatory things about black people, even though he was working with the likes of Tony Lester Jr., Mr. T, and a slew of others. He even took pictures of Muhammad Ali.
Okay, now keep in mind too is that we just came off the ticker today. Is that there's been another death. The dude that used to be Julio on Fred Sanford, Gregory Sierra, he cashed in chips.
Oh wow, the Puerto Rican.
So they went in fours. Not Jamal. Yeah, his name was Gregory Sierra.
But he's the one that Fred Sanford always called the Puerto Rican.
Right.
Okay. Well, rest in power to him. Or rest in peace to him.
And then also, too, I did see him in some other roles, in dramatic roles. Now, one of them was on an episode toward the end of the series Hawaii 5-0, right?
Yeah.
Where Glenn Turman was on there. And these Negroes up there dressing like pimps, and Julio went in there and told them, y'all going to start keeping ledgers, receipts, documents, you know what I'm saying? And you should have seen these inner city clowns with that saying, Yassa boss, you know what I'm saying? And then Crew was up here talking about Merlin the musician and King Arthur. I do not consider myself with no European monarch.
Oh, that's how that came about. Okay.
Yeah. What was the no European monarchs?
What was that movie? It was a movie about that shit.
Yeah, it was called Excalibur.
Yeah, Excalibur. Yep, that's what it was. Thank you, Shabaka. All right, so
show me something on Mansa Musa. Show me something on Queen and Zinga. Show me something where we already did Shaka Zulu. I had a book here, man, called The African Kings of the Past, you know, so I have to go through there as well, too. And then also, too, on the Pharaoh Shabaka, my namesake.
Mm-hmm. All right, so
I'm I told you the sad part I had to, and I told you, and I'm going to say this and let you move on, and I told you, Pianki, I had to tell Pianki on Blog Talk, I says, well, you know, Pianki, Shabaka, and Pianki were brothers.
Yeah, I remember that, Shabaka. Yeah. I remember. All right, so this is the first news I seen that broke the story on him dying. Hogan dying, rather.
Yeah, avid racist.
We're following some breaking news now. Wrestling legend Hulk Hogan has died. His manager told NBC Los Angeles that Clearwater, Florida this morning. He was 71 years old.
Hogan, whose real name was Terry Gene Bollea, rose to pro wrestling fame in the 1980s and 90s, facing everyone from Andre the Giant to The Rock. He won several WWE championships, and Hogan knows best. Joining us now with the details is Morning News Now anchor Joe Fryer. Joe, I also know that you are a WWE fanatic.
Yes, exactly.
So you really understand not only his life, but his legacy.
Yeah, exactly. And I became a huge fan of the 80s. When Hogan liked it was more of like a regional thing. Everyone had their little regional league that they'd watch. Hulk Hogan made it a national mainstream thing, and he got families involved. He got kids involved in it. He had his catchphrase where he would say, "Kids, you need to say your prayers. You need to take your vitamins." WWE just confirmed the news, saying it's saddened to learn that the Hall of Famer Hulk Hogan has passed away. One of pop culture's most recognized 1980s. WWE extends its condolences to Hogan's family, his friends, and his fans. He was not immune from controversy throughout his life. It was about 10 years ago that he was secretly recorded making sad time. On a time, eventually we did put him back on fame about 5 years ago. He was in a movie called No Holds Barred, Mr. Nanny, and then like so many celebrities we know of these days, introduced to a new generation through reality TV, this time a reality show on VH1 called Hogan Knows Best.
That's right. You know, he really was a household name. You didn't have to be a super fan to know who Hulk Hogan was and to grow up with him as we did. There were some rumors that began 21 years old. What more do we know?
We have not learned anything specific yet officially about how it is that he denied those rumors. So we're still waiting on more official word. He lived in Florida. But beyond that, we don't know what his health status has been, but he is, you can possibly imagine throughout your career.
Yeah.
And so, we'll wait and see more information regarding exactly how it was he passed away.
Joe, it's interesting that, as you mentioned, the younger generation reintroduced him. Tell us more about his family and who he leaves behind.
Yeah, well, so he's over the years, all of which who were, part of that reality show that he was a part of as well. And the other thing that people have gotten to know him over the last few years is politics. He was not shy about his support for President Donald Trump, one of those prime speaking slots, and he gave a very speech. He was, of course, known for ripping that T-shirt apart, but at least boost during last year's election.
Sure. And he was 71 years old.
Yes, 71 years old.
All right, Joe. For us, Joe, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Joe.
All right, so I got that one, and then I'm gonna play Seti's clip of what he said. They said that he won a lawsuit, but prior to him winning that lawsuit, he said some really racist shit. So Seti's gonna cover that real quick.
Mm-hmm. All right. Oh, and then also too, Brother Che, I know you want to comment about the situation that happened down there in Jacksonville, Florida. Okay, Brother Che.
On the road, you one, put one in the air. Go ahead, family. Yeah, we got it.
Can you hear me, Shabaka?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Shabaka.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay. Can you hear the video?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Because it was saying the connection was acting up.
Yeah.
Invoke the ancestors. Good work, ancestors. Good work. Yeah, we don't care about that. I mean, when we came up, I came up, when I was young, we was into wrestling and shit, you know what I'm saying? But it ain't nothing but an old, a racist ass institution. That's all it is. A bunch of goddamn hillbilly rednecks that, they want to pretend like, they want to pretend till a motherfucker jump in their chest. and show them otherwise and shit. You know what I'm saying? Some old maniac, steroid taking ass, redneck, wanna, you know, enraged and shit. You know, that's what it is. That's all they do. You know what I'm saying? Take steroids and you know, get sunburns and shit and all that. Come out, you know, motherfuckers red as hell, come out on red. You know what I'm saying? You know, they straight out the nothing but red necks.
Yeah.
You understand? I'm saying that for real, for real. You know, and so yeah, and so the truth came out, and then you know how black people, they are, you know, they see it's a, you know, and this shit. I didn't know. Yeah. So then you a kid, you don't know no better. You see what I'm saying? And then you grow up, and then, you know, the truth come out on what they is and what they doing and how they talking about niggas and shit and this, that, and the third. Fuck that. I ain't watched no goddamn wrestling in over 30 years. You see what I'm saying? Longer than that. It might be 40. You see what I'm saying? Shit, ain't nobody watching that garbage. Goddamn, the head of that shit, what was his name? McMahon, ain't nothing but a race. Ain't nothing but a race. That's why the shit took such a hit. Yeah. When it came out, yeah, on who they was and what they talking about all the shit that they was doing. Yeah, the leg drop, yeah, all that crazy ass shit. Yeah, you know, every now and then you can get, you know, a black man. They had a couple motherfuckers in there, the Junkyard Dog, and then Debo. I think Debo was up in there for a minute. Debo. You know, as Zeus, and then you had the Junkyard Dog, and you had a few other motherfuckers that was in.
Yeah, I remember JD.
But you know,
Junkyard Dog.
You know, they
Sergeant Slaughter.
you know, it really wasn't a place. But every blue moon they tried to you know, infuse, you know, some, you know, but that's neither here nor there. That's just to get the money. But behind the scene, these motherfuckers is racist than a motherfucker. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? That's all it is. You know, racist. Booker T. Yeah, Booker T was in there, but he corny. He ain't nothing but a Neanderthal. He ain't nothing but a. He ain't nothing but he ain't nothing but a Negro Neanderthal. Booker T. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, he ain't nothing but a He died on the anniversary of his racist rant. Exactly 10. Oh, he did. Oh, what a beautiful thing.
Right.
They say, listen, they say he died. Wait a minute, he died on the anniversary of his racist rant. Exactly 10 years later.
Yeah.
Wow, what an man. Let's celebrate this, family. It's a cause of celebration. I got the rant right here. We got the rant. We're gonna listen to it, family. We got the rant right here. You see, this is what I'm talking about. Matter of fact, where it go? No, I didn't kick it out. Okay, I'll put it back in there. Yeah, good. That's how I know the ancestors is good.
Great news.
Yeah, shit. Take him on now. Knock him off. Right. Yeah, knock him on off. Get his ass up out of here. You know, I ain't mad at him. He was talking shit because, you know, his daughter and shit, and got wind and fucked the nigga and her too. You see, real talk. Shit, I don't care about nothing.
How many years were you on that show?
Oh, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. I thought that. Let me get that one out of there. Yeah, let me get that. I thought that was it. Hold on, fam. Let me get this right this time. Let me get this right.
All right, come on, city.
There you go.
All right, this is what he said.
Okay.
She jump sides on me because I shelled out $2-3 million for her music, and I've been trying to help her. I've done everything fucking with Dan day and night on the radio. Jeff Aston's working with me to make it work. He goes out and really should call every day and do the shit I do. Stop started this billionaire guy. Said something. She's like basically did more for her a year than anybody's done. Okay, he had one song after 10 months to shoot it back. I I know that right now there's nothing else. We're doing the best we can. So it gets to the point where I really broke was fucking the black guy's son. We've been hanging out. I helped hold hands together on Twitter, get close. I just want to give a fucking head. I'm not a double standard type guy. I'm a racist to a point. Yeah. You know, fuck, when it comes to nice people, you know, I mean, yeah, but when it comes to nice people, you can't say.
Ooh.
I don't give a fuck shit. I don't care if fucking football, fucking basketball player, that happens. If we're gonna fuck with them, we'll see the original.
Yeah, shit. He said we're gonna fuck with niggas. It gotta be some rich ones. Damn. Say we're gonna fuck with niggas. Let's get a rich one. Wow.
The thing is, now they're starting from these nasty emails, so someone will write a relationship. And so now don't ever talk to anybody.
Right, you said that was early this year?
35, salute.
Because I know he said some shit a long time ago, so that was this year. Man, you tell me he's still running off at his motherfucking mouth?
Yeah.
That motherfucker, he said he going. Yeah, well, he is what he. Listen to me. Listen to what I'm trying to. I'm not mad at him. I ain't mad at him at all. You feel what I'm saying? Be you, motherfucker, and now I'm gonna be me, and I'm gonna dog the shit out of your burnt ass. I'm your red burnt ass. I'm gonna dog the shit out of you. You see what I'm saying? Feelings is mutual. You know, I ain't never mad at no motherfucker for being who they are. See, that's where we get this shit fucked up. You understand what I'm saying? You racist, yeah, you racist, but motherfucker, you see, but when you try to inflict damage on my people because of your racism, that's when I got to get with you.
Right.
You see, you come out here, you want to be blatant, you want to be foul-mouthed out, and you know, and they say, but they wanted to know, you know, and then somebody recorded it because while you talking this nigga shit, you benefiting. Motherfuckers coming out there to see, you know, little kids, which, you know, I don't see why, you know, letting little kids idolize no Neanderthal no goddamn way. You know what I'm saying? But whatever, you know, you're benefiting, you're getting paper, you see, and then you come out there nasty as you want to be, and you know, and then behind the scene talk about the people you don't, motherfucker, you don't like black people, then don't benefit. You understand what I'm saying? Don't benefit. Don't have them, you know, cause you's a low down motherfucker. You wanna get the, that's what I'm talking about. A lot of these motherfuckers that own businesses in your goddamn community the same way. They the same way. They sit there in your community. They goddamn they making money. They making major dough off of your ass. And then when they ready to talk their language, being talk shit about you right there while you're, you know, they get to like what the fuck, you know. I stopped that. I don't even fuck with you. You know what I'm saying? For real. But nigga, I'm the gentleman, nigga. I don't even know if I happen to just, you know, go in and I stopped even really fucking with him. You know what I'm saying? It had to be some shit like an emergency. If I can get to my black store and shit where I, you know, or down where the farmers be so I can get me some shit, I wouldn't fuck with you. You know what I'm saying? But if I had to, you know, and make an emergency and get me something out the store and shit and this, that, and the third, they know me when I come up in that bitch. Ain't gonna be none of that. Ain't gonna be none of that. Don't play. Don't even act like you're hard. Don't do that. Because I tell motherfuckers, you know, they, you know, I check their ass all the time. And you had to. Especially you gonna sit in this bitch and make money. Now you gonna be one, so you gonna be a dog. You gonna be a dogmatic motherfucker. You feel what I'm saying? You want to get paper off of us and then sit up in our community and talk shit about it. Then go into your language and shit and talk crazy about black people. Whichever one, the Chinaman too. You understand? You go in there and then or get your little hair products and shit. Or you go to the Arab store, get your little Mountain Dew and get you some Doritos and shit and your blunts and shit. And motherfucker in there, and then the Chinaman, chong, 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 chong. You know, you walk down the aisle and you know they saying follow that nigga. Chong, chong, chong. Wait a minute, hold up, man. I'm telling you, motherfucker, I've been spending money in this bitch. You feel me? That's why black people need to take over every goddamn thing and cut their motherfucking ass off. And then y'all can stay out there where the fuck you ain't got to fuck with a nigga. For real. That's what it should be, man. That's why I love the way things is going. You feel me? Go out there where you're from. We don't give a fuck about your wrestling or none of that shit. You see? Niggas need to be training so you can put real hands on these motherfuckers out there faking and shit. Yeah, they got mad that brother was cutting up his ex-wife. Yeah, that too. Yeah. Mad as hell. Yeah, mad as hell and shit. Shame, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, I don't condone it and shit, but that's why he mad. That's why he mad. Yeah, you understand? Leroy out here, understand? Leroy creeping. He out there wrestling and shit. Look, Leroy up there creeping and shit. He out there body slamming motherfuckers. Leroy creeping and shit, body slamming and shit. And Leroy with his old treacherous. That we don't condone that shit, but I see a whole trial of nothing but the confusion. But confusion. Roy, his wife, and Hogan, all of them. Yeah, you understand? Whole goddamn ain't nothing but a cesspool. I mean, that's why I broke back off into the divine. You know, I'm always into the science, but you know, after a while, you ain't growing talking about it. Yeah, you got to talk. But you can't, you know, I see motherfuckers, they whole channel be about talking about the ignorancy and shit. No, let me break back off into the science, man. Let me break back off into the science because we got to evolve. We can't talk about these motherfuckers. The frequency too low. You see what I'm saying? The fucking frequency too low. You stay down here talking about them, you can't evolve. You feel what I'm saying? But, you know, yeah, he most definitely. Last time Hulk Hogan that I saw, that wasn't but some months back. He walked out like they were gonna try to introduce him back into the WWE, and he walked out there. They booed his ass. Now I ain't saying they booed him because of, you know, whatever, but you know what I'm saying. They booed him, so they, you know, his own people don't even like him for whatever reason. Yeah, man, pass the bottle. You feel what I'm saying? Get you a wild, if you ain't got no money, get you a wild Irish rose and turn up.
Irish rose, man, that shit is right.
You understand? Get you a double deuce, get you one of them cold double deuces and turn up for the ancestors, you know, putting in that good work. You understand? Getting that Neanderthal up off of here talking crazy. He is what he is. And like I say, I want people to understand I'm not mad at Hulk Hogan for him being, but we gonna celebrate because you're on the other side, and because you hate our people, we have to celebrate at the minimum. That's what we got to do. We appreciate somebody like you. You know what I'm saying? We appreciate Hulk Hogan because he wear his shit on his sleeve. What we don't like is fake motherfuckers that know they racist and then want to pretend like they your friend. Oh, how you doing? And you know what I'm saying? And you know, and as soon as you turn the corner, that old fake ass nigga, you know what I'm saying? He ain't nothing but a thief. You know, you got to watch him. You know, they steal all the time. You know, you got to watch them, Harriet. Breaking your house. Man ain't even thinking about your ass. Man ain't even, they some low down dog motherfuckers, you know, talk about you and shit. You know, man ain't doing shit, and woman ain't doing nothing. Karens and bills all over the place, just hating and shit. You know, that's all. You understand? Hate us because we beautiful. What we gonna do? What can we do? The cosmos made us like that. You feel me? That's who we are. You know, we sorry you got the short end. You ain't got no end of the stick. You ain't even get the short end of the stick. You ain't got no end of the stick. You feel what I'm saying? So yeah, family, we celebrate today, and we're gonna move on because this Neanderthal don't deserve no more than 20 minutes of my
Agree steady. All right, so I have one more clip to play, and Tariq Nasheed and what he thought about Hogan passing away.
Well, I don't pay no
So,
regard to
Rocket,
Mr.
in the meantime,
Nasheed.
did you have any?
Yeah, well, Hulk Hogan, he expressed how he honestly felt. You know what I'm saying? You know, how these white folks are toward us. So I can't blame the dude, man, for expressing how he honestly feels. But I fought these Uncle Tim Scotts, buck dancing, bootlegging ass coons who sit up there, oh man, you know, we gotta sit up there and love the white man so much, man. He's been so good to us, boss, and all that bullshit. That needs to stop because that there interferes of what we need to do.
Ladies
So,
and gentlemen,
fuck Hulk Hogan.
I'm sure you heard by now. Hulk Hogan is gone at 71. And had, and it really truly did. But the one thing that I did get, I'm not gonna lie, I did get a good laugh out of his daughter Brooke areas. But boy, y'all, it just seems like, you know, they say these things comes in threes. We had Malcolm Jamal Warner, Ozzy Osbourne following him, and now Hulk Hogan.
And Julio off of Sanford and
Y'all
Son.
tell me what you think about this
So
video.
that's 4.
Please leave
Like
your
and subscribe
comment
to Frontline
and subscribe.
Black
Don't
News.
forget to hit on
The
the
Frontline Black News.
notification
Like and subscribe to Frontline Black
bell.
News.
And
follow Shabaka's Black Experience. Google our past episodes. Oh, and by the way, Brother Che, that email, man, that I told you about tracking down Sarge, it came back bogus.
Yeah,
So that's the second time that happened.
We got to get Sarge on here. All right.
Yeah.
Should we mourn Hogan? Question. I say hell to the no. But there was all
There's
kinds
the
of
house
coons that was online talking about rest in power, rest in peace to Hogan and all this shit.
But look at the Yasa boss right there.
Stuff we do have to get it. Nikki the God, I see you, beloved. I think a lot of people have been criticizing him because his legacy was tarnished by his anti-Black racism, as it should be tarnished. His legacy was tarnished by his vile anti-Black racism that was exposed. And he's been struggling, trying to get back in the public lexicon and get in on good graces ever since, and he's been struggling. He never got back in. They was an 18, but the damage is done. His legacy is sullied because of his anti-Black racism that was revealed, as it should be.
Yeah.
Now, there have been some Sambos. We got to talk about this. What's up with some of you?
Yeah.
Being this out your childhood, growing up watching Hulk Hogan. I knew you grew up with him in the 80s. I did too. And people are, I've seen some Sambos make excuses. He's still an icon. I screwed up on him. Everybody have bad days now. People say things they really don't mean, and ain't all of us. Oh, I've been seeing some people bucking them eyes. What's happening? Come on now. Yeah, when you start a sentence, finish that sentence. Before you finish that sentence, please wipe off the butter biscuit crumbs off your chin and think about what you're going to say next. Ain't no but. Shit. He's racist, period.
Yeah.
And he needs to hold that L. Stop trying to save these people.
Right.
I don't give a damn about no understanding. Listen, people make it seem like all Hulk Hogan did was say the N-word. He said that, and it got a little more vile. Look, we know that there was like a sex tape that was released. I don't know. I think his wife might have patience. He kept using the N-word. Oh, that usually gets to these guys. Yeah, they'll act inclusive until that daughter is bobbing down on some soul pole, and then the real them comes right on out.
Praise Hogan, exactly.
But yeah, he said in his own words, "I am racist to a point." F and N words.
Oh man.
So the National Enquirer bust him out, Radar Online. When that became revealed, WWE, they terminated his contract and they removed him from the Hall of Fame. He tried to say that didn't reflect his beliefs, but see, there was another conversation that was revealed when he had a jailhouse phone conversation with his son, Nick. His son was incarcerated. So his son had hit somebody. I think his son hit somebody, something like that. And Hulk Hogan was like, yeah, if we get reincarnated, yeah, bad karma. I'm gonna paraphrase a little bit, but yeah, he was saying something about negative karma because of them hitting somebody, and he don't want the family to come back as black people.
His family.
Yeah, so that's some real deep. That's beyond just the N-word. That's some deep-seated hatred. You're up here talking to your son, and he's trying to use little code words while talking to his son, who was in jail, and he kept referring to, kept using the N-word and talking about black people this, black people that, and he was like, yeah, we don't want to come back with negative karma. Yeah, we don't want to come back in a new life as black people, something of that effect. So yeah, F him, rest in piss. Yeah, we don't have to say that. That's what y'all want to cape for because you watched WrestleMania as a kid. Listen, it's important for us to not dismiss that anti-black racism, even if you're a fan of the guy. Because listen, accountability matters. Even these so-called iconic figures, they got to be held accountable for their racist hate speech. Hulk Hogan's documented use of the N-word, that shows explicit racism. That's not just ignorance or just a misstep or he made a mistake. No, there was normalized racism coming from him. That's just straight up racism.
During his career.
And, talking like that's not just a personal opinion. He's dehumanizing people. He's dehumanizing us. That reinforces systematic oppression and trauma. Your nostalgia of him when you growing up, that don't negate the pain inflicted by those words now. Y'all excuse me, I got a little cold. Y'all might hear me a little sinusy. Yeah, my nose is a little nasally, and especially out here in these casinos where they be smoking cigarettes, that makes it worse. So if I'm a little nasally, y'all bear with me. Well, listen, the main reason why we shouldn't give that a pass, and by the way, everybody give me a retweet. Everybody give me a retweet. Let folks know that I am live right now.
I ain't giving you a retweet on shit.
But family, one of the reasons why we don't give him a pass, because the dominant society don't give us no damn passes. If we do something, boy, they make us hold that goddamn L. Boy, they make us hold the shit out of that L. even if the accusations ain't even true, we got a whole L's.
Jack subdued.
Like Bill Cosby.
Big race.
They put a stain on Bill Cosby's legacy. Bill Cosby is free as a bird right now. All that shit got dismissed. Wasn't even guilty of none of that bullshit.
And exactly
But they're still making him hold that stain of the accusations. You understand? Diddy. You know, them Ricos are still hitting Diddy. He's still in jail now. He should have been out of jail. They should have let him bail out of jail, but he got found not guilty of those damn Rico charges. They had to get some little weak-ass tricking charges on him, which should be a nothing burger. But the thing is, they put a negative stain on Diddy that's going to stay with Diddy for the rest of his life and the rest of his career.
Hazard. Yeah, dumb.
So our people who are entertainers, they're condemned and held accountable by any perceived wrongdoing. And excusing Hulk Hogan's racism, that creates inconsistency. Damn that. Let him hold that L in life and death. Let him keep holding that L. It should be universal.
Right.
Nostalgia, that doesn't override impact. Childhood memories. I know, you grew up on Hulk Hogan. You and your homies used to sit there, go home and watch the wrestling and all. Yeah, I know. That's your childhood.
Yep, that was my childhood.
But the thing is, you got to understand full legacy, not just thinking about your past affection. You got to understand the full legacy.
Yeah.
And Hulk Hogan, he wasn't just a fan favorite. This was a cultural force. This was somebody who was very influential using that kind of language. So you got to understand that normalizes racism. So silence or excuses, that allows that normalization to persist. So we don't want that. We don't want that to happen.
Hell no.
And we got to understand, when you dismiss that kind of racism, that hinders progress. See, when racism is brushed aside, even in a nostalgic context, that discourages honest dialogue and healing, and when you hold public figures accountable, that encourages cultural growth, and that discourages future tolerance of that bullshit. So you got to use his ass as an example. Send a message.
I can't play it, Shabaki.
If you are anti-black racist, you're gonna hold the damn L for the rest of your career.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to.
We got to be on that. That's power. We got to stop being afraid of power moves.
Movies
and inflicting some type of societal punishment on people who denigrate us. That's what other people do. You can't say, you say somebody a Jewish person, they're gonna make you hold that damn L. You understand? You say somebody an Asian person, they're gonna make you hold that L. Yeah, we got to do the damn same. Equal standards across racial lines. Yeah. They make us own the shit for life. R. Kelly, everybody. Those same standards are going to apply to those white figures.
As a man,
racism from any public figure, regardless of race, should be addressed with the same seriousness.
Put my childish ways behind me.
But why are black people out here? Why are some black people out here with the cape on?
Yeah, wow.
Looking like Steven from Django.
Oh, man.
Trying to man people, telling them, oh, don't worry about his racism. Everybody be saying stuff. They don't, the Lord knows his heart now. Okay. Listen. Slavery, and colonizing. White approval was very important. And a lot of Black survival depended on reading white emotions and seeking approval from the benevolent master or the good white boss or the good white officer. So there's some people who got this coping mechanism. All white people ain't bad. So that was your Hulk Hogan was your white savior.
Yeah.
He was the idol that you could like, and he wasn't like the rest of them. But he's a strong hero, and he's cool, and he likes everybody, and he ain't like the rest of them, see? And you got let down, and you don't want to accept that you got let down by your white hero. See, white figures, they've always been positioned as heroic archetypes in the media and in schooling and everything else. Superman, Hulk Hogan, Mr. Rogers, all this shit. white characters were always positioned as saviors, heroes, the moral compasses in the media. So a lot of black kids, you grew up identifying with these people because really in the 80s, who did we have in the media like that? You didn't really have no black equivalents with that same type of moral superiority, a universal appeal. Back in those days, you really didn't have it like that. So, you know, idolizing these white saviors, that disarms a lot of black people emotionally and makes you vulnerable to betrayal. When that hero turns out to be a racist, that shatters illusions and that causes some internal shame. So cats try to make excuses.
You'll have the cape on. Oh my God.
Don't make excuses, just accept it.
Ooh.
I know there's a lot of black people who desire a safe space in a very hostile world. You know, in a system where anti-black racism is present every damn where. This idea that there's some white allies there's some, you know, it gives you a psychological mental escape hatch, like some kind of white sanctuary. There's some cool white people, but don't think that you're going to get a white sanctuary somewhere where you're going to be cool. So let's get out of that coping fantasy nonsense. Because this shit is real. He's a damn racist. Your idol was a goddamn anti-black racist who thought lesser of black people. Accept that and move on. Stop making excuses for it. Get the butter biscuit crumbs off your goddamn mouth.
Right.
Shame on any Negro sitting up here trying to reprimand people for righteously calling out that man in his death. He just died now. He has some sympathy. Sympathy, these nuts. Have nothing. I am cool.
So it was.
We don't owe nobody nothing.
I know you know.
Let me get some calls from the family in here. Y'all raise your hands.
The link, cuz if you want to hop up and talk about it.
Raise those hands, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get those hands up. It was the big Jew. All right, let's get the big Jew in here. All right. The big Jew, hop on in, the big Jew. Mr. Big Jew. Oh, you didn't want to get on? That's all right. Let's get HBK. Oh, hold on. HBK, hop on in. All right. Hop on in. And then we'll get Benny.
I can't play it, Shabaki.
Okay, HBK, unmute your mic.
Copyright infringement.
Hey, how's it going? Tariq, how's it going, family?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. It's my birthday today, so this is a pretty good way to start out my day.
Happy birthday.
I appreciate you.
Oh, man.
You know, my field is wrestling with racism. I view racism through the lenses of professional wrestling as it is very so much parallel with America. It's a very unique thing. Been doing it for quite a while. And Hulk Hogan is a man that transcended the sport pro wrestling if it wasn't for Hulk Hogan.
Yeah.
One thing about professional wrestling is it is an escape for people who, especially American Negroes, who maybe this is a nerdy type thing. And it's a safe space from them. Pro wrestling is an escape. And so they do get sucked into the lifestyle. They do get sucked into the entertainment. However, it is times like this to where you have to bring yourself into reality. Hulk Hogan was a man that a lot of people admired. Yet, especially for American Negroes, he viewed us as the N-word.
It did turn them.
Our children, me, grew up watching and admiring this man. And this is the exact way that he views us today. Professional wrestling is a white supremacist sport.
Yeah.
It's a fake scripted sport. We already know that foundational Black Americans are the most athletic, charismatic, and entertaining people in this world, and intriguing people in this world.
Yes.
And we should be represented and presented as such in a fake scripted sport. They would never portray a black man like they portray Hulk Hogan, a real American, a real hero. And I think that's important because right now wrestling is trash. And I believe that the only thing that could save it is American Negroes. It's showing that we have the intrigue
Oh, it was Vince McMahon that took
and they won't do it. So that's why I wrestle with racism.
Yeah.
You know, it's a major problem. It's a major problem because what we finding is we're being X'd out, and we are actually being X'd out by these other melanated people. Tariq, so I appreciate you for instilling in me the importance of delineation, because America is using these people to completely undermine us specifically and continue this band-aid right here in 2025 that there isn't a race problem in America.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. My man.
I'll land on that. I keep it plain that America's problem is specifically against American Negroes.
Yes, indeed, man. Thank you so much, brother. But yeah, he made a very good point, man.
Created our music.
A lot of brothers, man, growing up, the pro wrestling, even though it's fake, that was like an escape mechanism. That was it allowed you to escape. You know, you can kind of immerse yourself into that wrestling world. It was a fantastical escape from the harsh reality of racism. You know, growing up under systematic oppression, it gave you an alternate universe where the pain was theatrical and the victories were clear and justice was eventually served. If somebody did something janky, something bad happened to them, there was justice.
The Carters did our country.
So in a world of racism and injustice going unchecked, racism gave them a world where the bad guys usually got what was coming to them, and we liked that. You know what I'm saying? That was something that's not guaranteed in real life. We got real life villains who's constantly doing things to sabotage and harm Black society, and they never get punished. They never get their just desserts. So wrestling gave us that escape to see the bad guys get punished. And a lot of, Black kids, you're starved for power fantasies. Traditional entertainment, they rarely cast Black men as powerful or invincible or even heroic. But wrestling, it gave you those figures, people who displayed like raw strength, dominance, confidence. And, that symbolism resonated deeply with Black male viewers, especially when they started to get Black males like Booker T and those guys, when they would have those guys on, and The Rock. That's why The Rock blew up.
Yeah.
You understand? That's why he became one of the biggest guys in the game.
Yeah.
Because we were looking for that. And, wrestling was kind of like a father-son bonding activity. A lot of, you watch it with your dad, you watch it with your uncles, you watch it with your older brother. That was something that a lot of Black males would get together and watch. Watch it with your homies. Monday Night Raw. Then you discuss it with your homies at school the next day. So it was a bonding thing. It was a masculine expression that really wasn't in other institutions like that. And it was modeled after rebellion against systems of oppression. See, the classic wrestling storylines, what did it feature? Like an anti-establishment character, like Stone Cold versus Vince McMahon. Those who stood up to corrupt authority figures. So, that echoed a lot of real life struggle that Black males faced. So it was some deep shit. So again, people got to pry their childhood away from the reality of Hulk Hogan and who he was in real life.
Yeah.
He was that oppressor, and he had that mindset in real life. So that's just what it is.
Outside his
Let me get some more calls in here.
He's Samoan.
All right, I had somebody, the Ethiopian cat. I don't know what happened to him.
Chris
There's an Ethiopian cat up here. I was going to have him on.
Daniels.
All right. Y'all raise your hands if you are ready. Raise your hands if you are ready, ladies and gentlemen. The Big Jew, you want to try it again?
Cool.
We get Big Jew and Woke Pilot. The Big Jew, want to try one more time?
Chris Shields, defendant.
Rick, what up, man? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, bro. What's happening?
You won tonight.
Hey, another day in the office.
Yes, sir.
Look, I just 2 quick questions, and I got a little story to tell you about a immigrant Uber driver.
Oh.
But my first question is what is the subtitle of Hidden Color 6? Like all of them have, hidden colors and then something. What is the subtitle for the new one?
Yeah, the culture of rebellion.
The culture of rebellion.
Yeah, no,
Okay,
well, the culture.
okay.
Yeah, the culture of rebellion. Go ahead.
Okay, and my second question is, you notice how, Diddy was all over the news. You heard about it everywhere. You seen it online and everything. But we ain't heard nothing about this McMahon case.
Oh yeah.
What happened with that?
Oh yeah.
What happened with that?
They got real quiet about that.
Yeah, I ain't hear nothing else about it. It was just real strange to me. Like, I don't know if it's settled. I don't know if he went to jail or what. But my story though, I called the Uber driver. She's from Guyana, if I'm mistaken. Guyana, yeah. So I called her. Hold on, let me get on my chair. Can you still hear me?
Way too much stuff going on. I had to call back a little bit later. Brother, you got way too much stuff going on. Sound like you still in that Uber. All right, Woke Pilot. What's up, Woke Pilot?
What's up, brother Tariq? How you doing, FBA family?
We are good, brother. How are you?
Oh man, I'm blessed by the best. Now I wanted to tell you about, like, with wrestling, like you say, we was growing up. It was a way to get out of our normalcies of life. So, and then, like you say, when you bring the Rock into it, and then because you know how we back in the day, we looked at everybody as if you had some melanin in you, you black to us.
Oh, yeah.
So it was a fight when they beat up Vince McMahon and Vince McMahon's son and his daughter. It was like we fighting the power structure. You see, the system of white supremacy. You see, so we all took that in growing up. Even today, I still show my son the old footage from back in the day. You know what I'm saying? Because remember when the Rock started out, he was in a nation with Farouk and them. They had like a Black Power type of Black Panther situation going on when they started out. You know what I mean? So I'll land.
Yo, I mean, appreciate you. All right. All right.
Midwest.
So let's get y'all raise those hands. Let's raise those hands.
You in the Midwest.
So let's get Nick. Okay, what's up, Nick? All right, and then we'll get Benny, Ethiopian Benny in here. Ethiopian Benny. Yo, Benny, unmute your microphone, sir. Waiting on Mr. Benny. His phone is trying to load up. He has that iPhone 3.5, and it's a little janky, so we're waiting on that phone to light up and wind up. He has the world's only rotary cell phone, so we'll wait on Benny to get it together. While we're waiting on Benny, let's get Orion. Let's get Brother Orion in the building. Orion?
Yes, sir. How you doing, bro?
I'm good, Orion. How are you?
I'm good. I'm a long time listener, first time caller. Just want to speak on the whole Hogan situation. I know we all talked about the racism. I'm big into like podcasts and particularly talking about the old wrestling days, but just in general, just listen to all the other classic Hall of Fame wrestlers. Nobody really had anything good to say about them. Even Mark Calloway, who is the Undertaker, he's a big locker room guy. Even he didn't have anything good to say about him, and this was all prior to Hope dying. So just want to tap in real quick. I'm gonna land my plane, but thank you for everything.
Oh man, I appreciate it. All right.
Rappers was PG-13.
All right.
And later,
Benny, what happened to Benny?
Yeah.
Benny, what happened to you? All right, let's get Wild. Let's get Wild in here. Mr. Wild, what's happening? I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. Mr. Wild.
You know the history.
Wild, unmute your microphone, sir. All right. And if you guys are ready, just raise your hand to let me know if you're ready, so I'm not just wasting time bringing in people who ain't saying nothing. All right. Let's get Roderick. We get Roderick from the river. Be hitting the button by mistake.
Mark was the Undertaker.
Yeah, I'm okay because I don't like the fact that so many people are
Oh
using this day to
Lord,
bash. They're using this day to bash Hulk Hogan and his death. When he
Lord, 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 Lord. Not Rodrigo. But
This is not Rodrigo. This is Roderick.
no, this is Rodrigo. All right.
I remember the
This is Rodrigo, the Latin tether. All right. Oh Lord, Rodrigo, what's
No,
Rodrigo.
no, it's not me.
Yes, it is.
this? Is clearly you. Good Lord, what do you want, Rodrigo? Your name is no damn Roderick.
I'm just saying, so many people are using his death to make fun of him, but we all made racist remarks in the past. We shouldn't be held accountable for things that we did in our past. Personally, I wouldn't want my daughter to date a broke white cracker. Me, myself, a broke nigga.
Okay. First of all, speaking of broke nigga, we hear you at the Amazon warehouse right now. That's your supervisor calling you to tell you to get your ass back on there and seal them packages. All right. Speaking of broke.
No, I'm not at work right now. I'm in the
Oh,
street. I'm coming back from a function, from a
oh no,
fiesta.
yeah, you coming back from being funky, from getting musty at work. You're at work right now.
I'm not at work right now, but you're making excuses for FBA making fun of this guy's death. It's not funny.
Nothing. We're not. He's a racist like a lot of you people, and we're just charging you to the game. All right.
FBA can't be racist by the definition. We can't be racist.
You're not FBA, sir. Stop trying to cosplay as our lineage.
I am FBA. My grandfather's from Sanford,
Oh
Florida,
no.
and he's FBA. Full FBA.
I keep telling you, FBA for you stands for fajitas, burritos, and avocado. All right. Make you some damn guacamole and finish your job and eat.
That's not debatable.
That's it. Get out of here. Get your ass out of here. Lord. This dude wants to be FBA so bad. Okay, let me see who else we got. Let me see. You got Mud. You good, Mud? That's your name? All right, what's up, man? Hop on. You good, Mud? What's up, man?
What's going on, Terry? How you doing?
I'm good, man. What's happening with you?
I just wanted to speak on the whole Hulk Hogan situation. Because is it as far as wrestling? Because you play a character, right? When the camera's turned on, and it could be totally different from what you live in real life. Is that fair to say?
Of course.
Okay, so I just wanted to, because I feel like when the camera's turned on, he turned into Hulk Hogan. Vitamins, say your prayers, okay. And a lot of people don't know that his real name is Terry. Terry is a racist and piece of shit, whatever. But I think we kind of like, is it fair to say that we can separate the two?
No.
Or no?
I mean, shit. Yeah, not really. Because it's the same. It's the person. He's playing a character. That's his job. He's doing his job is to act.
Right. Correct.
So, but the person, you're still looking at a person who's an anti-black racist who said he don't want to be reincarnated and come back as a black person. So, yeah, that don't mean anything. Just because a person is an actor, that's just his job. Because people, they idolize him and they think, that he's a stand-up guy. He stands on business because that's a character he plays. But you don't want to idolize somebody who don't stand up to the character that they're portraying. He doesn't even carry himself in real life like that. You know what I'm saying? So that's a big letdown for a lot of people. So if he's not honoring the character that he's portraying, which is supposed to be a character who's just and who's honest and fair, and if you can't even act like that in real life, that sullies the character too. The character ain't shit, because now you already know wrestling is fake, but damn, even the integrity of the character itself is fake. So yeah, you don't want to rock with it. That makes sense?
Oh yeah. Okay, I got it. Appreciate it.
All right. Let me see who we got. Let's get And y'all raise those hands. Everybody raise those hands because we are in here heavy as we always are. And I appreciate everybody for staying up late to chop it up. Let's get Ahmed. Let's get Mr. Ahmed in the building. Ahmed, what's up, brother? Ahmed, if you can unmute your mic, that would be absolutely phenomenal. Ahmed, unmute your mic, sir.
What's up?
What's up, Ahmed?
How y'all doing? Not much, really. Just going this random space, and surprisingly, you got a lot of followers. To be honest, a lot of lovers. It's crazy.
Yeah.
You got a big fan base.
Yeah. A lot of people tune in every day. Where you from, Ahmed?
I'm from Bahrain in Saudi.
Bahrain. Yeah, that's Michael Jackson used to be out there a lot. He used to love it out there.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Definitely, it was my uncle's friend. To be honest,
Wow.
he had this whole. He rented out his house.
Yes.
I never came to the US ever.
Oh
Actually,
wow. Oh.
lives in. Why are you surprised?
Yeah, because a lot of people are usually they come over here to visit or whatever. You still in Bahrain now?
Yeah, I just studied yes in the UK, but I never went to the. I had a chance to come to the United States to study my master's degree. Maybe that's going to happen like 2026, but we'll see. Maybe if I have free time.
What else is on?
So yeah. I didn't hear that.
I
What's
said,
up?
what else is on your mind tonight? What's on your mind?
Not much really. Gonna be like traveling for a cousin in Qatar. He's gonna get married and all that. Got to attend his pretty much wedding, and I got some days off of work. So yeah, it's a great thing. What are you up to? No disrespect, but like, are you an important person or VIP or a popular figure, singer, artist?
Yeah, I'm pretty important. I'm pretty important. I'm pretty influential out here in the United States. So that's what it is. But yeah, just Google. You get
We could do some business work if you're up to.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie.
you hit me up, we'll chop it up. Thank you so much. All right. I'm not here to play This Is My Life. All right. Just look up some stuff. All right, let's see who else we got. Let's get 4ZR. 4ZR in the building. 4ZR.
What's good, brother Tariq? How you
I'm
been?
good, 4ZR. What's happening with you?
Not much, just cooling, just chilling. I had a little question on the premise that has passed away. Can you give me a quick recap? I just heard about it. He's been going for this lately.
What did you what don't you know?
The wrestler. Is there anything that you need to give me a heads up on? Because I'm hearing different perspectives.
No, we've already did.
Some say he was a good guy. Like for instance, Charlie Clark. You know Charlie Clark, that conservative guy?
Yeah, but he probably
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, he started painting a certain image of that guy, that he was a lovely, decent Christian that got baptized. I came here to this space and you're presenting a different perspective. So, which one is false and which one is factual? If you don't
You
mind.
can easily Google it. Hulk Hogan was an anti-black racist. He made some vile anti-black remarks. So Charlie Kirk, and of course, he'll co-sign that because Charlie Kirk basically does. By the way, you know something?
No, Seattle.
You'll see Seattle. Okay, because you can't be this.
Yeah, I'm all over the place. I live in Turkey permanently, but I go all over the place. We have a little history to it. We don't, there's no bad blood between us. It happens.
You called before, right?
Yeah. We talked plenty.
Okay, so there's so many of you big forehead tatters. I don't even you're in Turkey right now. I believe you're delivering turkey for Postmates. You're delivering a turkey.
Well, I grant you, you can believe whatever you want to believe. But to my point, Tariq, if you don't mind, I'm actually asking legit, a serious question.
Yeah, now that's a dumb question. I won't even.
How's that a dumb question, Tariq? Elaborate.
Civil rights. Okay, you can't be that clueless.
No, was he like one of those KKK guys back in the days, in these early days?
You've been over here long enough to use Google. Now I know y'all didn't have TVs back in Somalia, but you got TVs here.
Why can I not just hear from you, Tariq? Why do we have to be adversarial? Why can we not be in a friendly setting?
Because you're asking a question. That's too dumb to even engage. Anyway, let me let you finish delivering that turkey sandwich. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Was Hulk Hogan in the civil rights movement. I'm not about to engage in stupidity. That's too damn stupid to even entertain. All right. Let me see. Okay, I need to take some medicine. It's hard to breathe in these damn casinos, but that cigarette smoke be tearing you up. And I'm already coming down with something, trying to fight this shit. I don't want to be at the Beyonce concert wheezing with some damn cowboy boots on. All right, let me see who we got. Let's get Swerve Pronto. Swerve Pronto is Caribbean. Swerve Pronto, hop on in, man.
Hey, what's going on, Tariq? Long time listener and supporter of your work.
My man.
I just wanted to come on here and say, man, the only bad thing about Hulk Hogan dying for me is that it's taking away attention from one of the greats, Malcolm Jamal Warner, who also died this week.
Right.
So, I just want to take the time to say, man, at the end of the day, Hulk Hogan, rest in power, Malcolm Jamal Warner, man. I just wanted to get that out there.
There it is. All right. Yeah, it kind of does take away from the death of our good brother Malcolm Jamal Warner. And a rest in power to brother Malcolm Jamal Warner.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, let me take one more good call. Let's get one more good call in here.
And on last week's front line,
so I can get my rest on. What's your name, brother? I don't even know. You got a picture as your name. Karinga. What's up, Karinga?
Hey, what's happening, big homie?
Hey, brother Karinga. How are you, sir?
Ain't nothing, man. Just wanted to stop through first and foremost. So I wanted to give you your flowers. Let you know, man. Like I said, big homie, with the utmost respect. We all listening to y'all here, the young cats.
Yes, I appreciate it.
One thing I really wanted to talk about is you remember the brother not too long ago, the African dude who was talking all that kente cloth, that's their culture.
Yeah.
So in the beginning of the year, I spent about 2 months in Africa. I was in Morocco, right? Morocco isn't only an Arab country. There's a lot of West Africans out there too.
Yes.
Do you know what these folks was wearing? And I was out there wearing a though, because I'm Muslim. I want everybody to know I'm Muslim because I'm a foreigner.
Yes.
Everybody out there was wearing. Are you familiar with the brand? It's called I think it's called Denim Supply or something.
Oh, I'm not familiar with it.
Well, the logo is a piece of cotton, and the designer is a foundational Black American brother, right?
Wow.
And the cotton is to represent the stuff that foundational Black Americans did as far as contributing to the culture and the economy of America. It's real deep. You should check that clothing line out, man. It's real high fashion too. Expensive stuff. That's what these folks was wearing in Africa. They wasn't wearing no damn kente cloths, man.
Wow.
Yeah, man, I just wanted to let that be known for all these folks out there talking about their kente cloth culture. Y'all was out there dressing like how our 14, 15-year-olds dress.
Damn.
So, yeah, man. Shout out to you, big homie, man. Keep on doing your thing, man.
No doubt, man. Much respect to you. Excuse me. All right, let me wrap it up, man. So
yeah, please do. All right, so that's that was the Tariq Twitter space. Shit, Blacc, what are your thoughts on Shall We Mourn Hulk Hogan?
May rest in peace.
I concur, Shabaka. I concur. All right, so I'm gonna move on. We got the cheddar wars going on, but before that, our brother Kukizi had a message for us. He had a cheddar that was harassing him about a meme that he made about Hogan. So he's gonna tell us about it. Kukizi's the brother that does our intro track.
Do you got a direct line on him?
I can reach. I talked to him on Twitter.
Okay. All right.
So okay, dying, he got caught. Yeah.
or Rhea, Janelle, or anybody else. And shout out to her. I'm not trying to denigrate her or diss her or anything, but anybody else confused about what racism actually is. Let's clear this up for you one time. Racism is not about who hurt your feelings. Racism is a system, a global structure of domination that controls access to. That system controls areas of human activity: economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics.
Man, I've been saying
religion,
that for the last goddamn 15 years.
And war. Black people can't be racist because we don't control the system. Simple as that. Get your ladder. There is no thing as black supremacy. By definition, supreme means top tier. See, we're not the ones in control of policy, policing, and propaganda. So when I post a meme mocking someone who's a suspected anti-black white supremacist, someone who was caught saying they ain't none of those hard ERs and all of that, then yeah, come on. That's not racism. That's truth telling. Let's be honest. Keep it a buck. See, it's called cultural commentary, right? That's called not crying over people who wouldn't have cried for you. Y'all got to stop saying black people are racist every time we stand up. Stop saying black people are racist altogether. It just sounds stupid. See, because if the truth offends you, then maybe that lie kind of comforts you a little bit too much. Well, anyway, I said what I said, and if you don't like it, go argue with your sociology book and not me.
All right, thank you for that message, Cool Keezy. I co-sign it. All right, Shabaka. So we got these diasporic wars going on now, and your boy Roly Poly Martin has something.
Man,
to say.
do we have to play Roly Poly
FBA.
Martin, man?
He is.
Do we have to play Roly Poly, man? He's all
FBA.
messed up in the head.
As you know, Roly Poly Martin is a goddamn tether. I'm hell with Roly Poly Martin.
Yeah, another Candace Owens.
Yeah, we have to play it for the sun. Yeah, the Democratic version of Candace Owens.
We gonna have, if I
So Roly Poly Martin had this message for FBA. So the Democrats are losing their freaking minds. They don't know what the hell they're gonna do. They still haven't recovered from that loss that we gave them in December, or rather November, and of last year, and they're losing their minds. So this came straight from the DNC for them to come out and attack us directly. So Roly Poly Martin and his little panel, as you can see here, had all this stuff to say, and they were sitting up here co-signing this bullshit that Roly Poly Martin was saying. So Tarika's gonna play the clip with Roly Rotisserie Martin. Oh, but beep. That's all, folks had to say.
y'all know who y'all are. Y'all know if I had to do a roll call of all them Simple Simon Negroes, yeah. If I had to, tables on Vicci Dillard, Boyce Watkins, Tariq Nasheed, Umar Johnson, Philip Scott. Oh yeah, Black Authority. All y'all. Look at them, they shilling. Look at them, they shilling for the Democrats. They just shield. It's just. We're going to have a topic coming up next. They ain't saying nothing how under a Democrat appointee, on the FCC, changed the damn law when it came to how many folks were getting overcharged for making phone calls in prison. Republicans got in and said, no, we throwing that out. We're just going to discuss that next. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot, Nola, what no tangibles. Yeah, all y'all FBA, B1, ADOS assholes. Well, guess what? All that complaining y'all did, welcome to Trump MAGA America.
All right, we're in the building. We are in the building, ladies and gentlemen. I am in here, you in here. Round of applause to you, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause to you. We got a lot of people in the building so far. We are.
So Roly Poly made that message, right? So Tariq was the first to respond. So as you can see, he called out Vicci Dillard, he called out Uncle Phil, he called out Jason Blacc, and basically the new black media, the black grassroots. So basically he called us out too, Shabaki. And Tariq responded. So this is Tariq's response, and I'm gonna play Vicci Dillard's response after this.
This ought to be some funny shit.
Yeah, rotisserie Martin. That mug, this is the same one that got $300,000 from Kamala Harris.
Wow.
In the building, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Tap In with me. I am.
Shabaki.
Let's just hope that Kamala Harris, man, when she runs for governor of California, man, that she crash and burn.
Yeah, I expect it.
Your gracious host, I am Tariq, as you all know, and we're going to chop up some great game as we always do, ladies and gentlemen. And well, we got everybody up in here early. I see your boy Roland Martin. Roland and the Democrats. I guess Roland and those guys got the email from the DNC to start attacking the black grassroots, the FBA grassroots. They must have gotten that email to attack the influencers. Roland was on his show the other day. Basically talking about us, the black grassroots. What's up, Nikki the God? I see you, beloved.
Yeah,
so he was on there babbling. They got some kind of email. Right now, the Democrats, their numbers are in the tank right now. The Democrats are hemorrhaging right now. The Democrats are so down bad, it's pathetic.
Yeah.
Their numbers are in the tank. As we saw in the last election, they got washed. They don't have no real contender for the next election. So it's looking very bad for the Democrats. They just put out an article the other day talking about how young black American voters aren't rocking with them like that. Well, that's the death blow right there. They were talking about how a lot of the young black voters are just abandoning the Democrats right now.
Yep.
And I told y'all, they're going to put up a whole bunch of excuses, but they know why this is. They know why this is. This is because the black grassroots is waking up a lot of people, especially a lot of the young voters, and really giving them the game, and we're making it plain to them. We're not relying on the boule class to give information to people no more. And the young people are just not doing that. They know at this point, the boule class, they're compromised. The boule class, like Roland and the Urban League and people like that, these are extensions of the Democrat Party. These are auxiliaries of the Democrat Party. So they're not going to give you any information in good faith. They are given grants, kickbacks, and payments to toe the line for whatever agenda the Democrat Party wants you to see.
Yeah.
So now there's a situation with the guy who was involved with killing Breonna Taylor, one of the cops. He's getting some kind of little slap on the wrist, and now the Democrats are trying to blame Trump. Now, when the Democrats were in office, all this time, Trump just got in office a few months ago. The Democrats have been in office for the last 4 years. They didn't do nothing to those dudes who harmed Breonna Taylor. Biden's administration didn't really do nothing severe or put no real charges on those guys. They could have done that. They didn't.
Yeah.
See, they want to play that hot. They'll sit up here and not do nothing and then wait till Trump get in and be like, see, Trump letting them go. Look at Trump. No, we're not letting them play that game no more.
Right.
The Democrats had every opportunity in the world to do something about those people who harmed Breonna Taylor, and they didn't do anything. So we're just not letting them play that hot potato game. So they're using that now. That's like one of their talking points. And so Roland was on this show. Like, I run these people. I run them around the table. Vicci Dillard, I'll name them. Vicci Dillard, Tyreek Nasheed, Phil Scott, the Black Authority. You know. So basically, yeah, they didn't send him an email. They didn't send him an email on who to attack. They didn't send him an email, and he's doing all. And these FBAs, these stupid ass FBAs, you fool, stupid fool. I told you that's what they're gonna have him out here cursing. They don't have no other play. They don't really have no other play. The name of the game is to shame us.
Yep.
You understand? We got to understand the Democrats. They're sending their shield operatives to basically what they want to do is discredit the black grassroots now. See, they always use Roland, big old fat pickle juice drinking ass, to go out here and try to shame and guilt trip foundational black Americans into supporting the damn Democrats for nothing, just using these weird scare tactics. We ain't falling for no more. So when we talk about real justice and real accountability, we get attacked. You mean y'all stop asking for some accountability? When Trump get in office, what you think he gonna do? Everything is about deflecting and what Trump ain't gonna do and what the Republicans ain't gonna do. So we're not getting fooled by that no more.
Right. Them days are over.
And the Democrat Party, they are preemptively targeting us black independent thinkers because they know we are a political threat. I've been saying that. They know we're a political threat to them. Foundational grassroots media, we're seen as a threat to that democratic power, not allies. See, these attacks, they know we can't really be bought off. We're not interested. They know, some of us on the grassroots, I ain't trying to go to the Boule brunch or the NAACP picnic and the Urban League line dance. We ain't trying to hang out with these idiots. I'm not trying to get Jasmine Crockett weave strands on me. None of that. I'm good. We don't really want to be in that spot.
Right.
We don't want to be in the white ass kissing juke joint. So we're not allies. They know that when you talk to us, it's going to be about some tangibles.
Right.
You understand? They understand the influence we have over here. So what they want to do is undermine that independent black voting bloc who's not going to vote blindly for symbolisms.
Right.
And no substance.
Right.
We're just not doing that. And they know better than to sit down and have a real conversation. Well, I'm telling you, I done said this. If I'm talking to one of these politicians, anybody, if I go talk to one of these people who's in power, who is in office, I'm coming out that meeting with something for everybody. They know what it is. If I go up in there and talk to somebody, we gonna get something. I'm gonna be like, hey y'all, we didn't get all the money, but I got like some land grants so we get to live free in Oklahoma. Something. I'm gonna get something. I ain't gonna be in there buck dancing and all that old bullshit. I'm gonna be talking about some business. We gonna get out that bitch with something. You know? So the Democrats now, what they're trying to do, they're trying to clean up the mess that they made by blaming us who pointed out their We've been pointing out the little slick stuff that's been going on with the Democrats and waking people up to the con game.
Yep, we sure have.
So they know what we're saying is true. They know that we keep showing you all the little bait and switch maneuvers that they do. And I pointed out something the other day. They had Jasmine Crockett speaking to her. She was out there doing this speech, and she started off talking about black people. We're gonna be affected with the voting rights, black people, and there's Latinos who be targeted too, and a lot of people of color and mine. And she just went right down the list. She went down all of the little think tank talking points. This is what they tell them. They tell them to start off black and then work your way down to Latino, minority, people of color. What was that other term? It was another term that they used. It's a new term. I forgot what it was. It was like communities of common sense. What was that other term, guys? I talked about that the other day. It was communities of common cause, something. I forgot what it was. But yeah, there's a new term that they're trying to work out now. And if some of y'all can remind me of what that term is, I just said it the other day and I forgot what it was. FBA Buddha, let me see if my brother can help me out with that. FBA Buddha, what's up, brother? Buddha, what's up?
Hey, it was community of common interest.
That's what there you go. There you go, my man. There you go. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Got you, brother.
Yeah, community of common interest. Yeah, that's a new term. Watch out for that one. Watch out for that term. That's some shit that came out of a think tank. When she said that, I said, oh, what is that? Communities of common interest. That's that whole, we as non-white people, we all have a common interest of fighting racism and white supremacy. But no, we all don't have that common interest. All of us don't have that common interest. We don't have that. We fight it as foundational Black Americans, but other groups are not doing that. Not like we're doing it. And, excuse me, right now we have a renaissance, a foundational Black American renaissance movement right now. And they know that it's massive, it's big, and they're going to start trying to target us even more because it can't be ignored. See, we've successfully educated the masses about tangibles and lineage-based justice and policy demands. So the Democrats, they no longer control the narrative.
Yep.
See, that whole shit where they just tell us to shut up and vote and, oh, we got to shut up and be quiet, and they're going to start attacking people who speak out against their... That's not going to work no more. They've always tried to do that. Y'all remember when Tavis Smiley, rightfully so, was very critical of Obama. Oh, the Democrats went in on Tavis.
Yeah, they did.
That's their whole thing. If you start really questioning, if you're part of the Democrat Party and you say, hey, you know what? I'm a part of the Democrats, but yeah, I don't like what's going on. Then they start going at you. Yeah, the Democrats, they run that shit like the mafia damn near. They get into that character assassination, guilt, shaming tactics.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you're going to see a lot of that with us. You're going to see them regurgitating the same lies about me. You're going to see a lot of that. And they start talking about my wife and just making up all types of shit about my wife and family and all my old street connections. You'll see a lot of that. That shit comes from the DNC. Those come from DNC operatives. See, the DNC, they're losing so bad at the polls, and they know why. They know that political disillusionment and media influence from us, that's directly contributing to that low enthusiasm among Black voters with the Democrats. So instead of them trying to earn that vote, they want to blame the messengers for exposing their asses.
Yep, they don't like that.
And what they're doing now, getting Roland and those guys prepared, because Roland was basically, looked like he was kind of sending some dog whistles back to his paymasters. Like, I got him, white daddy. Everybody who name you sent me, I'm going to go get him. I'm going to shame him. I'm going to sass him. They stupid as hell. Y'all stuck on stupid, using all them old played out 90s insults. Talk to the hand. You ain't fresh. In the Kool-Aid, don't know the flavor. He's an idiot, man. But the thing is, listen, this is that soft launch for their old voter suppression strategy. that whole demonization tactic. You know? So they're going to use their black operatives to go after us. It's a whole bunch of them. You're going to have their fake black grassroots people who are really astroturfed. You're going to have these weird Negroes who's trying to dress hip hop. Y'all know that one Sambo who's on TikTok who the family packed up.
Yeah. Okay.
That Contras, whatever his name is, that little Sambo who regurgitates all of those Democrat shield talking points, but he tries to do it with a little hip hop slang. These ops, and y'all been packing cats like that up. You're going to see a lot of that. You're going to see a lot of these little weird, sassy dudes with their hats turned backwards, trying to appeal to the youth with their plebiscite babbling. You're going to see a lot of that. You're going to see a lot of the RJs. RJ, where you at? Where you at, RJ? You're going to see RJs. You're going to see a lot of them. They're going to be all in these spaces. But what they fear, man, they fear the rise of a leaderless, decentralized black movement. Right now, the grassroots media, it's decentralized. We have a foundational Black American Renaissance that is decentralized.
Yeah.
It can't be bought or co-opted.
Yeah.
This is why they keep trying to frame our lineage as a group. Because they want to control it. See, they want to control the narrative and they want to control the outcome. So they're always trying to control what our lineage is. They're trying to redefine it.
Yeah.
And we're not letting them. You can't redefine it. Lying isn't going to change anything. We are centered ourselves around our lineage.
Right.
The lineage is the leader. And you can't do anything about that. You can't do nothing about the lineage. The lineage is the damn lineage. You can't change that. That's what's frustrating a lot of people. It's locked in. So you can't, all of that, when you say group, and that you can say that until you're blue in the face. That's not going to make it true. There is no group. You can imagine something and attack your imagination. That's not going to affect the lineage because the lineage is locked in. That's frustrating a lot of people. That's why you got all these people crashing out on social media about foundational Black Americans and us recognizing our lineage. See, that terrifies a party that's built on control narratives and top-down messaging. See, they want to try to reassert authority through their proxies. And let's be real. The Democrats, they want to get their lick back. They felt like we made them take a major L in the last election. They sat up here and they spent billions of dollars on campaign funds, trying to get Kamami in office. Boy, they were pulling out all the stops. They were getting all the A-list superstars. Oh, they got everybody. That ain't cheap. Getting Beyonce, and that ain't cheap.
Right.
And all of that money, all of them big superstars, all of those billions of dollars, all of that corporate backing got squashed from the foundational Black American grassroots.
Yep. So did.
Boy, that burns their asses. Because see, we're not supposed to be unified and organized like that. See, we're supposed to be split up, tribalistic, undefined, exploitable. This is why they want us to be generic Africans. See, if we sit up here and act like generic Africans, everybody can come along and just parasite off of everything we do. They can parasite off our vote under the fake guise of African unity. And that includes the Latinos, because they'll try to claim African when it's convenient, like Fat Joe. They do everything to not give us credit. Foundational Black Americans, they'll skip over us and start talking about, yeah, it's all Africa. Just like Fat Joe, when folks were calling him out for that 50-50 Black and Latino bullshit, they will try to pivot. Well, Puerto Ricans, we part African too, so it's all African. We all in this together. No. Nah, we ain't doing that. It's
Now, San Juan, Puerto Rico was a major slave port. I'm
And
just
the
putting that out
Democrats,
there.
they have been humiliated by the fact that the black grassroots got Kamala and the Democrats up out of here. And they want vengeance, not strategy. And it's okay. We're here. We're ready. See, the Democrat playbook is always involving co-opting and crushing movements that they can't control. Now, from the civil rights era to Black Lives Matter, that's what they did with Black Lives Matter. Same thing, Black Lives Matter.
That's owned by George Soros.
them
That's not even a
branding
black
what was going on in the
organization.
streets, especially out there in Ferguson. You had some real riders organizing out there on the streets. Then all of a sudden, these weirdos pop up that was pushed out there by the Democrats and the media. And then they gave them a brand name, Black Lives Matter. And then found these random women and said they were the leaders of Black Lives Matter. And these women were just basically Democrat shills. They promoted every Democrat shield talking point and checkpoint imaginable. Immigration, LGBT, environmental rights, all that bullshit.
Yeah, and it was.
So yeah, they'll co-op something real quick.
Oh,
and then
by the
put their
way,
own
one of
faces
the
on
Black
it. And
Lives
you'll know when
Matter
it's their
bras had a
faces. When you
mansion
put somebody
burned
out there,
down
they
out
never
there in
get
Thousand
demonized.
Oaks.
That's when you know something is up. When you got somebody out there, you know the media, they never demonized those women from Black Lives Matter until later. They threw them under the bus when they started buying all them houses and
I
shit.
think it was Benedict
But the
Canyon.
D-Ray
It
McKessons,
wasn't
all of these
Thousand
weird
Oaks.
ass ops.
I think it was Benedict Canyon.
The media never demonized them. Now they shitted
No,
on me
Topanga
and others.
Canyon. I'm sorry.
Every other damn day in the media. They always shitted on us. So you watch who they're shitting on and who they're not shitting on.
Yep.
As far as
Very
activists.
That's the thorough black man. That
You see?
Then they co-opted it. Yep.
But the thing is, the Democrats, they got a long history of absorbing or sabotaging independent black movements. And the Foundation of Black American Grassroots, we done made it clear. We're not bought or manipulated. The goal, they want to try to discredit us outright and try to discredit the lineage and redefine it. It's too late. It is too late. And this is the beginning. So we're going to expect a lot of smear campaigns against a lot of us on the grassroots. So just start looking out for it.
Yeah.
Swollen Rolling is just the first wave.
Yeah.
So you're going to start seeing a lot of mainstream hit pieces. You're going to see think tank studies, influencer call-outs, media framing. A lot of stuff is going to be, they're going to talk all of that Russian agents. You're going to see the word grifter. That's some shit that comes out of these think tanks. Misinformation spreaders. I'm just going to show you all the words they're going to, because I've seen some of the patterns with some of the words. Some of these words are too repetitious for them to be random. The overuse of the word grifter, terms like agent of chaos. When I hear little terms like that over and over again, that's coming from a centralized entity or institutions. Yeah, these ain't random people all thinking of these same little janky buzzwords. These are words from a think tank meant to discredit. That's a political strategy. These are not random rants. So when you see all of these little sock puppet accounts always trying to demonize Foundation of Black Americans, and we didn't call many of them out, we're going to see more of that.
When there is stank on the streets, there's only one man who will bring the heat.
Hey, Rootwork Jones, why you gotta split, sugar?
These musty jive turkeys think it's a game out here. I gotta get out here and show them I mean business. Can you dig it?
None of these smelly suckers can relax because Rootwork Jones is back. Is the return of Dolomust, the Sultan of Stank. His mission to turn Harlem.
It's not paying us, but it's hilarious. That's the only reason why I'm playing it.
Oh, I think I saw this bullshit.
To a musty mecca.
I'm going to plant a must bomb in Harlem. Detonates, everyone in Harlem will be musty.
Rootwork Jones has to shake up the block. He has a limited time before the bomb drops.
Street is Dolomust's men planted a bomb in a Cadillac in Harlem.
Thanks, Mama. Can Rootwork Jones find the bomb before it explodes?
Where is the Cadillac with the must bomb, sucker?
We go to must mode.
Couple blocks over there.
Jones is behind the wheel,
Hollywood and it's
socking
bullshit.
stanky suckers all in their grills. Come see Rootwork Jones in Musty Inferno.
Man, I
Go to
would look at a bunch of
rootworkstyle.com for more
bullshit,
info.
man. I'd much rather look at
Sucker.
Romper Room, man, or Captain Kangaroo before I spend 5 minutes looking at some bullshit like that. I'm sorry, man. I can't do it. I can't do it.
There's your humor, Shabaka.
Man, I'm
All right,
laughing
so
not because it's humorous. Because I'm
The other
laughing
night I was speaking about.
So our beautiful sister Vicci Dillard is going to give us her response to what Rolly Swole and Polly Martin had to say. Yeah, the one with the gavel.
Hey, Toyota.
She gonna give us
long time no talk, Toyota.
Hey,
Rootwork Jones is doing the Lord's work. My God.
Yeah, he's whooping them tablets. Yeah. Shout out to Rootwork Jones. Yeah, gotta get some root work. Shabaka can't be musty. Can't be musty.
Well, man, it's something called washing the funky stinking ass. That's what it's called. Yeah, long time, Toyota. Yeah, how you be? How you be? Salute. See, people. See, this is something about the essence of soul. Okay.
Yeah.
When you go out there, you sweat, you work all damn day, you lay down, you funk up your sheets, your bedding, you know. You got to wash your funky, stinking, nasty ass.
Yeah.
Now, as Brother Paris pointed out, the Euros thought it was a sin to wash your nasty, stinking ass. Crew says, what does washing one's ass have to do with musty armpits? Well, see, Crew, they got something called a shower, and that's where you can wash everything at once.
You got to get it all. You just can't wash your ass. You gotta wash your armpits. You gotta
see, you wash your ears, you wash your face, you wash your neck, you wash your armpits, you wash your legs, then you wash your nasty, funky, stinking ass.
Well,
it's called hygiene.
They don't wash their legs, and they only wash certain parts of their body. I'll just put it like that.
Damn.
So they sanctified. And they don't wash their armpits. They don't wash their legs. They just nasty as hell. Still, we have to teach them how to bathe, and they still don't know how to bathe. So.
And we taught these motherfuckers how to bathe damn near $2,000, 2,000 years ago, right?
Yeah, 800 years ago. Yeah,
800 years ago. Okay. And then the Europeans believed that it was a sin to wash your nasty, funky, stinking ass.
Yeah, the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church said it was a sin for you to get naked and cleanse yourself.
Oh boy. Okay. Moving right along.
Put on root work so you won't be musty an hour later. Yeah, that shit lasts. Crew got some, so he know. All right, so Vicci Dillard's gonna give us her response to what Swally Polly Martin had to say.
Uh-oh, she's gonna be banging on the table again with the Judge Mallet.
Yeah, with the gavel. No, I don't think she's gonna bust off the gavel today.
Yeah, she kills me with that shit. Well, there ain't nothing wrong with having a gimmick, you know what I'm saying?
She is based out of Colorado.
She's up there with the ponies, man.
.com. That's VicciPlanet.com to
not with the ponies.
My
Man.
My upcoming luxury magazine for the everyday one, beloved, because some of our yummy God is secrets. Romance, manifesting the love of our lives, and how we can increase unique resources, unique for us and our lives. Yes, so you don't want to miss that, beloved. So make sure that you tap the link pinned in the comment section to learn about that, as well as my school. Also, I'm going to be on a couple of other platforms. We're going to be reaching an even greater audience in addition to the platforms I'm already on. You don't want to miss that, beloved. So stay connected to us. Yes, over the years, and utilizing my own unique magic using alternative media, beloved, in a laptop and a cell phone, I've been ship-shaping the planet. And they took for granted my little old Vicci, talk black to me somebody, and never considered and forgot that small things, small packages can also come with a big punch, kind of like dynamite. Talk black to me somebody. So the reason why the former White House officials are so intimidated by me and go crazy, the reason why certain even business persons, well-known individuals, certain celebrities, certain activists, and other folks just coming out like they've lost their minds, beloved, is because of the potency of our message that they fear getting out, beloved. And it's already too late because we're having effects on institutions and actual elections, among many other things. Yes, and I'm so pleased that that's our story, and we're just getting started. Yes, well, beloved, Roland Martin, who used to work for CNN, had access to the Hillary Clinton folk campaign, other high-level Democratic operatives with the DNC, and other major political government leaders, he ended up just being completely casted away. Somebody put a bone in the chat. Somebody please put a bone in the chat, the doggy bones in the chat, because he goes beyond human bonage. Talk back to me. Somebody, you understand. Well, Roland, the reason why I have to always put him in his place, which is always under my feet, which is always stomping him back into the rejected parts of the underworld from which he emerged. Yes, somebody put a basketball in the chat. If you don't know, you have to catch up later. The reason why I give him that everlasting work, and I treat him like the enemy that he is to black folks, because he is a black looking thing. The reason why I do that is because he, over the years, has literally cussed out black folks because of our political disagreements, because we've requested reparations, because our political strategy is different, not because we committed a crime. No, he literally would do broadcasts with in the title calling us simple Simon mother effers. Can you imagine? So yes, I give him that everlasting work. So let's not act like when I go off on him, it's the same. Yes, I only went off on him because of his disrespect of my people. Yes, well, he can't keep my name out of his mouth. Every so often, you know how a person deals with drugs or something like that, they have these outbursts and stuff. They start getting the shakes, and they say having a draw. Whatever he realizes it's him, and has somebody, anybody in any kind of political group and organization that he's losing hope year after year, decade after decade. He just continues to lose more hope. So after every so many months, he goes into a withdrawal. He starts getting the shakes, political shakes. And so he starts having erratic outbursts. And so from time to time, he'll continuously bring up my name. And even people whose former platforms I was on, he keep invoking sometimes some of their names, even though they're no threat to him at all. But because he has a memory of me on multiple platforms, he invokes those people's names too. Talk black to me, somebody. Well, you all tag me because I don't be paying these different kinds of entities any mind. But this was harder to ignore. And whenever I discuss Roland, it serves as a proxy for the entire Democratic Party and any of the bootleg folk that seek to control us. Old, dead, useless black media, black politicos that seek to still control us. Any remnants of that mess that we are throwing away, blowing away, mopping away, bleaching away, Lysoling away, setting on fire, whatever you want to, however you want to do your cleansing and stuff. I just remind whatever little remnants is still lingering out in the atmosphere. That's the reason why I address him, so that the force that's behind him, to whatever little degree it exists, we want to always keep them in check to let them know it's still not working. And it is our unique power. So Roland went from mocking us to he can't keep my name out of his mouth. So just recently he came out and said this. Are y'all ready? I'm gonna put this before the screen. Like I said, I won't be long, but I will be strong. Yes, y'all listen to this. Let me make sure. Can you hear this?
Noah, when you sit elections out, you get, and for the people who go, oh my God, I didn't think it was gonna go this far. I mean, again, you can't say they didn't tell you. They said it. We warned people. Yeah, y'all shilling. Y'all know who y'all are. Y'all had to do a roll call for all the simple Simon Negroes. Yeah. If I had to, don't get me started. I could run the tables on Vicci Dillard, Umar Johnson, Philip Scott. Oh yeah, Black Authority. All y'all. Look at them, they shilling. Look at them, they shilling for the Democrats. They just chill. Yeah, look at y'all just shit. Today. Ask Tamika Mallory and the folks at Until Freedom who literally moved to Louisville, fighting 5 years trying to make this thing happen. Folk who invested time and energy, got COVID, folks was sick and all that sort of stuff. But we listened to a whole bunch of folk, Nola. Yeah, y'all just chilling. Y'all out there, y'all trying to support Kamala. She ain't doing nothing. Shane Wayne back at her with. Oh, they were all running their mouths. But it's amazing how silent they are today. They ain't saying nothing about Trump screwing those black folks in Lowndes County who got sewage backing up in their house. They ain't saying nothing about the black folks in Cancer Alley where they canceled the lawsuit who've been dying because of the petrochemical companies there. They ain't saying nothing about the folks who got screwed for voting rights and housing rights in Texas. Oh, they ain't saying nothing about them. They ain't said a damn thing about them wanting to get rid of the DBE federal program. They ain't saying nothing about any of this stuff. They ain't saying jack. And these are same folk who love talking about fight. We gonna have a topic coming up next. They ain't saying nothing how under a Democrat appointee on the FCC changed the damn law when it came to how many folks were getting overcharged for making phone calls in prison. Republicans got in and said, no, we're throwing that out. We're just going to discuss that next. I'm so I forgot, Nola, no tangents. Yeah.
My apologies. I did not do the proper disclaimer that there was going to be something disturbing appearing on your screen. So if you got babies, I do apologize. My bad. I'm a 46-year young woman. I know if I had babies, I would want somebody to show me the respect, to give me the heads up, and I do apologize. That was my mistake. I'm sorry for the type of pictorial violence you just witnessed there. Some of y'all said, well, Vicci, was it nudity? Was it cuss? No, baby. But it's his own brand of violence. Him being himself. Beloved, is a devastation enough. Talk black to me, somebody. Beloved, I just want to show you all how the powers that shouldn't be still putting him up to keep my name out of his mouth. I'm the first one that just flew out his mouth like that. And it's so funny. So a journalist messaged me, a pretty well-known black journalist messaged me, want to know, why does he just keep my name? Child, he always has my name in his mouth. It's like a ghost. And it's because we're the true influence and power that affected the past presidential election, Senate, and House of Representatives. And we're the ones that initially mobbed. And now they're trying to copycat. They're trying to invade these spaces and infect them with folks like him, entities like him. Talk black to me, somebody. Now, Roland, some of you all know I can always drag him, but there's no reason to. Some of you may not know the story. I was just trying to tell you all where he came from, where he emerged from the underworlds, a rejected part of the underworlds. I don't even have a problem with the underworlds, but there are places in the underworld where they got you locked up because you affect underworlds in a negative sense. And that's Roland's pedigree, his heritage. And so Rolanda, Martina, Rolanda, Martina. But it's funny looking self has always been an anti-Black voice. Now I exposed the fact that Roland's name and emails and information came out during the WikiLeaks release. Some of you all have seen the WikiLeaks release that exposed the United States government and other nations that was doing illegal stuff around the world and murdering and killing people and committing all kinds of war crimes and stuff. Yes, Roland's name came up in there, along with the Hillary Clinton emails. Some of you all don't understand that while he was fronting in the face of Black Americans, you all didn't know that he was behind the scenes doing a little dirty work of the Hillary Clinton campaign for debates and stuff.
Yeah.
And then Roland, when he initially came out, denied it full throat. He gave a full throat denial, and then when they found out that they had more information on, he changed the story. You see what I'm saying? But it's funny looking tell. He literally shucked and jived and danced with Hillary Clinton and told Hillary Clinton the way she gonna get the Black vote is by dancing, and because she didn't know how. Now he did some kind of scary gyration. Somebody put some about the chat. So I can't say, you know, I don't pretend like I'm some extraordinary dance or anything like that, baby, but I don't know what that was he was doing. So somebody just put a basketball in the chat. I can't say that was dancing. It was some kind of rolling. That's what his name is, Roland. It's the etymology of the word rolling. When you look at Roland's name, R-O, the root word of Roland, R-O, roll. That's where you get the word rolling from. You understand? Rotund, round. He's in that family of words. Do you understand? And as the reject that he is, beloved, when he came on the scene in terms of humanity in society, or even a human being, because how many of y'all know mankind is different from human beings? It's a kind of a man. That's why they call him mankind. Talk black to be them folks. That's just we're gonna leave it right there. Well, Roland, beloved, is little Charlie, little 3, 4, 5-year-old white boy, got lost in a park one day, and it was a bunch of lakes and bodies of waters in a park. A lot of greenery, a lot of trees and stuff, a lot of bushes and stuff, a lot of little animals and stuff. And so the little white boy little Charlie, he got lost in the forest, in that little park forest. And his mom, little Becky, was searching all over him. And she was like, Charlie, where are you? She found him. She was so distressed, but at the same time, she was so happy because she thought that her little child got snatched up. Well, he found this thing that emerged from this lake that he was near. And he said, Mommy, it was rolling. It's round. It's rotund. I can bounce it. Can we take it home? And the lady, she wasn't in her right mind because she was upset, but she was also overjoyed that she found her child. That the child was kidnapped and snatched. So she just, what would we feed it? She said, I'll get us kids. So they was like, okay, that'll do. We'll take it home. We'll take it home and raise it. So this is Roland's origin. You understand? This is in him. So when he acts erratic, he's moving real funny. You know what I'm saying? He come in and out like he's got consciousness and he out of consciousness, and he start cussing us out, calling us simple Simon MFers because we want reparations. Then he starts attacking us and he starts lying to the audience. And that's because who he was raised by, them folks. He was raised up on kibbles and bits, which is not healthy. Talk back to me, somebody. He does this erratic stuff, calling my name out. Beloved, it's giving just real uncivilized vibes to it. You understand? Like real, what's the word I'm looking for? Husky. It's real husky, just husky. And so because of his rejection from the Democrat Party, he didn't get all the interviews he thought he was going to get. He didn't get the trash can office, janitorial, DNC. He's humiliated. CNN don't want him back. Mainstream media don't want him back. The Black network, News One, he used to have a show. They don't want him. Nobody want him. So out of desperation, he was forced to come to social media, stay on social media. And even when he got into social media, he pretended like it was something, tried to run up the numbers so it looked like he's relevant. And then when they look at the end of the day, they saw how everybody was listening to the nobodies like the Vicci Dillards of the world instead of him. Right? It looked like he had numbers that was, some folks will say Trump, we'll leave that alone. They realized he don't have no power. And what is it? You see, what is it? Then y'all know he was live one day, and when he was live, you know, I know how this works, you know, because I got, you know, my own devices and stuff like that. And so sometimes you may click on something. But when Roland clicked on something, he clicked on some footage he had of a man's bussy that was
oh my God,
twitching. Folks was like, "Did you married to a black woman that's a pastor or preacher or something? But you got bussies on the okay. If that's you, that's you. But why is this on live channel like that? And why did we catch you with this man's behind twitching like oh okay?" But these are things that confuse people. I don't get confused because I never get confused when somebody that tries to pass as us. You understand? So all the stuff he said makes no sense. I'm only bringing this to your attention to let you all know that they are still intimidated by power. And this is the reason they do everything they can to try to prevent, frustrate, fall, and to diminish and to marginalize the works. Beloved, it's not going to work. It's just proof of my assignment on the planet. And yes, we're using unusual means. And I'm going to be announcing even other places with the current races. So we're going to continue bit by bit to grow. We're going to continue to see our message and be consistent. I'm going to continue to reach to do Black town halls, things coming up like my book and magazines, and also I'm going to have an ancient Vedic mantra CD. I've done that years ago, where I did back-to-back studio appearances in Hollywood to prepare for this, but there were some interferences for that. But this is the time for this is the unique time this year that. Inshallah, that's going to be released among many other things. We're working on things our own way. Yes, and never despise small beginning. Keep doing the right thing long enough, and this is our power. Yes, thank you so much for tuning in, beloved. Learn more about my school. Learn more about my special wonders. Follow my work, beloved. I want to experience it. Like saying, you below is going to be where you can tap for my school as well as join my email list. So all you need to do is click on my website, scroll to the bottom, put your email list. So that way, when you'll find out live the new platforms I'm going to be on in this summer. You'll find out when I'm releasing my updates coming up and all these, and how you can join my school. Yes, my name is Vicci, Dillard, beloved. Thank you so much for tuning in. I can't wait to see you again.
Response to what Rotisserie Martin had to say. Shabaka, what are your thoughts on what Vicci Dillard had to say in regards to Rotisserie Martin?
Well, she'll get no argument from me. You know, he's a tether. Okay, I just hit you in the chat room, man. I'm very tired, and I'm getting ready to call it a night.
Okay, Shabaka, thank you for staying up late with me.
Yeah.
What's
Although
your closing statement on your way?
Okay, my closing statement here on Roly Poly, avoid them like the plague. My closing statement, man, you know, on these ass scratching, chicken pecking, Uncle Tommy ass coons, we got to turn our backs on them. And what we have to do is that we have to make a stand for ourselves that Yassa bosses, coons, the Roly Poly Martin, they don't represent us. Just like we have to let it be known that Barack Obama don't represent us. You know, Barack Obama goes out here, does every damn thing for everybody else. You see what I'm saying? But when it comes to black people's issues, all of a sudden he's got a deaf ear. And I also appreciate, you know, those brothers years ago in Ferguson when Jesse Jackson and who was it? Sharpton had rolled up there in the Ferguson and they just went up and told him to check the spot. They wouldn't even let him out the car. They told him, man, get up out of here, man. You see, that garbage is over with. So what it is, Black family, is about building up our own infrastructures. It's about building up our own businesses. It's about building up our own banks, our own financial institutions. Because, you know, look what you got up there, man, you know, as your president. And he is making it clearly known that he ain't got no love for us whatsoever. But the only thing I will say in his first regime, he did state, well, black folks, you all did build this damn place. And that is a fact.
In his second regime, he said that the birthright citizenship, the 14th Amendment, was specifically for the children of slaves.
Okay, yeah. Well, wait a minute. That he did say, yeah, because I got these notes here, scattered all over the damn place. Yeah, he did say that. Yeah, he definitely did say that because what they did, and yeah, he did keep it real in that aspect. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that he did do. Now the thing is, black family, what are we gonna do to make ourselves self-sufficient? Okay, we got to build our own infrastructures, man. We got to have our own businesses. We got to have our own banks. You see what I'm saying? And then these hog gut individuals, eating hog guts with that slave mentality. We got to turn our backs on them as well too. But however, I do recognize the fact where they say one man's meat is another man's poison. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
it fed
You
our
know,
people for generations, Shabaka. So I don't
huh?
really. That shit fed our people for generations. So I don't really shun people that still eat hog guts and stuff like that because that got our family through. That got our families through several generations.
But keep in mind though. But look at the health issues that came with it too, brother Che. Well, I guess we're gonna have to do is reach out to Dr. Christina Parks again. Because Dr. Parks is very very busy, and of course she's an MD. We'll ask her to come on if we could arrange it with her
Yeah.
to elaborate on that. And then since we can't pay nobody, anything that Dr. Parks is advocating for, trying to market, I will let her know. Well, ma'am, you're more than welcome to come up here and market what you're doing, because keep in mind, Dr. Parks, you know what I'm saying? She's been everywhere. You know what I mean? Really
Yeah.
do
Shit.
appreciate, the high powered people that do get with us here at Frontline Black News, Bacchus Black Expanse, what have you.
Yeah.
So I see you got the donation thing up there, man. So we need some donations. And then we'll
Yeah.
get some donations, Brother Che. I'll call you, man. We make some arrangements on it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. If y'all
Yeah.
donate, just make sure y'all put donation for the platform in the description, and it will go toward the platform, keeping it
Right.
afloat.
Yeah, exactly. Because, we come out of our pockets, our time, our labor. You see what I'm saying? Resources that we use, and you know what I mean?
Right.
And whatnot. So let's see if we could build this thing up. You know what I'm saying? Because we got too much time invested in it already.
Right.
Yeah, we got
Already
a minimum all combined when we was with Blog Dog in the 5 years
10 years.
doing here. That's well over 10 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a minute, people. It's been quite a minute. You know what I'm saying? All right. So I'm gonna bid everybody a good night from Sin City.
Okay.
All
Come
right,
on.
I'm out, folks.
All right. Have a good night, Shabaka. Thank you for staying up late with me. Okay. We're gonna bid Shabaka a good night. Thank you for coming on. So moving along, we got African Immigrant says she will go to war with FBAs if we boycott their businesses. So for those that don't know, August 1st and October 1st are going to be national boycott days of African businesses in the United States. So the diaspora is very mad about this. And one immigrant had this to say. So Uncle Phil's going to give us an update on it.
Now, the other night, I was speaking about the boycott that some people were suggesting on TikTok, boycotting African business. This African immigrant that's responding to some of that. But now she wants to take it much further than people saying, okay, well, I'm not going to patronize a business. She wants to take it to a place that, number one, would be illegal in the United States. But it's also something she said that really caught my attention as well about her homeland. Let's go ahead and check that out.
If all of this reached the consensus of all African and Caribbeans, everybody from Jamaica, Trinidad, Haiti, and Africa, if this meet your consent, since the Black American want to go to war, let's try, let's see. All of us that call out one day from work across the United States, all immigrants call out from work. Yes, if they want to go to war, let's see what they can prove. And also, all immigrants, like your businesses from all Black Americans, simple as that. Don't let them go into your grocery store. Don't let them go into your restaurant. Don't let them go into your salon. You want to go to war? We will. And also, we can ask all our African doctors, boycott all Black American treatment. Like I said, you don't want to go to war with African. Trust me. We are 54 freaking country. The population of African in the United States is more than your Black American population. Just so you know. That's the reason why 64% of the Democratic vote is immigrant. And out of that 64, 54 is Black. So Black America, at this point, I don't care if you're a Democrat or if you're a Republican, because the stupid Black Republicans that are being controlled by the white tea brought this up. And it seems to be that some of you on the Democratic Party side are also getting along. So you want to pick that fight? We can do so. Yeah, we can ask our 50%. I can guarantee you, when we boycott, you will have no seat. Don't play with us. We are calm. We don't intend to insult nobody. We don't look down on anybody. You went through pain. We went through pain. Yes, you went through slavery. We went through slavery in our own house. But we're going to fight for a better Africa.
Now, first of all, okay, all right. This woman here, no one has ever talked like her, talking about going to war. Okay, the people who are saying this about they don't want to deal with African businesses or restaurants, what they're saying is they're not going to just patronize it, right? It's no war. Say it's not going to patronize it. With us. Your money, your choice. I'm not getting no more in the weeds with that. But when let's talk about what you're saying. Now you escalating it and talking about war. Ma'am, you would not be talking about war with Black Americans. Let's keep it at 100. If you got that much of an issue, then ma'am, you talked about fighting for Africa. You can't fight for Africa here. Sorry, you fled here. If you're going to fight for Africa, you got to be in Africa. Every person fighting for Africa live there. They're there. With all the issues, concerns, problems, they fighting through it because they're fighting for Africa. So you can't mention about fighting for Africa at all. Okay, I don't even want to hear that out your mouth. That's number one. Number two, maybe in your country they don't have these laws, but we have anti-discrimination laws. No one can be targeted based on their race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, religion, disability status. No, nobody, you can't discriminate. Basically, you can't discriminate with having a public and open business. You just can't. If you do that, then lawsuits can be filed against you to the point that you will be out of business. You're instructing African doctors that may have patients that are FBA. You're instructing them to reject them or whatever the case may be. That doctor can also get in trouble for being discriminatory. If they do certain things against the state with that, they can lose their medical license. And you're not going to go pay those doctors for all the hard work they did in residency and school and coming over here as an immigrant. You're not going to pay for them to do anything. So I think that was really dumb. Or they're a nurse or whatever. Why would somebody risk their license for you? Doctors and nurses, they got real careers. They're not sitting online worrying about what people are talking about because they're trying to save lives. But then you got to a point that you said that, well, basically, we haven't moved on from the past. If you want to say it like that y'all have moved on. First and foremost, let's talk about the difference between us in America and the African continent. It's easy to say that you moved on from the past when the colonizer is not living there with you and being in the midst of you directly. And the colonizer runs you from distance. Now he does, but he every day. So if you say, well, we moved on, the only reason you can say that is because the colonizers left. They didn't leave, but they left to the point that you don't really see them like that. They are the hidden hand now in your country. They are the hidden hand behind all the politicians that screwing y'all over, taking your money, not upgrading the place. They got places in the continent of Africa look like it's still stuck in some times. They're like, whoa, like, how are you living like that? And it's 2025. How? And that's a result of your leaders. Why did you immigrate here? You can't tell me that you were living in the lap of luxury because the Africans who live like what I'm telling you, they don't want nothing to do with America. They cool where they at. And not every African want to come over to America. Now, I talk to Africans still like to visit, but not live here. They say they happy in the continent of Africa, which they should be. And I respect every brother and sister on that continent, not running from their homeland. They can go visit. They're not running. They're making a lot. They're fighting for their country every day. They didn't flee. And I love brothers and sisters for that. I do, those brothers and sisters. But somebody like you, see, this is what some South Africans even be talking about. People like you go to South Africa or to America and insert yourself in things you shouldn't be inserting yourself into, right? You want to take a step further, talking about going to war. Ain't nobody, no FBA said that. No FBA said that at all. They the ones who are talking like that. That's not all FBAs. I'm gonna say it's a minority saying they don't want to spend money with you. And okay, like I said, that's their business. I can't get involved with that. But for you coming over here, and let me tell you something else, ma'am. You wouldn't even be over here if it been for FBAs. You can't come over here and be disrespectful like that. And not all African immigrants are being disrespectful. It's a lot of them say, hey, man, what's going on? What do we? Oh, I won't deck some things out. But people like this woman right here, see, you make people upset, and then they be like, okay, where's she at? Let me see what your paperwork look like. And then people want to call ICE on you. That's why. Because see, that's that mentality that's actually in some of the African countries, because some of y'all, and I know this, some of y'all will take each other's life real quick behind a tribe, going to war with somebody. You ain't go to war with them folks that's stealing all your resources over there. You're not going to war with the Chinese. They getting hand over foot resources. But you want to go to war either with your brother in your country, or you want to go to war in a country that you're not even from. And like I told y'all, I have no problem calling out both sides. And if the FBA saying something foul, I'll call them out. And if in Caribbean, whoever something foul, I'm gonna call them out. She wrong. She's completely wrong in what she's saying. And that kind of talk, we don't need to be even engaging in. And if you want to go to war, go back to war in your homeland. That's how I feel about it. Get your habit set back on the plane and go over there. Because nobody fighting no war around here. That's what a lot of y'all have done over there. Look at what happened in the Sudan. Look what's happening. Look what happened in Rwanda. That war stuff. We don't do it. Look, FBAs, we may have our problems, but we don't go to war on each other. And don't be using some street gang, street business. That's street business. That's not the majority of black people. We know that you look at Boko Haram and all them other ones that's running around harming innocent people. And when it's time for y'all to go to war on something you should be going to war for, you don't. Them folks come in and steal your gold, your diamonds, your oil, and everything. You don't go to war about that, but you want to go to war because a few, and I say a few, FBAs say they want to, not patronize your businesses. At the end of the day, if they don't want to be there, you can't make them. There are plenty of people that want to be there. There are FBAs that will be in your business. I'd rather people not mess with me if they don't want to, because I don't want people around me that don't like me and not happy around me. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it personally. But no, it's this. No, sister, you wrong. You wrong with what you're saying. You're wrong, and you open yourself up to more people getting upset with you with it, for what you said. Go to war in your homeland and fight for Africa, because you're not fighting for Africa here. Don't tell us about what Africans would do. You do that over there. A lot of brothers and sisters right now would need your assistance to make your country a better place. But you over here sitting over here in America with us. This is what make people who are really turned up have a problem when you talk like that. Keep that tribalism over there. Delineation is not tribalism. I know that. It's not tribalism. Y'all were, I've seen it. I've talked to y'all about it. Y'all have this seething issue with others. That's within your own homeland, just in the ethnic group. Be thankful you're here, because the way Trump and them are acting, they'll get you out of here. And then FBAs won't be your problem at that point.
The first involving President Trump. The Wall Street Journal tonight reporting that Attorney General Pam Bondi told President Trump that his name appears multiple times in the Jeffrey Epstein.
All right, so move on to the next topic, and that is the black motorist that was pulled over and unjustifiably beaten as a result of the pulling over. So first I'm going to play the news report about it, and then I'm going to play for the culture and what they have to say about it. So let me fast forward to where that part is.
Always. In the meantime, next tonight, the disturbing video showing up tonight, the sheriff in that community now calling this incident ugly. Lindsay Davis tonight interviewing the driver. And here's our Chief Justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas. A warning now, it is disturbing.
Tonight, the Jacksonville sheriff acknowledging that this video showing the deputy smashing a car window and punching the driver in the face is ugly.
Show me your hands.
Yet another incident raising questions about excessive force and race and policing. 20-year-old William McNeil Jr. hearing with his parents and attorney. That's what happened on February 19th during a routine traffic stop. Police claiming that he did have his headlights on in inclement weather. He wasn't wearing a seatbelt. Allegations that McNeil disputes.
There's no rain. It doesn't matter. It's still required to have headlights on. Can you call your supervisor? Can you supervisor? All right, go for it. Exit the vehicle.
McNeil, who remains calm despite the powerful punch and fight back, is pulled out of his car as the officer delivers another punch. Officers demanding he show his hands. Court records show that McNeil pleaded guilty to resisting arrest without violence and driving with a suspended license. Police claim that he reached for a knife on the floor of his car. Body camera footage released by the police does not show McNeil reaching for a knife. McNeil speaking with our Lindsay Davis just moments ago in an interview airing on Prime.
So what went through your mind at that moment when the deputy broke your window and punches you in the face as you sit in the car?
I was surprised. I was scared. I grew up being told that officers protect us, but that wasn't the case.
The officer who smashed the window and punched McNeil has been stripped of law enforcement duties pending an review. David?
All right, Peter Thomas reporting live tonight. See more of that car. IC News Live Prime later tonight. In the meantime, we turn now to the alarming discovery in New York City. A suspect accused.
All right, so that's what the news reported on it. So now let's see what for the culture had to say about it. Which is Brother Afro lead and sisters.
Blacc, it may be graphic, but this is something that we need to discuss, all right? This is something that you need to be aware of, your children need to be aware of, your family needs to be aware of, because this is a multi-layered issue. This issue doesn't just stem from one situation or one police department or one location, rather. This situation is a national situation, it's a generational situation, and it's a Black situation, most importantly, all right? Because I don't be seeing videos like this of Black cops doing this to anybody else, okay? I only see videos of white cops doing this, specific to Black. I don't even see white cops beating white people up like that. So we're gonna get started relatively soon, but I want to first off give our shout out to Sister Zizi here, because she has on her Instagram page, she made a response to something or whatever. So let me, before we play anything, as we're waiting for people to pile up, before we play anything, what was your initial response when you saw this, or reaction, rather, or thoughts?
You talking about right when he was sitting in the car?
We're gonna get into
the
share.
Okay, yeah. When I first seen that, though, for sure, I was unfortunately not surprised about how it went, because I've seen that happen many times with Black men online. Hearing about it in real life, things of that nature. That's just kind of the attitude of the suspected white supremacists in, the police force. So unfortunately, I was not surprised by how that went down, but it was so blatantly unjustified. The fact that they didn't pull him out the car. I mean, it just felt like it could have been so easily, It was only escalated because of the police, to be honest. It's supposed to be there. A part of your job training. At least it should be. It should be de-escalating situations. So the fact that you see so many anti-Black comments that's like, oh, well, this is why y'all need to comply. This is why, just making so many excuses. Like, that brother was not aggressive. He was within his rights. He asked for a supervisor. He was speaking to them. Like, there was no reason for them to, even if they were going to break his window and pull him out of the car to arrest him, there was no need for them to assault him multiple times and then insult him afterwards while they're detaining him. It's like it was so many different steps missed. But ultimately, it does show the problem that we have with policing. Why policing is such a problem with there's so much tension with the Black community and police in general. That was just one blatant example. Another one, should I say?
Yes, indeed. Yes. Let me play the copyright disclaimer. Don't worry, y'all. Don't worry about the glasses. I'm gonna take care of that. But let me play the copyright disclaimer, and then we're gonna get to the video, because you have his video from his cell phone that a lot of people have seen. You also have body cam footage, so we're gonna kind of look at both of those from two different angles, because I definitely have some comments. I'm sure she does too. I don't know if she Have you seen the body cam?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so it gives you a different perspective, but it's actually something I want to say something about. All right, so I'm gonna save it, but let me play the copyright disclaimer and warning. There are going to be graphic images. Okay, you are going to see somebody get assaulted, and we don't condone violence or anything like that. If it's too triggering, you might want to come back or skip past that part or something like that. All right. Copyright disclaimer. Under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. All right. All right. So the first video we're going to play is him in the car. But I want to say, I was able to find the video. Normally, they kind of hid it. The video of him talking to other officer. All right. So how the situation got there, I'm gonna get back.
Yes, sir. Reason why you're popping the door open like that? Inclement weather, you don't have your lights on.
I don't need the lights, and it's not weather. It's not raining.
This is inclement.
It's not raining.
Okay, I'm not arguing with you. I'm telling you why I'm over. Great proof insurance.
Why?
Excuse me?
Call your supervisor. Why did you pull me over?
I've already told you.
Why did you pull me over?
Step out of the vehicle.
No.
Step out of the vehicle. Or just slam the door and lock it. 25 seconds. If anybody responded, come in from Commonwealth, block the vehicle, please. Keep your hands where I can see them, sir. Yep, my camera's on too. I've already told you. Okay. Okay. Right now you're under arrest for resisting. You understand? You're under arrest for resisting. The longer you take us on, the worse it's going to be. Keep your hands where I can see them, sir. Okay.
That's what I wanted to show you. This is where the other cop pulls and blacks him in. I feel like this is very important because he closed the door. He doesn't try to leave. It's not like he's seen. That's very important. He stays in the car and he's asking for the supervisor. All right. This wasn't no wild high-speed chase or anything like that. He's waiting for the supervisor. Now, just to give you context of how he got into this situation, now he's talking to the other officer about the situation. And then, now we're going to get to the video that went viral.
When he pulled me over, he walked up, opened my door because my window don't work, right? Okay. And then I said, so what I did wrong? Yeah. He said, well, for one, your lights are off under this weather. I'm like, okay. Can you call your supervisor? Can you call your supervisor? All right, go for it.
Exit the vehicle now. Exit the vehicle. Show me your hands.
Here. I'm here. What is your reason? Step out now. All right. No, don't. Get on the ground.
Stop fighting.
Put your hands on your back.
Okay, so that's that as far as the initial video. All right. For context, it's very important for us to realize have anything I learned cops can pull you over for. There's like a laundry list of different things they can do. If you're dim, if any of your lights are dim, they can. There's almost like hundreds of things they can pull you over for. They pick and choose when they want to pull people over, which is why you see, and this is according to all statistics, all study, all data, which is why you see Black people getting pulled over more than anybody else, because cops can pull people over at their own discretion. So they can pretty much pull you over, unless you know, they can pretty much pull you over for anything. So when a cop feels like it, they can pull you over. When they don't have to. When they don't want to, they don't have to, which is why you see white people not getting pulled over at the same rates as you see Black people. It's not because they're not drivers, all right? It's because the cop is not obligated to pull you over unless they see something like dangerous, like you driving down a school zone at 150 miles an hour. They're not obligated. So at their own discretion, they can pull you over, which means that they pull Black people over because they choose to do that. All right? That's what that means.
Absolutely. Over policing and targeted policing.
Yeah. Also, say, when you get pulled over, you are detained. The cop can't ask you to step out of the car. That is something the cop can ask you to do if you're getting out of the car. However, I've seen videos, and we've all seen videos of white people being in the car, saying they ain't gonna get out of the car. They quote unquote know their rights, and the cop actually de-escalates the situation. Why I wanted to play the video of him talking to the other officer is because he's really in the middle. This happened in Florida. No wonder, right? He's literally in the middle of talking to the other officer when one busts the window open. Okay, at that point, it was not necessary to do that. It was even though, let's say you do, if he's not complying and you break the window, whatever the case is, that I feel still was a little excessive. It didn't reach that point where the window had to be broken. All right. It wasn't at that point, because it's not like he was reaching for anything. It's not like he was fleeing. It's not like he was getting even belligerent or anything like that. It didn't reach the point of the matter where you needed to break the window. They just felt annoyed with him not complying, and they broke the window.
Right. Yeah, and that's I'm like he escalated the situation, because even with him asking for the supervisor, if he would have done that, as soon as he asked for the supervisor, he could have called for a supervisor. Instead, he called for backup. He literally asked on his dispatch, like, is anybody close? And somebody's like, yeah, I'm around 10, whatever the hell street he was on. He's like, I'm about to pull up, basically. So he was just waiting for backup quick, because he knew his intent is, at least allegedly, this is my speculation. His intent, from what I'm getting from the video, is that he wanted to escalate that situation. He wanted a reason to put his hands on that young man, period. Because if he was just asking for a supervisor, at that point, you could have just been like, okay, you know what? If I'm irritated or he's not trying to comply, whatever, let me just come in. Maybe my supervisor will be able to talk him down and get him to a place where we can compromise. You know what I'm saying? Or he'll abide. But if that's not happening, and you clearly aren't helping the situation, because you're pulling him over, I mean, the frustration should be understandable. You're talking about headlights, and the police officer, mind you, pulls up with no headlights on. He don't turn them on until after he parks. So it's like, apparently, and the brother already said there's multiple cars without the headlights on. So that's already is given. And you're in Florida, out of all states. A black man getting pulled over for Florida with a week such as headlights being off because of the weather, and it's in the middle of the day. Like, that's cause for anybody. That's justifiable cause for anybody to be somewhere to be hesitant to comply with you, because they feel like that is what got exposed, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. Now, I want to say something. Going back to the video, going back to it. In this video, you see right here where he's talking to the officer, you see he has his seatbelt on here. Now, in this video, sorry, he doesn't have. The officer.
Excuse me? Call your supervisor.
Why did you pull me over?
35. I'm part of the dog driver. I've already told you.
Why did you pull me over?
Is there a reason why you're popping the door open like that?
I don't have a window that works. Is there a reason that you're pulling me over?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a reason why I'm pulling you over. For one thing, inclement weather, you don't have your lights on. Two things, you're not wearing your seatbelt.
It's daylight. I don't need the lights.
Now, we can't really tell that he's not wearing. In this video, he's clearly wearing his seatbelt.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I doubt he put that on as soon as he closed the door. That wouldn't really make sense.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense because he's not trying to go nowhere.
Yeah. And he didn't even address when the officer said you're not wearing the seatbelt. He didn't even address that. He was like, I don't even need the headlights. I think he was probably just still stuck on that being sounding like nonsense. So he didn't even address the fact that was the seatbelt thing.
Yeah. It looks like it. Now, here's the thing. When you look back at this video, he says inclement weather. It doesn't look like, to me, first off, hold on for 1 second. And let me it's the middle of the day, as you can see. And hold on for 1 second. Hold on for 1 second. Let me let you go ahead and do something.
Oh, okay. Is that the video? Yeah, for sure. And I think actually, I mean, he just took that off the screen, but I think in the back, you can't even see the headlights because it looks like the cop car is behind his car is the cop car behind him, the officer who initially pulled him over. It doesn't even look like his lights are on. You can't see headlights from the reflection of the back of the car from right. All you can really see is the red and blue. You can't see the white. If it was he had his headlights on, you should be able to see him directly in the back of his car. You can't even see those. So I don't even think the officer has his damn headlights on. He's telling him that he's pulling him over for headlights not being on in the middle of the day for inclement weather. And it's not even raining. So it's like, or it's not foggy, it's not misty outside. Like, what I'm trying to figure out in what region, what world would you need to have your headlights on in broad daylight like that, where you see everyone on. He's talking about he didn't have a seatbelt on. I'm like, how are you saying he doesn't have a seatbelt on and he has tents? You can't even see in his car, and you damn sure couldn't see that from just driving past him or just observing that from the street. There's no way you just seen he didn't have a seatbelt on with him having tents on, because his window don't work. So you couldn't see through his window. So even if he didn't have a seatbelt on, it kind of just seems like another BS excuse, because you can't see that until he opens his door. And then from the other perspective, he has his seatbelt on. So yeah, it sounds like this officer was pulling stuff from thin air.
Yeah.
Sure.
Also, when you look at this video and you say inclement weather, it doesn't look like, I mean, it looks maybe cloudy at best. Not that cloudy. It's not really dark. Okay. When you're looking at this, it doesn't look like it rained. His car is dry. The ground is dry. You can see the trees and stuff like that on the side. That's dry. Everything is dry. So it doesn't look like it just rained or it just stormed. It doesn't even really look like it's about to. It just looks maybe like there's clouds in the sky. Okay. Right. In the day. In this video, he says there are other cars. Oh, hold on. He says there are other cars that have no lights on. And this is what I'm telling you guys. They can pick and choose when they want to pull you over. Okay. They are not obligated to pull you over if your lights are out. They're not. Okay. So if they want to pull you over, if they see a white person with their lights out, well, I mean, it's day. If they see a black person with their lights out, well, you're not supposed to have your lights out, so they get to pick and choose with that.
Yeah.
Now, he posted this video. I think this happened like a few weeks or maybe a month later. He posted a video on social media. It goes viral. So then the sheriff sheriff department. They have to deal with the situation. So here comes the sheriff. Sheriff is like initially, right? This
the cell phone camera footage purportedly of this arrest was circulating on social media. JSO became aware that cell phone camera footage purportedly of this arrest was circulating on social media. At my direction, the agency immediately began both a criminal and administrative review of the officer's actions. These administrative reviews are ongoing, but the state attorney's office has determined that none of the involved officers violated criminal law. As you'll see in short order, the body-worn camera footage does not capture Officer Bauer's response to resistance when McNeil was seated in the driver's seat. As I explained, although the state attorney's office has deemed it not criminal, the response to resistance is now subject of a pending administrative review to determine if Bauer's conduct violated JSO policy. The law requires that a person comply with the police officer's commands during a traffic stop. This is extremely important. There are not options. If you disagree, take care of it someplace else, but not on the side of the road. No one enjoys being the subject of a traffic stop, and there are times in which citizens dispute circumstances of their stops, but the law is clear. A person must comply with an officer's commands, even if that person disagrees with that officer's reason for the stop. Within 21 seconds of his civil stop or civil traffic infractions of driving without illuminated headlights during rain or failure to wear a seatbelt, McNeil refused to provide stopping officers with his driver's license and registration. 14 seconds later, he locked his car door and refused to exit the vehicle, despite being told many times that he was under arrest. Moreover, McNeil was warned 7 times that he needed to open the door and exit because he was under arrest or resisting an officer without violence, or police would be forced to break his car window. Soon after McNeil was outside his car, officers found a large, unsheathed serrated knife on the driver's side.
Okay. Let me show you guys the rest of the video from the body cam.
Yes, sir.
Okay, after other officer pulls up.
Exit the vehicle now! Exit the vehicle! Show me your hands. Here.
1033 at 15.1 hours.
What is your reason?
No, don't put your hands
behind your back. Resist. Hands behind your back. What's wrong with you?
What you mean? I was putting my hands behind my back. I was going
Ain't no talking now, man. Ain't no talking. Fucking talking that shit. I'm doing, bro. What's going on, man? You're under arrest. That's what's going on.
No, bro. Yes, bro. Yes. No reason, bro. You gonna throw my phone like that, bro?
Yeah, I'm gonna take it off now, man. Bro.
Yeah. And I'm just trying to have a real relationship. So your partner didn't even ask.
That's right pocket.
Yes, it is. So why close the door if you see him pull up? Because, man, what you mean? He talking about arresting me and stuff, bro. I didn't do nothing.
It's called resisting, idiot.
I didn't do nothing wrong, bro. Can you back me up to the car talking to me now? You're both your boy.
Okay. So you've seen everything you need to see. Now, what I find very interesting is that officers are supposed to have body cam, and you only saw one body cam. And in the body cam, you didn't see the hit in the body cam footage. Now, it's very telling that there were multiple officers there, and the only body cam footage that they're trying to show you is the body cam footage of the initial guy. Now, if you saw body cam footage of any of the other officers, you'd be able to see from different angles. That is very important. Listen to what I say. That's very important, because now we're going to get into the responses of the sheriff, because now the press is going to ask the sheriff some questions, and he's going to be doing a lot of explaining. He's going to be doing a lot of that. Okay.
I know that he was charged with.
Yeah, Eric. Yes, sir.
I know that he was charged with resisting arrest without violence.
Yep.
But there was, when I go back and look at the other video from the cell phone video,
yeah,
I can understand the officer punching the window out. But what I don't understand is, and I know you said that this was not ruled criminal, sucker punching the guy in the jaw.
First of all, let me stop you. Not a sucker punch. I'm not excusing that administratively. I'm going to say that to you one more time. I'm not excusing that administratively. There are things that we definitely need to look at. But the context of this video should tell you everything you need to know.
Well, again, I take it. It looks like it's a sucker punch because he's looking straight. And you see this,
right?
Okay, and then you see them pull him out, and then you see a couple of punches to the face. Now, again, I understand breaking the window, but they charged him with resisting arrest without violence. So I saw a lot of violence. I think the public saw a lot of violence against somebody that was not violent.
Well, first of all, Eric, don't try to talk the public into what they saw. They just saw the same videos you saw. So what we're doing, what I'm saying is that it is what it is. This is the information that I want to share with the public in context without a short clip. It's very important to do that because it provides a lot of information to the public.
And you brought up
it's important. Let me finish. It's important for the people to know that you're not allowed to resist police officers.
We're going to pause that right there. Zizi, did you see violence?
I absolutely saw violence. And I also see a Negro who is programmed by I'm white and I say so and is being used as a white supremacist pawn. Because that's all that was. So white daddy said, you ain't see no damn violence. What? Like that brother, it was so uncalled for. It was a sucker punch. I'm glad he worded it like that. That was a little triggering for the sergeant or for the sheriff. But that's what it was. He punched him twice. The brother was not aggressive. They talking about they found this big knife, which he wasn't even charged for because all the rest of the charges was dropped. He was only charged for what was it? Driving without a license, a suspended license, and resisting without violence. So the knife really didn't even matter. Okay, that's not the point. The point is he assaulted him for no damn reason. He could have busted his window open and grabbed him out the car. It's 5 y'all. No reason for y'all to have to hit him in the face. It was literally, he wasn't even being aggressive out. He was putting his hand, he knew what I'm trying to put my hands behind my back. He was trying to comply at that point. So no, I'm sorry. No, he's trying to gaslight us.
Yeah, he is. And the thing is that he's going to be like, well, I'm not excusing that administratively, but when you called it a sucker punch, you stopped the reporter and you said, oh, it's not a sucker punch. Well, right. What would you word that? Because if somebody is not looking in your direction and you hit them, that's a sucker punch. That by definition, that is exactly what happened. All right. There was no need. I get if the person, first off, and I said this before, I felt like the window being broken at that point was a little, you jumped the gun on that. I feel like the officers jumped the gun. I get if the person is, not complying and you break the window to get the person out. That's one thing. Okay. We wouldn't be talking about this if that's the only thing that happened. Even though at that point in time, I don't feel like the window could have been broken. He was clearly looking for a supervisor, de-escalate, all right, prior to the window being broken. He didn't try to flee. He didn't try to reach for anything. He wasn't even being belligerent, okay? So you didn't have to break the window. But okay, fine. He broke the window. There was no need to break the window and then punch him in the face or hit him in the face, all right? Drag him out as he put his hands up. He didn't try to flee or fight or anything like that. He put his hands up all right, I guess. Didn't try to flee or fight. Drag him out the car, hit him again multiple times, and then pressed his head in the street.
Yep.
That was so not called for. That's multiple incidents of violence.
Yeah.
And the sheriff is all like, hold on, don't tell, you can't speak for what the public saw. We wouldn't even be having this conversation if the public didn't see that. The reason why the sheriff is up there splaining is because he's being the department is being put on blast because they saw violence. If most people agree that cop was in the right, we wouldn't even have had this conversation. We wouldn't even be in this position.
Yep. And they probably wouldn't be doing an internal investigation. He wants to try to put in. That's the thing with when it comes to Black victims, they always put the responsibility on the victim. It's always guilty until proven innocent with us. So even with him trying to like villainize him with saying like, oh yeah, well he could have showed us the video instead of releasing it to the public. He's trying to inflame the public. It's like, brother, y'all wouldn't have did anything. I don't even trust the internal investigations already. I don't even trust that, especially from the way he's speaking. I don't even trust what the hell they about to evaluate. But moreover, they may not even been doing that. They might have just tried to sweep that under the rug had he not shown that to the public. The public is what's going to make you hold somebody accountable. Somebody has to take the blame for that. Somebody's going to have to suffer, and somebody's going to have to face some sort of consequences when the public sees it. If it's just a few people that know, just him calling up there trying to figure out what's going on, it's easy for them to spend. Very easy. But as soon as the spotlight is on you, it's hard for you to hide.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But the sheriff is answering questions, and it get worse. With the way the sheriff is answering questions, no wonder he didn't make no damn police report. What do you think would have happened? I wouldn't have went out, took my video and giving it to the police. I wouldn't have did that. If this is how it wasn't a sucker punch. Oh, don't speak for the public. Okay, but listen. Okay, let's get back to it.
It's been dealt with in several different times. You don't resist when you're doing your lawful duties. You don't deserve to get violated, but you deserve to get what's necessary to get you under control and get you and take you into custody. Sheriff, so I'll leave there. I'll go with. Go ahead.
One of the discrepancies people were seeing between the police report and what we saw in the video. What we saw in that video was the allegation that McNeil had reached down for the knife. That was in the police report. But
where'd you see? What police report did you see that in?
In the arrest report for McNeil, that was stated that the officer saw him, reach for the knife that was on the floorboard. The video that was posted to social media, and even there, I couldn't see any clear indication. I mean, do you see that when you're watching this?
No, actually, I don't see where his hands are. I can't assume, Jake. No one can assume. I operate, and we operate off facts and facts alone. I can't make assumption. All I can go by when I read those things is what's stated in the report. I'm not saying whether it's true or whether it's not. I'm saying no one sees his hands at that point. He says, put your hands up, then his hands come up. But it was after the strike to the face. Like I said, again, I'm not trying this case in front of the public. I'm trying to give the public the information in context of what happened. No one saw his hands at that point. Don't know what happened from there, but that's part of the investigative process. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Lord have mercy.
No, they wicked. Okay. They wicked. I knew they were mad, of course, but they wicked.
Video, let's go back. He's in the middle of having a conversation with the officer. There's a whole nother one standing right here, and he's leaning forward and
my
talking.
door because my window don't work, right? Okay. And then I said, so what I did wrong?
Yeah. Now
he said, well, for one, your headlights are off under this weather. I'm like, okay. There's multiple people headlights off, first of all. And then there's no rain.
It doesn't matter. You're still required to have headlights on.
Can you pull that law up?
Huh?
Can you pull that law up?
Yeah, when you step out of the car, I will.
Can you call your supervisor? Can you call your supervisor?
All right, go for it.
Okay, then we're not trying to show the other video. Again. But he never reached for no knife.
No.
And at this point in time, as some type of justification, I'm this close to saying that. Now, he hasn't confirmed or denied. William, he hasn't confirmed or denied that there's a knife in his car. And they're trying to do the most with the knife. He never reached for the knife. Now, what's interesting about that is that you're saying he refused to leave the car, but he was reaching for a knife. How does that add up? How does that make sense for someone who's clear? He not only the car. Yeah, there's multiple officers surrounding his car. He's not leaving, but he's reaching for the knife for what?
Mm.
Yep.
Yeah,
you said what?
I was just about to say, yeah, that's just more of him trying to do this gaslighting YT supremacist. Oh, I'm getting used to TikTok YT. White supremacist logic. Yeah, the white supremacist logic is to fool you. They don't want you to believe what you already saw. So for them to have that's what I didn't even see that they had that in the report though. But that's how wicked these people are. It's to go as far as lying to do anything to paint you as a villain instead of a victim. They want to use anything they can. So yeah, we found something on the car. Yeah, apparently he was reaching. At no point, even in the body cam footage, did they say, what are you reaching for? If he was reaching for something, oh, trust, they would have for sure. That would have been a reason for them to shoot. Damn, knocking the window out. They would have started shooting, to be honest. So nobody in that video, none of the other, and again, telling, like you said, that they're not showing any of the other body cam footage. But I'm 100% sure that if any of them even had an inkling that he was reaching for something, they would have been on it. They would have that would have escalated even quicker, to be honest. So yeah, and they would have had guns on them as soon as they opened it. As soon as they opened, they broke that damn window. If they even broke it like that, again, they probably would have had their guns out before then, thinking it was a gun. The knife was a gun. So yeah, get out of here. That's insane. That's insane.
Yeah. It's a good thing he decided to record. That's a good thing. Because you're not seeing that in the body cam footage, and you can clearly see in the body cam footage he never in his video. I mean, he never reached for anything. You clearly see in his video he never reached for anything. This is why I give his video to the post said, "Hey, do you see him reaching for it?" He asked him, "Do you see him reaching for anything?" No. Well, I can't really tell. So he doesn't want to give an official stance on if he reached for a knife, but he does give official stances on it wasn't a sucker punch.
Right.
He will to stop you if you call. I mean, it could have been, he might have. So you see what's going on?
Yeah, heavily biased. You already see which way he's swaying. You already see.
Let's continue.
Yes, put it in the property room.
Okay, that also was not in the report.
But he got it back with all the information still on it.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Okay, as you can see, the police report is janky as hell.
Yeah,
because they didn't document the fact they took his phone. And then he was like, "Well, yeah, but he got it back though." Okay, but you guys are supposed to document when you confiscate somebody's phone. So there's multiple things in the police report that are flawed.
For sure.
And he's out here defending the police. He's not trying to give quote unquote context. He's defending the police to the best of his ability.
Exactly. I'm trying to figure out the brother, because the way the video looks, it almost looks like it's not recording. It might be a live or something. So I don't know if that was, do you know if that was actual recording or a live video that he just had and it was shared afterwards?
This video, or you mean the video of the brother who got hit?
Yeah, the original video he made.
I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm not sure. I know he posted it months like a while later, so I think it is a recorded video.
Okay, we'll see if he recorded it. Especially recorded on some sort of platform, something to that degree. If he didn't record it straight from off his phone, because they could have tried. That could be why they didn't put that in reporters, because they wanted to go in and try to delete whatever he had in there, But if it was already, if it was already automatically uploaded to some sort of cloud or app or something they couldn't access, then that might be why they just had to forfeit the phone, because it was like, well, damn, we can't delete no evidence, so let's just, what I'm saying. There's no point of acting like he probably was adamant about getting his phone back because he knew what he had on there. But that I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't put that past them either, though. If they tried to manipulate his phone in some way and just didn't have success doing it, so they gave it back.
Yeah, that makes sense. That probably did happen. Because you can't save things and then you can pull it up on another device, so that can happen too.
Right, that part exactly.
So can I get back to the sucker punch?
The young lady back there had a question. We can get back to you in a second, Eric.
So did this incident rise to the level that a response to resistance report was generated?
Yes.
Has that been reviewed? Is it still under review? What was the outcome?
So here's the process. When force is used, a response to resistance report is written. It goes to the supervisors. The supervisors then, at that point, review body cam footage. So they would have reviewed this. But you can't see, admittedly, you can't see the strike at all. So it's very difficult. Had they seen that, it probably would have risen to another level to where somebody else would have gone further, which is why we didn't really know at that time that all this had taken place. I'm a big believer in being honest and upfront. And if something like that happens, I'm going to tell you about it, like everything else that we've done. But it's very important to make sure we get this stuff out here in context so folks can see it. Yes, ma'am.
No, sorry, I got to pause it. I got to do it again. Okay. That's why I said that multiple cops have body cams. He's not the only one who has a body cam. In the body cam of the cop who actually broke a window and hit him, you can't see the hit. None of the hits. You can't see none of the hits. This is why you got to look at the other body cams. All right. So he's all like, well, you know, I believe in honesty and giving you the full context. The brother's social media video has more context than the officer's thing. Yep. Because the officer's body cam doesn't show any hitting at all. All right. Which is interesting because he's only showing one. And then he's all like, well, you know, if we would have known, how did y'all not know that the officer hit him? Y'all didn't report hit him? Y'all didn't know that? You didn't look at other people's body cam to know that?
That's the sound like lies coming straight from out his mouth. That sounds like that white supremacist logic again. Because there's no way, like I said, there's no way y'all didn't know that. And hold on, I couldn't really hear what that lady was saying. Did she say something about a stolen car or something like that? I didn't catch what she said.
No, play it back. Let me circle.
So here's the process.
So can I get back to the sucker punch?
The young lady back there had a question. We can get back to you in a second, Eric.
So did this incident rise to the level that a response to resistance report was generated?
Yes.
Has that been reviewed? And it's still under review. What was the outcome?
So here's the process. When force is used, a response to resistance report is written. It goes to the supervisors. The supervisors then, at that point, review by. You can't see, admittedly, you can't see the strike at all. So it's very difficult. Had they seen that, it probably would have risen to another level, to where somebody else would have gone further.
Did you hear what she said?
I think I caught the first part, and she was asking about them doing reports of nonviolent resisting. But the last part, I don't know why it sounded like she said something about a stolen car or something. Maybe I might be just hearing it wrong.
I can't really make out the last part of what she said either.
Which is why we didn't really know at that time that all this had taken place. I'm a big believer in being honest and upfront. And if something like that happens, I'm going to tell you about it, like everything else that we've done. But it's very important to make sure we get this stuff out here in context so folks can see it. Yes, ma'am.
Sheriff, what are your thoughts on the video that was posted on social media? And here's one of the officers kind of turns off the video, turns off what's being recorded. What are your thoughts on that?
I don't know that he turned it off. I know that at some point we stopped it, but we wanted to make sure you got a chance to see both views from the officers that were dealing with him publicly, talking to him face to face. At some point it does turn off, but usually when the interaction's over is when that happens. And that's why we're still looking. That's why we look at the entire process. That's why we check for JSO policy violations. I can't give you right now whether they turned it off at the right time or at the wrong time. This is my opportunity to share the information with the public, right? And so now we still continue to refer to the social media video. But I just showed you body cam videos with much more information. Let's acknowledge that, because that's important. The importance is I'm showing you the video, the body cam video from the entire incident from start until they had turned off. We stopped it for, He did not. He did not. He never filed a formal complaint.
Now, it's very interesting because they asked, like, the body cam footage seemed to be edited or something like that. I'm not sure exactly what the situation is.
They kind of
it got turned off or something. I don't know. What are you saying?
They kind of cut it from. Well, I know they did cut it from when the originally, at least they cut it from when they interacted from the initial interaction, him and the initial cop, and when the second cop pulls up. And then I'm not sure if it was like those other two cops, because it's two. There's like 4 or 5 cops in total in in the whole situation. So I don't know how many cops was in that particular car that gets out. I'm assuming they're not riding full deep around the city. So I don't know if the cops parked in the back, but the other cops coming in aren't really clear. It's not really clear at what point the rest of them come in as well, because we only start with one. So the other four, other than the one that pulls up that we see on camera, the other three, it's like, where did those? It's just kind of weird. But that's what I'm like. I hope somebody asks him about the other body cam footages, because it's like his camera shouldn't have been the only one on. So
it shouldn't be.
I mean, that would be telling in itself. But the fact that they're not, and he's going so hard for this one angle, it's like, okay, and you're trying to act like the brothers video was something different, and it has the body cam footage bring context. But like you said, the brothers footage brings a lot more context to the situation than theirs. It's just not the context that they want us to see.
Yeah. It's interesting because it could have been, if they all had their body cam on, it could have been that, because I believe in certain cases body cams automatically turn on or stay on or something like that. I'm not 100% sure of everywhere in every department, every state, but it could have been you showed the body cam that was the least damaging. That's what makes sense to me. You the body the least and say, well, this is in a fuller picture of the situation, even though what we've seen from the brother's social media video shows more context, because in the body cam, he admits you don't see that.
And so he could have. He could definitely was
And you probably could see, like I said, you probably could see from the officer who was on the other side talking to him from the passenger side. You could probably show that he never reached for anything.
Right, because he's talking like this when he's talking. He has his hands in the camera. He has his hands up, so you could probably see it through the window if he has his window cracked on that side. Because he can't open the door from the other side. He's not reaching over to open the other door. So he's talking to him through the window on that side. So yeah, you probably can.
Yep. And that's why he showed that one angle, because that one angle you damn near don't see anything.
Right.
Except when he opens the door, you almost don't see anything. It's not no more context. You don't really see too much of anything. So you can't tell if he's reaching for anything or not. Now, if you would have shown the other body cam footage, you could be able to tell if he reached for anything. But luckily, he had his video propped up in probably like, I don't know, a cup holder or a phone holder or something like that, where you can tell based off of him facing out or in the camera, you can tell he didn't reach for anything. All right. Not that it would make sense for him to if he doesn't want to leave the car anyway.
Yeah.
It's all over it, if had that been the case. But he did not. Right there.
So I just want to get back to the punch. This is just to be a yes or no question.
Wait, Eric, are you going to tell me how to answer a question?
I'm just keeping it simple.
All right, go ahead.
Was it appropriate for the officer to punch this guy in the jaw after he'd already broken the window? Was that yes or no? Was that appropriate?
It depends on the circumstances. But it's already determined it's not criminal. Now we're going to look for JSO policy violations. How about that? Is that good?
Well, if a civilian did that to another civilian, they would be in handcuffs.
No, not necessarily. It depends on the circumstances, the situation.
Wow.
First off, yes, 100%. It depends on the circumstance. 100%. If a civilian did this to another civilian, if a civilian sucker punched another civilian, period, you would be arrested for it. There's no circumstance where somebody's not looking at you and you can hit them, and that can be like, oh, well, I mean, y'all were in an argument. There is absolutely, and I'm glad he said it like that. It depends on the circumstance. And let's say this. Let's say it depends on the circumstance. In this particular situation, was it appropriate? Not is it ever appropriate to hit nobody?
Right.
That's not what he was asking. Not no general, should a cop ever hit anybody ever? Okay. You can say, well, it depends on the circumstance. In this situation, was it appropriate? Oh, that cop is wrong for nothing.
Right. That's what it's given. He's very biased. And even with him trying to say that, even with him using that, that's such a deflection. Oh, well, no, it depends on the situation. Because you don't want to answer it in a yes or no question, because you know the answer is always going to be no. There was no reason for that. in no way, shape, or form was that appropriate for him to do in that situation. Talking about it depends on the circumstances. You know the circumstances. You've seen the video. You've seen the body cam footage. You've seen both angles. You know that he was not. He didn't have any weapon. He wasn't reaching for anything, and it was a petty ass traffic stop. We're talking about headlights. Honestly, he could have just let him off. With the back and forth after he said, you know what, this other headlights on and it's daylight outside. Okay, you know what, sir? I'm gonna just let you off with a warning. You have a good day. I mean, the interaction could have stopped right there. They didn't even have to get to him having to close the door because you're threatening to arrest him off nonsense. This is ridiculous. And the fact that he's trying to stay up here and say, oh, well, yeah, it just depends on, sir, you know the circumstances. These circumstances violence was not necessary at all. He was not aggressive at all towards them officers. He was being very respectful. And then we can't ignore the fact, too. I don't want to ignore the fact that after they assaulted him, they continued to insult him. They was mocking him. Yeah, bro. We're going to do that. You're resisting, idiot. So you're insulting him. You're mocking him. You assaulted him. And you want us to believe that they was just following policy? That's how a normal interaction is supposed to go with police officers? That's absolutely ridiculous. You know that's not the standard, and it's only the standard for Black people. Let's just be real. Keep it a bean. It ain't the standard for non-Black people. That's for sure. Y'all don't even talk like that. I've seen people chasing them up and down the street with knives and bottles and all types of shit, and they don't even get that disrespectful. Mm-hmm. So no, come on, that's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. And that one report is trying to, holding him accountable to the best he can, but he's ducking and dodging every single thing. Mm-hmm. This is why he posted the video on social media. Imagine if he would have made a formal complaint. Oh, they were like, he didn't make a formal complaint. Well, if you're the sheriff, and this is how you're knowing the full conscience that the sheriff has admitted was wrong in this circumstance was the driver. That's the only person he's admitted being wrong for anything. Comes to until there's discrepancies, which means it's a false arrest report. Okay, it's not a discrepancy. If you're putting something in an arrest report that didn't happen, you're lying, and that's a false arrest report. He doesn't want to touch on that. He doesn't want to touch on that sucker punch. He doesn't want to touch on the fact he clearly wasn't reaching for a knife. He doesn't want to admit the cops were wrong in anything. It's under investigation. That's the most he'll say.
Protecting his brothers in blue.
Yep. But then listen to what he says next.
I know that's how you want it to be. I know there's a tendency to want to be some massive cover up that is not. That's why I'm here. I stand up. We talk to you about what happened. We give you what we can give you. Then it's up to you guys to report it. But
do you think the public is going to buy that?
I don't know. My point is.
Do you think the Black community is going to buy?
Don't use Black thing. I'm a Black man. Wait, hold on, Eric. Hold on. Stop for a second, because you're trying to be incendiary, and this is not the time for it. This is me sharing information with our public, right? The whole statements about the Black issue. I wouldn't work here if we're after Black men or Black people, period. I can tell you he wouldn't. I can tell you any other African American or Black male or female that works here wouldn't work here if we're after if our Black citizens are under siege. Not the case. Not at all. I've been alive probably a little bit longer than you have. Haven't had any of these issues. You know why? Because if I was ever stopped by the police, which I was when I was a young man, and they asked me to do something, I did it. Simple compliance. It doesn't rise. It doesn't get out of control. That stuff doesn't happen then. Do as we ask you to do. If you don't like the word compliance, just do as we ask you to do then.
Oh, wow. He said, don't start the Black thing. Don't start with the Black thing.
That's very pretty much telling not to pull the race card.
Exactly. Very telling of his attitude. And the fact that he's using this whole, they have Black friends. They can't be racist. That's essentially what he said. Black people wouldn't be working here. We got Black friends. We're Black. But it was two brothers on the scene and watched that brother get assaulted.
Mm-hmm. They didn't say anything.
And didn't say anything.
It would be one thing if you hit him and he was like, hey, man, we ain't got to do all that. You know what I'm saying? You didn't hear any of the officers say anything. And he hit him multiple times. Okay. Right. Clearly, even when the man was trying to put his hands behind his back, he was like, dude, I'm trying to put my hands behind my back and y'all hit me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And the black officers didn't say anything or do anything about it.
What are we talking about? That badge, and that's why, let's just be honest, a lot of the time these departments, they know who to choose. They know that they vet their Negroes very well before they bring them on board. They know who's going to get on here and get on claim, and who's going to try to resist. And they usually ostracize and end up getting them out the way, those that try to go against the grain. So yes, you're in a position of a sheriff for a reason. That's kind of telling of your own mentality. And then on top of that, you're going to say, don't start the black thing. Oh, well, I'm a black man. You see, he try to double back. Like, oh, let me not say that. That might sound a little too. That might be a little too loud. You know, I'm supposed to be dog whistling right now. Let me get back on code. So that's why he had to go with, if the other African Americans on the force, we wouldn't be here. I've never had that problem because I've always complied. Yeah, because you're a good Negro. That's why they want you on the force. That's why you're the sheriff, and that's why they got you out there splaining for that white supremacist, that suspected white supremacist that assaulted that brother, because you are 100% okay with white people doing that. I'm with that as long as you're the exception, as long as you get some butter biscuits at the table instead of everybody else, as long as you're excluded and you get a little privilege, you'll be the face of the bullshit. But no, that's an excuse for telling me that man, that's sort of that, man. I don't know. I don't see how that's not criminal. He should be able to press criminal charges against at least that officer for sure. I think all of them deserve criminal charges, to be honest, because they assisted in it. They fucking codees. But that particular officer with the body cam who was in the initial interaction, with an initial interaction and punched him in the face, he for sure needs criminal charges. For sure.
I agree. Yep. 100%. 100%. The fact that it's not criminal, when there was no need to hit him.
Yeah,
there was never any need to hit him, and if there was a need to hit him, the sheriff would have said that. The sheriff would have been like, that was the only way to calm him down. He was being violent, whatever. But when he said, okay, yes or no, was that appropriate? He's all like, well, it depends on the circumstance. That means it's a no, but you don't want to say it's a no.
Right.
All right. And like you said, they know who they're getting to be the sheriff. They are like, okay, that's great. We'll have a black guy be the sheriff. So that way you'll have the other suspected white supremacist cops going rampant and then be like, hold on, don't bring up the black thing, because the sheriff is a black guy, you know, so they're not out here targeting black men. Even in the video, you saw the brother William, he was all like, I see all these other cars with no headlights on. I wonder what race they were. What you say you're not targeting people.
Right. And they always are. They're trained to target black people, so we know what it is. We know what that's really about. We understand their real agenda, and so does he. But he's being very disingenuous about it. He's trying to hide. He's trying to play the sheep in the wolf in sheepskin for sure.
You're 100% correct with that. Let me show you now. William McNeil. He did a press conference after the situation, so we're gonna play that.
Bringing everybody here together, and thank y'all for supporting me. That day, I just really wanted to know, why I was getting pulled over and why I needed to step out the car when I know I didn't do nothing wrong. I was really just scared. And, that's it.
On February the 19th, 2025, this year, America saw what America is. You saw injustice. You saw abuse of police power. But most importantly, we saw a young man that had a temperament to control himself in the face of brutality. William McNeil. Let me be clear. And people talked about him pleading guilty to resist without violence and drop no suspended license. That entire stop was not just pretextual, racial motivated, was unlawful. And everything stemming from that stop was unlawful. What we're not going to do this morning is back and forth between leaders of Jacksonville. What we're going to do, we're going to focus on the facts. And everybody saw the video. You can release all the body cameras you want, but the body camera, the cell phone footage was unedited. Here's a reality. You can talk about a knife being in the car, but it was not a weapon because he did not weaponize it. He stayed calm. The only weapon that day was a Jacksonville sheriff office. The nation saw it. Everybody saw it. And we're here for redress and get justice for the Manil family. A college student on scholarship, doing what's required of him to be a better person. And all he did was exercise his fundamental rights, his God-given right. It's a simple question. Why are you stopping me? For not having headlights on during the day? Did y'all see the video where the officers came with no headlights on? No windshield wiper, no smoke, no fog, no rain. So anybody would be confused, why are you stopping me? And he exercised their right to answer that question. And they bullied him, intimidated him, broke his window, and beat him and caused permanent injuries.
This was a classic case of driving while black. And I applaud William McNeil for keeping his demeanor, his calmness. I mean, Attorney Daniels, I thought the trained police officers were supposed to be the ones to de-escalate the matter. They were the ones escalating the matter with the best of us. He kept calm. He was trying to de-escalate the matter. He just kept asking simply, why are you stopping me? I mean, think about that. I understand the sheriff said anti-police. No. It's not anti-police when an American citizen asks, why are you stopping me? That is an American citizen exercising his constitutional rights. That's what William was doing. He was exercising his constitutional rights. And Attorney Daniels and I seek to remind America that we are a democracy, that we believe in the Constitution, and that all American citizens have a right to the protections of the Constitution. That this is not a police state where the police are above the law and that accountability. No, the last time I checked, America is still a democracy and our citizens still have a right to the Constitution.
The day I seen that video, I couldn't finish it past the window breaking. It wasn't until maybe a few months ago I finally finished the whole video. But I'm thankful to God for protecting him because I know what the outcome should have been. But I believe in faith in God is what protected my only son. And I thank God.
All right. Let the whole thing play. What are your initial thoughts?
Well, okay. I'm sorry, I'm looking sideways a little bit, but I never seen that other brother before. The one that was, I think that was his attorney as well. The first brother who spoke. But so he was. I mean, I will say that was making the right talking points. They was focusing on the fact that the officers escalated that situation, without reason, and that the brother was well within his rights to ask those questions. And honestly, even with him continuing to ask those questions, he was right because he was really what it was is he was looking for a legitimate reason to have been pulled over. To be honest, the headlight thing was it sounded ridiculous. It did. So that's why the brother continually asked, like, well, what are you pulling me over for? Like, for real? Because there's no way you pulling me over something that I literally don't need in the middle of the day. So I am glad that they said that. I'm glad the brother said that he was scared because a lot of the times, again, and that's why I'm like, a black man in Florida with the this minute reason to pull me over, you know, and asking this officer already having this initial hostility, and calling for backup, and you know, like that's a scary situation for any black person, to be honest. So I'm glad that he put that out there. Like, yeah, I fear for my life. That's really what it was. And like the mother said, you know, it was the gun, or they thought it was something else. Or he was belligerent, or he did get out the car, you know what I'm saying? And something that some of the interaction went left in, it could have gotten fatal, you know, to say the least. So yeah, I'm glad that they are at least on the right talk. We'll see how they go about pursuing his case though. Especially because they saying that they full break. But I'm curious how they'll go about how pursuing this case.
Me too. We're gonna have to circle back later on after this develops, because you know we do that. You know, we circle back when the story kind of develops a little bit further. None of them were wrong. Okay, I am glad that they mentioned this is driving while black. Okay, yeah, and this was racially motivated. All right, so I will give credit where credit is due. The thing is with Ben Crump is that when it comes to situations like this, people don't get punished. Right. Yeah, everybody gets a check, but like, let's be honest, if this happened a while ago, we should know the officer's name by now.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? We don't know the officer's name at this, and I want him to get a check, and he should get a check. But also, if we're gonna stop this situation, we're gonna have to hold them accountable and punish them. We gotta end the cycle of I get beat, I get a check, but the cop gets to go.
Right.
That cycle has to stop.
Or get
does. Because I think the woman, she was asking if the officer had any other disciplinary actions before, and then the sheriff says he doesn't know. Which, how do you not know as a sheriff? But okay.
Wow, I did it. Was that in the press conference? I didn't catch that.
Yeah, that was in the press. I just remembered that now. That was what was in the press conference. She asked if he had any disciplinary actions prior to, and he says he doesn't know. I'm gonna go back to the situation, and I'm glad they brought up the fact that he was stopped when he was black. Because when you look back here, okay, and you see this situation, he was 100% correct. You don't see a fog. It's not really dark. It's not raining. Clearly, It didn't just stop raining. You know what I'm saying? Nothing is wet. If it just stopped raining, you would still see the leaves wet, the grass wet. You see his car wet. You see something, the ground wet. So clearly, you know, you said inclement weather, and you are supposed to have your lights on during inclement weather. You are. But that doesn't look like that was the situation. When you look at the environment, it doesn't look like that would be a necessity for you to have your lights on. Yeah. Why? Like, you can clearly see there is nothing at all. There's no weather at all I can see that impairs your vision. All right. At least where now you got to arrest the guy, at least to the point where now it's escalated to the point you hitting people, whatever. Like you said, just keep your lights on. It's not that big of a deal.
It could have just been a warning.
That big of a deal, which is why he was like, "Why are you stopping me?" Because clearly, this weather is not that bad. And even if he was wrong, there was a much more professional way to de-escalate that situation. They didn't even really attempt to.
Yeah, that's what I'm like. And if this was a white person, this interaction would have been completely different. Like, honestly, I don't even see him really. Honestly, he might not have even gotten out of. He might not have even pulled him. He might have just flashed his lights at him and told him to, you know what I'm saying? And like, you know, you flash your headlights, like your high beams to someone, and that kind of gives them the let you know your lights are off. They probably would have did something like that in traffic. Or if anything, when he walked up to the car, he'd be like, "Hey, just make sure your lights are turned on. It's kind of inclement weather. Somebody's going to pull you over. I'm going to have to give you a ticket. You know what I'm saying? If I catch you down the road with your lights still on." And that would have just been that. But for this brother had, I think I read on Attorney Crump's post on it. He posted on Instagram. Matter of fact, when the sheriff he was saying that the brother had like short-term memory loss. He had to get stitches. He got a chipped tooth. I'm like, for all of that to come out of some headlights, that's insane. Like, that's not even, the math is not even mathing right there. So that right there, just that simple fact that he had to suffer all them consequences from this simple interaction that they escalated to the extreme. Why in the hell is the sheriff, the basic department, not at least being unbiased enough to say that? Like, it him getting the chip too, didn't have to result in him complying. Him not complying shouldn't have resulted with him having a chipped tooth or memory loss. There's no reason for non-compliance, especially non-violent resisting. There's no reason for y'all to have to do all that, especially when it's 5 damn officers. Even if he was a little violent, it's funny. Yeah, that's more than enough manpower for y'all to handle this one man. It's ridiculous, man. Yeah, he's covering up. That sounds like a cover up.
Yeah, it is. And I'm glad that he does have attorneys, even if it is Ben Crump. You know, I will say, I will give credit where credit is due. The fact that he has Ben Crump, something's about to happen.
Yeah, for sure. You know,
it's huge platform as an attorney. Something's about to happen now. Exactly. So that is a good good sign, I would say. Although, he's probably going to get paid a good check, but still, we need more accountability. We need officers to be fired, if not charged in this situation with assaulting a civilian.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's why it should be some sort of disciplinary action for the other officers too, because I understand just coming for this one, which we damn sure should have his name. I'm so glad you said that. Why the hell they ain't released that officer's name yet? That's very, very telling of the investigation, but they should have been done. But the fact that the other officers too are not being focused on, he's just trying to, especially the sheriff is just focusing on this one officer's actions. I mean, even the attorneys was kind of just focusing on that one officer. But I'm like, the other officers there could have helped de-escalate that situation too. The fact of the matter is that they back each other's play no matter what. They're on code with each other no matter what, and that's the issue. The issue is not just that one officer. The issue is the fact that he knew he could get away with it with his buddy cops there. He knew that they wasn't going to speak out against him, and even with them being black, he knew that they wasn't going to side with him. He knew they wasn't going to correct him, at least damn sure not on camera and not in front of him, saying anything like, "Oh, you didn't have to punch him," or "You didn't have to." They're going to help him create the narrative. Stop resisting. All you can hear from the other officer, stop resisting. What are you doing, bro? No, you can't do that. It's too late for talking. So they're automatically like, you should have complied. They're all automatically helping them trying to build this narrative. And that's ultimately what he wanted. He didn't want him there for no damn backup. He knew he didn't need backup. He could have honestly broke the window and got him out the car, got him out the vehicle himself. He would have went the same way. If he hadn't assaulted him, he would have still allowed him to arrest him, break his window, and get us. It would have still happened like that even if he didn't have backup. But the fact that he had backup there and they're not focused on that, they're not even trying to get the accounts from the other officers or talk about the accounts that they probably have taken at this point in the investigation. Yeah, it shows that it's more than just the officer that's the problem. The whole system is the problem. The fact that they have buddy cops that can back their play like that so easily without question is the problem.
Mm-hmm. Which goes to show and defeats the argument that there's a few bad apples, but most are not like that. It was only from what we saw one cop that hit him. But all of the other cops were around, watched it, didn't anything at all.
Yep.
Didn't even say anything like that much. Didn't even say anything. We're not. It would be one thing if we're saying the officer should have grabbed the officer and pulled him off, but you're not going to tell him like, hey, it's not that necessary. I got him. Like, you don't got to hit him again and again. You don't got to do that. All of these officers in the department, from the Blacc name, you would never see it happen if the races were reversed. If that was a 22-year-old white boy and a black officer, and he breaks the window and then punches him in the face and then drags him out and punches him again, slams him to the ground, you wouldn't see nobody be all like, let's do an internal investigation and, you are supposed to comply. They don't treat black officers like that.
Yep. That's a fact. They are much more quick to correct black officers than they are any other group, any other officer, to be honest. And even with them being brothers in blue, unless it's going against, like you said, unless it's going against somebody that's also black.
Yeah. Oh yeah. If he did it to a black person, of course. He couldn't do it to no white person. He couldn't.
No.
Even if the white person was actually resisting physically. Because notice they said he tried to reach for a knife, but then they said he resisted without violence. So even those two things are contradictory.
Yep. But they ain't gonna say nothing about that. They damn sure ain't gonna say nothing about that police report that he written, the lies that he put in that damn police report.
Yeah. But do you have any final thoughts on the situation?
Final thoughts would definitely be I hope that this brother does get justice. I want to keep an eye on this for sure. Because like you said, because the Attorney Crump, but you know that something's going to come from it. You know, the fact that Attorney Crump is on it, it does mean that it's getting national attention, mainstream attention. So, you know, it's going to be something else that comes from this as well. But I do want to make sure, I do want to see if that internal investigation, what exactly comes from that internal investigation and the information that comes out from it. I want to see the officer's name out in the public on mainstream. I want his face plastered, you know, if the other officers too, to be honest, but especially the one with the body cam footage. Just they're trying to make him the fall guy or the main, just take all the credit for everything. So they definitely need to put his information out as soon as possible. And I hope the family is on code. I know he had his mother up there. I don't know about his father. I wish the father would have spoken. I wish the father would have had a chance to speak to him. But our fans on the support out there stays on, keeps their foot keep the pedal to the metal, you know. So they can figure out what exactly is going to come from this, and if justice is actually going to come out from this. So, you know, we'll see. But brothers, be careful. People got to give them a reason. I'm sorry, I don't see that situation going much differently. Even if the brother would have got the vehicle, to be honest, he was looking for a reason. He just wanted to put his hands on that man. Okay, so driving while black, being black is enough. So be very careful. You know, stay cold, stay stoic. You know. Even in times where I know it can be scary, you may fear the outcome of the situation. You know, you have to stay cool, stay calm, stay collected. And recording, although it's not always, you know, bulletproof, even like they trying to do why you not say so and just know what I'm saying. That's what happens in these situations. So yeah, recording is always a good thing. A dash cam, it's never a bad thing to have that, especially when you're getting pulled, or even if you just have someone just phone up before you stop record. I would honestly prefer they can just stop the video. If your phone is unlocked, they can just go in, delete it, and it's done. But if it's live, you have people up there that are screen recording. It's going to, even if they end live, it automatically gets saved to your archive. So yeah, you have things of that, you know, those type of things kind of protecting you. So yeah, just be careful, man. This is absolutely egregious. And that those officers, all of them, at least the white ones are suspected white supremacists, but the other two black ones are definitely anti for sure. They don't hold with their white supremacists, blue brothers in blue. So yeah, egregious.
Yeah, that's true. I agree 100%. In situations like that, is the best to stay stoic. Don't be too emotional. Clearly, you're looking for a reason. In that situation, what we learned from our brother, Neely Fuller Jr., what we learned from him is that you have to act as if you're a prisoner of war. Okay, in those situations. In those situations, all of this, I know my right. I've seen some videos, not that video, but I've seen some videos where y'all like, I know my rights and all of this stuff. Be calm. Hey, I just want to speak to your supervisor, because we've seen multiple videos of the supervisor comes up and then tells the other officers they tripping. We've seen those videos. So the whole an officer is right all of the time. No, it's not all of the time. The officer is right. Because it could have easily been the supervisor came up and then was all like, you know what? I mean, it's not that big of a deal. Let him go. It could have easily been that. But the thing is that you stay calm. If you and I'm glad he had his video up. Try to prop it up so you can see at least, you know, from the passenger side forward. That way you can see, like you said, go live, because they will. I mean, if they got your phone and it's saved in your gallery, if they have access to your phone, if your phone is unlocked, they can delete that. And then your proof is gone. And then they're the only people who have the narrative. All right. So you have to understand these things and just do your best to protect yourself. All right. Even if you do step out the car, you can still record.
And I've seen other I just seen somebody in the chat say that they might if you go live, they might try to say that they might try to hurt you because they feel threatened and they feel like somebody's going to come to the location. I say pull up. You see, if you're a black man, you see another black man get pulled over. I've seen brothers do that before. Just pull over, just do a wellness check, you know, to make sure the interaction is going all right. Okay. Because that also does help as far as the victim in that situation, the person is getting pulled over. That may help them help their side, you know, because if somebody's pulling up, like, bro, you pulling them over for headlights, what are you doing? All right, bro, if you like, you know, that it kind of just it gives them a reason to kind of back off, because now you're not just dealing with one person. Now you're already dealing with the public. So you get this other brother involved, you try to lock him up or do something to him. You know, you don't know who, you know what I'm saying, who he's connected to, or what he was on the way to, who else he might have called to say, hey, look, pull up, it's a brother getting pulled over. So honestly, we do better in numbers. I'm all right with, make them think somebody else about to pull up, because that might just stop them, from actually harming your ass. Because now they realize that it's not just you that they got to deal with, they got to deal with the people behind you. So yeah, I'm all for us doing wellness checks on brothers and sisters getting pulled over. Even if you stop, you ain't got to, even if you don't interact, even if you just stop somewhere nearby and just watch, you know, and try, and you know what I'm saying, and make sure, you know, saying nothing is happening unlawfully. That's all. That's situations like that for sure.
This is what the Black Panther Party started doing. They initially started by just watching the police, because the police feel like if especially back in that time, you didn't have no cameras, people didn't have no phone cameras, so it was they were against yours, and they was always gonna win. So if you have multiple witnesses there, you're not gonna really beat nobody up like that. Because like you said, now you got to deal with everybody around you. Right. Nor are you going to be able to lie, because now you got different camera angles and stuff like that. You got different stuff. So more than likely, you're going to act straight. Yeah. You're going to act like you got some sense if you're around a bunch of people.
Absolutely.
So we will be keeping up with the story. I mean, it's still developing. We don't really know exactly what's going to happen. We're not 100% sure yet. More than likely, he is going to get a check, because Ben Crump, when he comes in the picture, he tends to make sure he leave with a check.
Yeah, he know for that. For sure. We know for getting that money.
More than likely, he's going to get a check. But that we'll keep up with that story. But I'm glad our brother's, you know, alive and well today.
Yeah, me too.
You know,
I'm glad he made it out of that. Because it could have been worse, unfortunately. It's a shame that we even got to say that, though, that it could have, but the reality is that it could have been. And they could have got away with it as well. It could be this same position. The same position. If he would have lost his life, he might not know, still probably be on officer at the face of it who's explaining and trying to manipulate the public into thinking that this wasn't what it blatantly so very much is. So yeah, that would be even more unfortunate. I'm glad the brother's still here.
Yeah. Well, ZZ, where can they find you?
All right, y'all. So yeah, I agree with everything. They did a thorough analysis of this case, of the situation of police brutality, or this case of police brutality. This brother was clearly in the right. They had no reason to pull him over. They had no reason to mess with him. Besides racial profiling, they had no reason to bust his window. They had no reason to drag him out the car. They had no reason for none of that. So, yeah, I hope he does get paid. And as you see, Ben Crump is on the case, so he's definitely get paid for this, but haven't been pulled over for this exact reason. this could have happened to me. I've been pulled over for not having my lights on at night, and the police try to have court with me during the stop, and I did what Nelly Fuller said: don't fuss, don't fight, don't flee. And they gave me my ticket, and I went about my day. But I could have very easily been in this situation myself. And I was around the same age as his brother. I think I was about 21, 22 years old. So, yeah. What are your thoughts, Lady Che?
I covered this on my program earlier. There was a whole bunch of things I didn't like about this video. About this whole thing. I didn't like the when he first, when they showed the video cam. Let's just start with the video cam. With the body cams.
Yes.
Dude's rolling, like you see him driving, but you don't hear no audio, so you don't know really where he's going. And you always, you see the condensation on the window, but you don't see nothing else, right?
Yeah.
And to get all up, so like he barely, you don't really know what's going on. He's running a plate, it looks like, and then he gets over there and he tells the young man, what's going on, like, basically saying real quick about the damn lights. And yes, again, and the door closed, whatever. He's saying call the supervisor. Dude did not even call the supervisor. He called for other cars in the area to come and block the kid in.
Yeah.
He didn't call for no supervisor. He called to block this kid in. That's on top. When the cars are pulling up, I think like maybe one or two, like one of them didn't have no lights on.
Yep.
Front lights on. You know what I mean? And they rolled right up and touched the car. Like they pressed his car. They blocked him in all over, When he's talking to you on one side, he's having from one video, from one camera angle, it looked like he's hollering at the police officer. On the other side, he's having a little dialogue, calm dialogue with that other officer. And the other officers were like, yeah, you gotta turn your lights on, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right? And then he hops over the car. He says, go ahead and break the window. So they break the window, right?
Yeah.
My thing is, like, first with the camera in the car. Like, with him in the car, he's literally looking at the camera like, we're like, help. You know what I mean? Like, not really saying it, but the eyes are saying everything. It looks like twice. He's got glass in his hair, his face, you know what I mean? They punch him again on the outside, grab him by his hair, and press his face on the ground. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so he got a cut lip. He's all cut up, right? And he had the head marking on him. They're doing all this extra stuff, right? When they go to search the car, they're in there touching everything, making little comments. And at that point in time, you don't see the phone at all, right? You don't see the phone that was on the inside of the car. And that he was recording with, he's like, look, there's a knife. Well, they pulled old boy out and put him in the car. Everybody get gloves, so we don't really necessarily know if this like kitchen knife, they look like a kitchen knife. It doesn't look like my shit that I be riding with. We're sitting there chilling on the ground like that, underneath his seat, because it don't look like he was fidgeting with shit on the floor when he had the door open.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, it doesn't even look like he would go to that level of thinking, right? So, but it's not unusual for people to have sharp things in their car for protection. That's not unusual. Pops rolls around like that. I had a couple of friends that roll around like that. You know what I mean? I roll around like that.
Yeah.
But the thing is that, so when they pull him out and they do all this stuff, when they're saying they don't know the officer's name in the meeting, the chief or sheriff or whatever, he said the officer's name. You know what I mean? The one officer. But there's all of them are all
are all culpable. You know what I mean? Including the chief, the sheriff. You know what I mean? In-house investigation that we shit, but they're just looking at each other. I think this is a big thing. Big thing that I took from the whole thing was this. He waited a long time for the time he got arrested to just what, like 2 weeks ago, post that video.
Yeah.
The question was he in there that long? Was he in jail that long? Question mark. The other thing is, like, was he waiting till he had somebody to represent him? Question mark. And the thing is that why wait so long? And then, you know, like, it's basically like a month and a half, 2 months he was waiting. Like March. Is it March or May?
It's back in February, so March,
May, June, July. That's a long time, right?
Yeah.
So we're getting upset about something that's like 4 or 5 months old, and Crump's on the case and shit, and dude's making his rounds with video or whatnot. But what did he do when did he get out? And what did he do from that time to this time? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it's not like a fresh thing. The other thing that bothered me was one more thing. The other thing that bothered me was the police officers not turning in their cams or not saying that they had a interaction that was, you know, questionable. They just went on about their day. You know what I mean? They just went on to the next day and the next day and the next day until this kid showed that video. They never even went to even dialogue when they came into the office.
Right.
They said, "Hey, look, man, we had a situation or two. It's on the camera. The report's right there. I'm going home now." You know what I mean? So, I mean, don't you got to turn in your shit after your shift? Don't you got to make reports? Like, so so this says two things. A, either he's lying and they didn't do none of that. They did no reporting or whatever. And if that's the case, that's negligent. And then you really want to look at how many other motherfuckers they do that to that they don't report.
Yeah.
So I'm saying every day, all day. So that's one thing. If it was like that's hella negligent, they all should be fired. Every one of them. Every single one of them. You know what I mean? The fact that not any of them like told on the other. Because it wasn't just the one white man that hit him in the face. It was another man who grabbed him by the hair. See what I'm saying?
Right.
There was another man that was on top of him. So there's three of them. You know what I mean? If they're walking around looking hurt, there's three individuals right there. So that was a lot. So for them to say like, "Oh, well, we didn't know until this video when we heard it was circulating," okay, well then what's the real protocol for after you end your shift? Do you turn in your cameras? Where do you download your material? Who files reports? Do you file reports in the car or at the office? Like, these are simple questions that I really think need to be answered for the public's sake, because then that would have us get an understanding of what's really happening out in the world. Because if they don't show no cameras and nobody just makes a report, keep in mind it's 5 months later, it's not like it just happened. It's like, this is like selective outrage. Like, are we supposed to, be on the side of this dude? You know what I mean? And there's so much wrong right here. There's Ben Crump, ambulance shit, all you care about is settling. And if that kid if they got him, then they know that's all that's why that probably, when you said, "What do you want to see out of this?" The answer was real like lackluster and like, I just want to see policy change. You know what I mean? So that means the fix is in.
Yeah, that's
We're
what
gonna take that settlement and we go settle out, and I'm gonna sit it down and shut the fuck up and behave myself now.
Yeah, that's why Zizi was saying she hoped the family's on code. Because if the family get up there talking about we forgive, and
But that's what they do when you get Ben Crump.
And he said he's looking for some policy change and woo, woo, woo. You know that's not gonna happen.
Yeah,
You see what I'm saying?
we seen this close to home with Elijah McClain. And
We're seeing it all the time.
yeah, but in the woods, we seen the Elijah McClain case with the mother
Oh
being
yeah,
all
she took kind of it late. And the money, yeah, and then she wanted to do the most. She took like a lot of money twice, like right, didn't like twice. Something like that, I can't remember. Um, but either way, that was unsatisfactory, and she was doing for a money grab. Like I think at the end of the day, none of the people that was with her genuinely gave a fuck. 'Cause look how she turned out.
yeah.
Can't act one way out in the open and be like, oh, he was killed by racists, and then act some other way on a cool platform. I
Right.
mean, and then have fucking a mammy over there and a fucking another coon basically shit instigating shit talk you, call you out your name and shit because you're pointing out the obvious that we protested for and we did the most for, and they just did that like those little efforts weren't important. Did you see she didn't want sharing nothing with the community that did all that work.
Right.
That's what I think is like a foul situation. Like community does like goes and does the most right through real hard all the way to the end, regardless of your fucking foolish behavior, and you don't even want to do the right thing by the community, like tell the truth or at least acknowledge the community. And you're a real life sorry individual.
Right.
You didn't do this on your own. You were in your house. It was the community came out and did the work.
Mm-hmm.
The community fought for your son.
Yeah, so we hope that that's not the case with this family, but we shall see. Also, the hell with the police chief. Police chief was doing mad interference.
Mm-hmm. They don't want to lose their position of nothingness in regards to where they stand with uh, their white supremacist behaviors. You know what I mean? They have to answer to somebody. You know what I mean? They answer to the mayor. They answer to the you see what I'm saying? As to the agencies that employ them, they don't owe us answers.
I don't know if the mayor appoints the sheriff in Jacksonville or if they're voted in. But if they voted, they need to vote that motherfucker out because he's doing the community a disservice. Jacksonville is
Yeah,
a pretty black city, so you have a
I
black city.
forgot. I forgot every state got their own rules. I forgot about that.
He was sitting up there with that blue coat of silence. Oh, well, I'm not gonna say that they did something wrong. Clearly, you can tell from the body cam footage they did something wrong, but I'm not gonna
I
say.
think at that point they've been conditioned to not have moral compass or a soul. So I think at that point they're just like they're in slave control mode. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
They're lacking a lot.
lacking a lot, but we're down to the wire. I've stayed on this topic too long, so I'm gonna move to the last topic of the evening. I'm gonna have to skip the other topic I was gonna do, which was what Eddie Griffin just said about Malcolm Jamal Warner confirms everything we feared. To the Muscogee Creek Nation, Supreme Court rules in favor of Creek Freedmen descendants. So this would include my godmother, Medelia Staggart. This includes the Brick City founders. Again, I was at earlier. The founders, they're Muscogee Creek. So they will be included in this as well. So I'm going to play that next. So I have the news report and then I got the press conference. So this is out of Tulsa, Oklahoma, where Black Wall Street was, Greenwood, Asher, and Pine. The Greenwood District, which was bombed from the air by the United States government and U.S. military in 1921 during one of the worst, if not the worst, race massacre that occurred in U.S. history, where over 100 Black businesses were burnt to the ground as a result of white envy and based off a lie a white woman said on a Black man. Black man had made sexual advances toward her on the elevator, and as a result of that, a whole community got burnt to the ground, and several freedmen lost their lives. So hopefully they come with some reparations with this, because the Muscogee Creeks, they own slaves, FBA, former slaves, they own them. So this is really big, y'all. All right, let me play the story.
News at 9 starts right now.
After years of legal battles, the Muscogee Black Creeks are being granted tribal citizenship with the Muscogee Creek Nation. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Shay Rozzi. Nathan has the night off. Now, this comes after today's unanimous ruling by the Muscogee Nation Supreme Court. Fox 23's Paris Rain is live studio after checking with a civil rights attorney who worked on this case to find out what this all means. Paris.
Shay, this legal battle has been ongoing for 46 years. Now, today, civil rights attorney DeMario Solomon Simmons told me this is what they have been fighting for, and it's like a breath of fresh air, not just for him, but for thousands of others who are Creek freedmen.
To get my own citizenship restored and was denied. And then that kind of pushed me on a path of like, man, I got to do something about this.
Civil rights attorney and founder of Justice for Greenwood, DeMario Solomon Simmons, spoke to me following Wednesday's Muscogee Nation Supreme Court ruling that gave Muscogee freedmen, also known as Black Creeks, tribal citizenship. The Muscogee Creek Nation argued their constitution references citizenship as those who are Muscogee Creek, quote, by blood. But attorneys for the freedmen argued a previous 1866 treaty and the Muscogee Nation Supreme Court agreed. Solomon Simmons says this win hits home not just for him and his family too.
In 1976, I was a Creek citizen. And then that was stripped from me in 1979. But I'm really thinking about my grandmother, Johnny Mae Austin. She passed away in 2019 at 89 years old. She was one of the named lead plaintiffs in our 2018 case. She was very passionate about getting her Creek citizenship restored. She spoke Creek. And I wish she was here physically to see it, but I just believe that her spirit has helped me along in this long road.
Both plaintiffs responded to the big news with statements. With Kennedy saying in part, quote, "When I heard the family exhale at once, our ancestors signed that treaty in good faith. And today, the court finally honored their word. This victory isn't just mine. It belongs to every Black Creek descendant who refused to be erased." Grayson's statement says in part, quote, "Today's ruling is a long-awaited affirmation of our dignity, our ancestors, and our rightful place within the Creek Nation. While this victory honors our past, it also offers a meaningful opportunity for healing and reconciliation."
And it's one of the best. More lives.
He says now thousands of Black Creeks have the opportunity to have their citizenship restored. If you need any help doing so, you can contact Justice for Greenwood. You have to have documents showing you are a direct descendant. Covering news at
Wow, that's big news. So they was listening to Dr. Claude Anderson because Dr. Claude Anderson is always talking about the 1866 Indian Treaty that was signed with several freedmen after the Civil War. So This is big news. So the Mingos, Lady Che, they belong to that Creek Nation, the founders of Brick City. So they are officially members of the Creek Nation as well. Now I'm going to play the press conference on this.
Starting first with the Terrence Crutcher Foundation, Dr. Tiffany Crutcher. She's not here today. She's out of state. But I see a couple of her team members are here. The African Ancestry Society with Chief Almazan. Some of our individuals that have been with us include my mentor, Brian Stevenson, the Equal Justice Initiative. Shirley Eiffel, formerly of NAACP Legal Defense. Absolutely, been on the front on that. Oh, Representative Danny, I can't think of his name. Yeah. Danny Davis. Was it Danny Davis? Yeah, Danny Davis.
Was it not playing?
And I said the list can go on and on and on. Right? But we definitely want to highlight.
Can't even hear it.
So I want you to hear from the two named plaintiffs in this case. First with Jeff Kennedy, and then from Rhonda.
I guess it's good. It's a delay. I guess it's all right.
Good afternoon, everybody. Of course, DeMario had already ran through the list, so I'll just say, ditto what DeMario said. Hats off to Jana. Usually when I get up here, Rhonda's already said what she needed to say, fired you all up, and she talks about her family and House of Kings, House of Warriors. So I would be remiss if I didn't actually get a chance to actually.
Is that as loud as it goes?
Before I tell you about how I felt when we won.
Yes.
So this is actually the letter that I sent to the nation, just let them know who I was. It's an introduction. And I said that I am the great-great-grandson of Chinny Chalky, aka Jim Grayson, who was a mixed blood. He was documented as half Creek, half colored. He was the servant to Robert Grierson, which was considered one of the great men in Creek annals. Yes, one of the oldest families names in Creek annals. He purchased a black woman by the name of Venus and gave Chinny Chalky's family to his daughters for better support and maintenance. And this was in 1817. We don't really have an oral history of the Kennedy family or Grayson family. We have a documented history. We're some of the most documented people in the nation. So after the treaty signing, after the treaty signings, Jim and his family was removed Grayson's party from the old country in Alabama in 1828, which was the third party of the immigration to or by the government. This is known as the Trail of Tears. We were forced in that. He later died in Sodom, Indian Territory in 1860, just before the war. Part of Jim's family was enrolled on the J.W. Dunn roll in 1867 and 1869 roll. This reason being that they were enrolled in 1869 in the town fort.
Can you throw on some captions or something? I can't hear nothing. It's like really low.
Our family names are also written in the 1867 Constitution law book as citizens of the Creek Nation and listed as loyal Creeks. He also served the Kings, House of Warriors, and served as town kings, and also 1st Regiment in Indian Home Guard with the service from 1863 to 1865. Yes, he fought in the Big Battle of Nashville. Since the signing of the treaty in 1866, Article 2 on June 14, 1866, and ratified July 19, 1866, amended, accepted July 28, 1866, proclaimed August 11, 1866. Article 2, of course, you've all seen that, and you can always look that up, which gave the so-called Creek freedmen equal rights as status as the so-called full-bloods. My great-grandfather, Ben Grayson, was a quarter Creek, along with his full brothers and sisters, in which his brothers, Doc Grayson's son, was listed on the Creek Nation Creek by blood roll, and he stated that his father was a mixed blood. Sorry, I'm just really, really emotional because this is my great grandfather, and he's the one that anyway. Ben was placed. He was a Creek citizen of North Fork. He was placed on the Creek Nation Creek Freedmen roll and enrolled as a Creek Freedman, roll number 5329, and was awarded 160 acres along with his brothers and sisters, sharing the rights and privileges as a Creek citizen. And it just really hurts because the history goes on when we were disenfranchised, which started that fight that Mr. Graham started a long time ago. And the last of that, I just want to tell you guys when I heard the ruling, I felt generations of my family's exiled at once. They just exhaled. It was very powerful for me. I basically dropped to my knees buckled, I just dropped and I just gave God all the glory. And I praised him for what he's done and what he's going to continue to do. Our ancestors that signed that treaty, the Treaty of 1866, in good faith, and today, the court finally honored their word.
That's the one, Dr. Claudette.
This victory isn't mine. It belongs to every Black Creek descendant who refused to be erased. We know what's going on today. Now, as recognized citizens, we are ready for reconciliation and to move forward together as one nation, honoring the past while building a just future for all. I know the first time I met with you guys, of course, I had never done anything like this, but I basically want you all to know that we're tired. We're tired of all the fighting. We just want to come home. Thank you.
Okay, Rhonda, can you hear it? Can you hear me? Okay, yeah, we can hear you now.
The Muscogee Creek Nation Supreme Court has ruled that the Muscogee Creek Nation Citizenship Board, for since 1979, wrongfully denied our citizenship applications, farming the 1866 Creek Treaty that confirms our existence and birthright. It's a great day. We fought a long, hard battle, fueled with resilience and secured and sacred duty to honor our ancestors. Thank you to the Supreme Court justices for delivering justice, to our incredible legal team led by Royal Soul descendants and Jamal, to our expert witness, Dr. Carla Pratt, along with so many others. This victory is a testament to your relentless advocacy. To my family, your unwavering support was my strength. To my father, Immigrant Grayson, your belief carried me through. To the late Sharon Lindsay Scott, though you may not be here, your spirit rejoices with us, along with the ancestors. I am honored. I honor the women who shaped me and their legacy. To my ancestors, including my beloved mother, my grandmother, and my great-grandmother, who was an original Dawson enrollee, your resilience is what carried me through. I love you all. I'm so thankful today. We're just ready to take our rightful place back into the nations of our ancestors' birth. Today, we raise our voices so that both the past and the future can hear. We are here, we belong, and we are not going anywhere. Thank you so much. Thank you so much again, Attorney DeMario, Solomon, Simmons, and everyone who worked so hard to secure our citizenship rights.
Thank you, Ron. Ron. Now you hear from Ron Graham. I started representing Ron. I met Ron in 2001 when I was in law school. We hosted a seminar at University of Oklahoma Law School about this issue. And then I started representing him immediately upon graduation in 2004. And that's when we had our first lawsuit that went to 2007. And the same Supreme Court that gave us a victory yesterday denied us in 2007. And now here we are, victorious.
Absolutely. First of all, I want to thank my counselor and the folks behind me, beside me, and Ms. Grayson. Thank you, that because we've been working at this, okay? And I want to start by saying, his share extingo. And you know, I'm Creek. Just as I'm an American, I'm Creek. I was born a Creek, okay? So the ruling yesterday was paramount in my life, all right? I've been getting a lot of calls. They state that, well, the Freedmen won. I want to assure you something. The Creek Nation won, because the Creek Nation represent the Treaty of 1866. That's right. Without that, we have no foundation, none whatsoever. You know, the Constitution is well, and I'm 110% behind the sovereignty. But when your sovereignty infringes on someone's civil right, it's not right at all. Okay, so the treaty is what overcame. The treaty is what's paramount to anything. It's the treaty, and that's what we stuck with all along. Conclusion that the justices made, it tells you about the so-called by blood statement or by blood's phrase. But you guys, I'm happy. It's been an answered prayer. It's sometimes I wanted to give up, but I knew I couldn't. But after praying, I knew to be patient. And while being patient, I wanted to educate you of what was going on. I wanted to educate people about their genealogy, educate people about what's going within the Creek Nation. And it all came to a head yesterday by the ruling of this decision that we have received. And again, I'm truly grateful. I'm grateful for the people that was there, that helped us out, because it's not about, it started about Ron Graham, but it didn't finish about Ron Graham. It finished with every Creek Freedman there is. Okay, so I would encourage you, strongly encourage you to do your genealogy, your research, get to know your ancestors. Okay, so I thank God for this. I really do. Appreciate, again, I can't stop thanking you, man. I love this brother.
I love you too, man.
All right, man. Yeah. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Ron.
But
before we hear from the elected officials here, I did want to, Dr. Ebony Johnson, who's the superintendent of Tulsa Public Schools, she had planned to be here, but got called into a meeting. She has been a great supporter. A lot of people didn't realize that she was a Creek Freedman descendant, and someone has been behind the scenes supporting this work. Also want to recognize my classmate, former state senator and state rep Jabbar Shumate, who was also someone that was really involved in this process and also is a Black Creek or Creek Freedmen descent. I do want to underscore something that I think Ron said, maybe Jeff. This was a unanimous decision. Unanimous decision. And I want to thank the Creek Nation's judicial system for upholding the rule of law. I want to thank Judge Mauser, Danetta Mauser, for the trial court giving us a fair trial, making the right ruling at that time in 2023, and for the Supreme Court to rule upon the law. I know there's a lot of emotions, a lot of politics involved. They looked at the plain language of the treaty and told the world that in the Creek Nation, the rule of law will reign supreme. And that is a wonderful thing to know. That our nation believes in the rule of law. So with that, I want to let you hear from another Creek but also a Choctaw citizen, state representative.
Afternoon, everyone. So yes, I'm the state representative for House District 73. And being in that position, I have the pleasure and the honor of representing numerous Black Creeks. And this has been something that has been fought for, cried over, prayed over for years.
159 years.
And I knew I was on the right track in my thoughts when I listened to Brother Ron Graham speak, because he said everything I wanted to say. So, but the one point that I really want to drive home is when he said that this is a victory for the Creek Nation. When you, in essence, choose to cherry pick what you want to support from the Treaty of 1866, you weaken the treaty language altogether. You make yourself vulnerable to outside influence and possibly attacks from those that may want to do away with the language altogether. But by sticking to the letter of the law, although there may be a lot of different thoughts and emotions going on amongst different groups of people today, the Creek Nation won to strengthen the Treaty of 1866, which strengthens the sovereignty that we so truly hold true to our hearts. This was a victory for the nation, and in the spirit of reconciliation and forging a path forward, I encourage those conversations to happen, and that Chief invites our group to the table, and I would love to be part of that. And so that we can, as a unified nation, move forward and forge a new path, one of reconciliation and one of unity. And that's all I have for you all today. Thank you very much.
State Senator Regina Goodwin.
Thank you to Attorney Mario Solomon Simmons and Jenna, all that have been involved with this for so many years. Thank you. Thank you. It has been difficult. It's been challenging, and I do think that, as he mentioned, what the Cherokee Nation did and the example that was set, even after a 15-year journey, even to get to that place, to stand here today, it is a blessing. So I'm thankful to all those that have been involved. And I know when you were reading your history, it's not just black letters on white paper. It's not some old history, some dusty pages. We're talking about flesh and blood. We're talking about people. We're talking about ancestry. And so I appreciate you speaking to it in the way you did, reading it. And it doesn't necessarily have to be an oral history if it's documented. And just as the 1866 treaty is in black and white. And for many of us, it's been very simple. It's been a matter of just following the treaty as it is, Article 2. And then so when that happens, as the court has decided, I do hope moving forward that for the Creek Nation, and I've had conversations with the chief, as everybody has, and it's always, let's talk about it. So the decision has been made, and I hope now there's a path forward where we're talking about not only a presence, but a persistence, and then a people. So this is about humanity. This is about rights. This is about freedom for real, when folks are honored for who they are. And so we've all known it. We hope moving forward that there are going to be really productive conversations that move us forward, because why would we not have that conversation? Beyond the conversation, why would we not have the action that, to your point, you see members now, you see citizens now being acknowledged for who they are. So thank you again. Thank you to all. And Ron has been on this. When I tell you this brother, I've known him for so long, probably 20 years, when he has been helping folks understand their ancestry, know who they are. So learn your own history. It's important.
Thank you. That's a really good point on Ron. Even in this time he's been trying to get his citizenship, Ron has helped over 100 people get their citizenship by doing their genealogy and finding the ancestor that could be there. So he never was selfish with it. Two other people that wanted to be here today but could not, did hear from our councilwoman, Vanessa Hall Harper. She had another meeting, but she's been a great supporter of this work. And one of my mentors, attorney Ben Wilson, who was the the chairman of Beverage and Diamond, which is one of our DC firms that got involved with us back in 2017. He wanted to be here along with David Riggs, but he had a doctor's appointment. So as we prepare to conclude, I just want to reiterate again, our hope and desire is that we, the Chief Hill and his leadership takes us up on our offer to meet next week, to sit down and really look forward to reconciliation and come out united, because as Representative Stewart, our individuals and organizations here in this city and this state that want to do away with the entirety of Indian law and the Creek Nation, all the treaties, and we think we're stronger together. And we think we can do that, and we're happy to do it. And we want to drop the term Black Creek. We want to drop the term Creek Freedmen. We want to drop the term Creek of African descent. And we just want to be recognized for what we actually are, which is Creek. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'll take it. Okay, go ahead. Oh, thank you. Okay. Sure. Thank you. I'm glad you reminded me. August 16th. On August 16th, the Justice for Black Creek Coalition will be having a seminar led by the Muscogee Creek Indian Freedmen Band and Justice for Greenwood to talk about these issues, talk about how we move forward, help people make sure they have how to get their documents together, what the process is. You can go to justiceforblackcreeks.com. They can register for that at the Save the Day. More information will be coming when Rhonda and Jeff, when Rhonda gets back in the state. But August 16th, so I'm glad you reminded me about that. And as far as the statement from the Creek Nation, our position is the court couldn't have been more clear. There's 23 pages of clarity. And at the end of the day, in the conclusion, they made an order. And they ordered the Citizenship Board to enroll Jeff, Rhonda, and any other Creek that can show that they're a descendant of Dawes Road. So we're confident in that. And again, hopefully next week when we sit down, we get to sit down with the chief and his leadership, we can help them work this out. Yes, sir. Well, they already applied, as you know, and it's our understanding that their applications are being processed as we talk. We've got confirmation that they don't need to do anything else for their applications to be processed. So again, our hope and goal is that we can have this meeting with the chief next week and then get our citizenship. We think it's best if we could show a united front. We would love for the chief to come with us to the citizenship office and give the citizenship card and shake hands and show leadership, the type of leadership that Chuck Hawkins has shown in the Cherokee Nation, and say, hey, I am the chief, I'm accepting this, these are my Creek brothers and sisters, and we're moving forward as one family. Yeah. Well, again, I would point them to August 16th, or they could go to the Muscogee Creek Indian Freedmen Band website today, or they can go to justforgreenwood.org. And both those organizations can get you pointed back to Jeff and Ron, who are both genealogists that work with us. But in general, someone needs to have an ancestor like that's on the Dawes Rolls. So like for me, my great-grandfather, John W. Simmons, the newborn on the Dawes Rolls. So then I have to have his death certificate, and then my grandmother, Johnny Mae Austin, her birth certificate that shows that John W. Simmons was her father. And then my birth certificate showing that my father, Nehemiah Solomon, is Johnny Mae Simmons' son. So it just links it up that way. And the further you go out, the further you have to bring that document. Yes, sir.
Talking about reconciliation with the Muscogee Nation, but do you have any kind of contingency plan for if you want to go further and test this at all? Is there even anything happening with that federal courts, for example?
Well, to be honest with you, we don't see that they have a path. That I mean, again, we believe in sovereignty, so we can't imagine our nation going to the federal courts and saying, "Hey, we don't overrule our nation's courts." I mean, that's just that would just be against everything that anybody cares about sovereignty would want. But if we get to that point, you know, we definitely. I mean, we have a robust team, and we'll be prepared for any contingency. But we really hope that doesn't come to pass. Yes, sir. Yeah, that's something that we're going to look at this point. The position that we're taking, we want to stop all of our litigation. So, in that case, you're talking about we attempted to have a motion to intervene. It was dismissed. We're not going to appeal that. And also, we had another piece of litigation in the Eastern District, in Muscogee. We're going to dismiss that. So our position is this is over. Laying down our quote-unquote weapons, and we're going to the table and saying it's over. Yes, sir. I mean, the ballpark number that we've always worked with, and again, it's just an estimate. We look at there are 100,000 by blood, so we think there's probably 100,000 Creek Freedmen. And that's just a rough estimate. We do estimate here in the Tulsa area, we have probably about 10,000. There's so many people that have Black Creek ancestry that you have no idea. Like I said, Dr. Ebony Johnson, most people know that. Bobby Woodard at Westview Pharmacy, a very prominent member of our community, Creek Freedmen descent. Tyron Billisman, some of you guys know on Black Tech Street, Creek Freedmen descent. It's a lot of people. Kenny Mundy. Okay. That is something we haven't even thought about. I mean, we've been so focused. Maybe we should be. We've been so focused on just citizenship, you know. I just to be honest with you, just a big boat that's falling off, and we're like, okay, we just want to move forward. We think about that right now. So, haven't thought about it. Yes, sir. I go back to
It's 1,000 of them.
Well, actually, you just gave me another talking point. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. That is something we need to put on the list. So yeah, yes, sir.
So we're going to look back at all
The question for did you hear that? Rhonda, did you hear that?
I did hear,
Okay.
did hear that. I have an answer for that. It's no different from the United States enslaved people of African descent. The Creek Nation enslaved people of African descent. But people who were from the States, they're not going to say that we no longer want to be a citizen of United States because the United States enslaved people of African descent. It's no different for us who were enslaved by the tribes. It is our birthright. We were a part of the nation. Our people were forced removed on the Trail of Tears. They scouted the land and paved the way and for safety to the new land of Indian Territory. Our people served side by side during the Civil War with the Muscogee people, fighting 3 battles all along the way to the free northern state of Kansas. These people were family, and there was a commitment by Chief Opithalahola. He said, if you join my party to Kansas, you will be as free as your masters. These people intermarried together, fought together, they prayed together, they laughed together. We are Muscogee people. It is our birthright.
Yeah, I think she said it good. One thing I would add is that also we have been a part of this nation since the Europeans got here. And I'm not saying that, but Dr. Daniel Littlefield, who is the foremost expert in this area out of the University of Arkansas, testified under oath in 2005 that Black Creeks and Creeks of African descent were here when the Portuguese or the Spanish showed up in the 1500s. So we've always been a part of this nation. And as Rhonda stated, we helped build this nation. In fact, you think about one of my ancestors, Moses Perryman, who was unfortunately one of the largest slaveholders in the Creek Nation. The Perryman family are the founders of Tulsa. And they were known to have these huge ranches. Well, who built these ranches? Who worked these ranches? Who cleared these ranches? The people that were enslaved. So now we're just going to give up our birthright, what our ancestors fought and died for. Then on the other side of my family, look at Cal Tom. He was already free before the treaty. He negotiated the treaty. He signed the treaty. So how you going to take my citizenship now? He was already a citizen even before the treaty. You see? So all those histories are, and we know our history. That's why we keep saying, know your history. And I wish a lot of people online, they don't know our history. They don't understand, and that's just showing their bias. All right, one more question. Okay. Oh, 2 more. One, you and then Naomi.
Going off of what Representative Stewart said, right now we're seeing the Constitution under attack, we're seeing tribes under attack, but for everyone to come together, do the right thing for the Muscogee Nation, and their Constitution, do you think this sets a precedent for other tribes and maybe, Americans with their Constitution?
Absolutely. I think that's one of the reasons why we had a lot of support with civil rights organizations like Equal Justice Initiative, Lawyers Committee on Civil Rights, Legal Defense Fund, etc., because they see the parallel. This it's the same thing. It's birthright citizenship. It's treaty language. It's the language on the paper. So we think this sets a great precedent. Not only does it protect the sovereignty of the Creek Nation, protect sovereignty for all the Native American nations, and then the larger scope of, if you follow the law, this is what you have to do. So, great question. Yes, ma'am.
Do you anticipate if Freedmen do have all of their documents together that they can go to the citizenship office today or tomorrow or Monday and actually file that application and then get citizenship?
Well, what I would say today is the court has made it that's what should happen. And we do anticipate, just like in September of 2023, there's a large rush of people to the citizenship offices. That's why we think it's imperative that we get with the Creek Nation's leadership and let's talk about that. Let's have a process, because we don't want to be sitting here a month, 2 months from now and people saying, hey, I'm showing up and they're not letting me in and not taking applications. And that puts us back into a situation where now it could be adversarial. And we don't have to do that. We can be forward thinking. We can sit down. We can have one message to the entire community and then let people know, hey, it may take some time, but we're all working together. If we can do that as one nation, one body, one voice, I think it can work out without a lot of confusion and tension. Thank you so much, guys. Oh, absolutely. You trying to get Rhonda in there too?
All right, y'all. So that is that. What are your thoughts, Lady Tay?
Well, when I covered it yesterday, or earlier today, whatever I covered it, it was a pretty big win. I learned about I was telling everybody I learned about it through Mike TV. It's a Creek. A Native Black American. So I was pretty interested in that. And yeah, you get to try to stuff how to get these citizenship or whatnot. I feel like this was meant for them. This is meant for the Black Creeks. Not necessarily the $5 Indian. So there was whitewashed into it and all that, and I think that like they're owed some reservation land and money and everything else. A back pay, right? Make that happen.
Right.
We shift individuals don't need to be there around and put the ones that actually need to be there. That's they ain't gotta take too much time. They just gotta get to it.
Yeah, I'm surprised nobody asked about reparations during that.
Don't they have reservations? They got reservations for them, right?
Yes, they have reservations, but I'm surprised. I'm surprised nobody asked about reparations.
Well, because it doesn't need to be asked. Oh, they have to. I don't think that they need to ask them because just like whatever they got, whatever the $5 Indian ones have, they should have. You mean?
Well, they said that on the initial news report, they said that they had to prove that their family was on the Dow's rolls.
That was obviously proven right there. With some of them right there.
Yeah. But I'm saying the ones that are outside of this that don't know or haven't done it
out.
They have.
But the ones that do know, they know how to get done. The ones that don't know, you gotta go figure it out like everything else.
And they said on August 16th they're having a seminar on it.
Right. That's what he said, yeah. And there's other individuals that like I said, there's other individuals that do this testing and whatnot too. So like for example, like Mike TV, like he's a cricket.
Yeah, like this is
an example of that. You got his whole identification card and everything to help you. Does lineage and genealogy and shit. So that's what I was saying on my show.
Oh, okay.
Make that easy. That's easy right there. Put some money in his pocket.
We got to correspond better so we don't overlap topics and try to make it work.
I
didn't know what you did. You didn't specify.
If you watched it, you would know. Ew, that's not the point. That's beside the point. I try to stay away from the topics everybody's doing. So.
Well, at that event, somebody had brought this to my attention again. That's what I was saying.
I didn't tell you about that because I don't want to hear it. Yes, I know. It's all over the news right now.
I was just saying that's why I put it on the topic list.
Should be on the topic list because it would have been all over the news. Big thing for us.
Yeah, it is a big thing for us, but my reminder came yesterday. That's why I added it to the topic list. That's all.
But you get your information on the stats, like however you got it. I had already put it in my thing and got it before you were told about it. You see?
Yeah, it's very recent. It's like 3 days old.
Yeah, you barely heard about it at the podcast. I was already ahead of you.
Okay, Lady Shay. Either way, it got covered. So that's good.
That's really good. Ultimately, I think it's a good thing. And this should go on step. Keep in mind, there's all kinds of different elements that this nation owes. And it owes in several different ways. We made whole. We made whole one way or the other.
Well, I'm thinking about the bigger picture, how this is going to go on to other tribes.
Same way.
Well, the same way, these same tribes kick black people off the Dow's rolls. So, are they going to...
I don't know. You can't really speak to that, right? Can you speak to other nations? I don't even know. You know, like, we have one person. I wouldn't know how to go about that. I have no Native American ancestry. That's what my mom said.
Okay, but I do on my mom's side. And probably on my dad's side too. But I know about my grandmother's side, Barbara Jean Harris's side. They're part Blackfoot, so I want to see if I can do this with the Blackfoot Nation too.
Why don't you just look it up? Like, find out the research behind it. And that's simple shit. Like, you know, just your own due diligence, your own research on it. Figure out what if they had any treaties. But I don't know how it works because, like, you know, if they're a part of whatever, I don't know.
I'm not asking you out, Lady Che.
What I'm saying though is like simply you have to find out on your own. Probably very simple to look up.
Yeah, that's something I should look into. I agree. So I am going to look into it. I was just bringing it to the viewers' attention that if they have any native ancestry, they should look into it as well.
You should cover all your bases. For sure.
Like they said, they were here before the Europeans even got here. So this supports our premise that we were already here.
Right. It's not unknown. It's very easy for everybody to just let everybody already has a good start on it. They already know where they come from. Now you gotta do the basic research behind it and be able to prove it. You know what I mean? It's a lot of shit's gonna have to be your own due diligence.
Right.
But you got the great pace, but you got time to wait.
Right. So study your ancestry, Black family.
Yeah, if you have them. Or say, you know what I mean? People have that. But like I said, like we don't got that. You got that, I guess.
Especially if you have family in the South or family from the South.
Doesn't necessarily have to be from the South. If you look at where we're at, that must be frustrating. Doesn't necessarily need to be in the South because there's native Black Americans everywhere. Especially on this side of the world.
Nah, let me check. I'm saying FBA.
Doesn't necessarily come all there. It could have been anybody over here too, because you just act like it's all on one side of the world. You forget that the rest of the fucking United States nation on this side too.
World. You mean one side of the country, not the world.
Whatever. I say world, I said nation. United States, because
world.
Right here in the United States, for this soil. Do you forget there's still other half that you live in? If there was native blacks here too? This is where we live on alleged stolen land, isn't that what they say?
Yes.
Okay, so not necessarily just from the South, because we have courts on this side too.
Okay, Leche, you got this. You got it. All right.
No, I'm just saying. No, I'm just saying. Yeah. No, you're irritating. I'm just saying, Jesse. I'm just saying that you're forgetting the other side of the United States.
This is a whole other side.
It's not just in the South, because not just in the South. You forget there's the other side here.
On the Northeast, Randy? Like, what are you talking about?
Are you serious?
Yes.
Do you think Native Americans at FBA just come from the South? They don't come from anywhere else on the side.
Those that are FBA.
Nowhere, not from Texas, Louisiana, Mexico, anywhere, nowhere near California. Nowhere near that, right?
That's
Canada.
Oh my God, that's the South.
Washington.
South is anywhere south of the Canadian border.
Are you serious?
That's what Malcolm
All right,
X
Jesse.
said.
All right, Jesse. All right, Jesse. All right, Jesse. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's here. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right as usual. All right. So, thank you. Thanks for pointing that out. Good job.
All right, so just do your due diligence and your research, my family. That's all we're saying. All right, I'm
What's tomorrow's lineup? Wait, you forgot to do the lineup for tomorrow.
It hasn't been typed up, and it's still in a work in progress. So I think I got like 3 topics so far.
Which topic did you not get to tonight? That's usually what you do.
Why do you care to know, Lady Trey?
Because I'm asking. Because that's what you do. This is the routine. The topics we didn't cover tonight was such and such. See you tomorrow. Part 2. It's the routine you do.
All the Lady Trey that I put in the description. So there's no need to tell you what's going to be on part 2.
Oh, you're not telling just me. You're telling the people, because this is what you do every weekend. Don't change your routine, guys. Every weekend you do this. Every weekend you like you tell us what chapter you didn't do.
Lady Trey, stop interrupting me. If I don't get to a topic in the description, then I'll say, hey, this is going to be on part 2.
Right.
I got through all
the
topics. So there is no need for a part 2. So
we're not going to part 2?
There's no need to announce what topics are going to be on part 2. That's what I'm saying.
You got through all of them.
All the topics for part 1 I got through. Yes. All the topics for part 1 I got through.
Okay. All right. I understand. It's understood. Sorry about that.
For part 2.
I apologize. Sorry about that. I apologize.
For part 2, I got it's FBA hate group. The code is the leader, and why was Pan-Africanism abandoned?
Okay.
And what Eddie Griffin had to say about Jamal Warner, and what is Black American culture, basically.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah. All right, y'all. So
Thank you for having me on the program. Sorry I kept going in and out. Very difficult to do it this way. But yeah, thank you for having me. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Yes. I gotta work out. I'll just figure it out, I guess. Thank you for having me. And thank you for staying up late, whoever was watching with us.
Yes.
Oh, I did a show, so check that out.
Yes, definitely. Y'all check out the latest RBA, the Revolutionary Agenda, which the link to the channel is in the description, along with several other channels. But definitely the RBA is in the description. So make sure y'all check that out. All right, well, this is going to conclude Season 5, Episode 18, Part 1 of the Frontline Black News. Make sure y'all join us tomorrow or later on today for Part 2. In the meantime, make sure you like and subscribe to all of our platforms. From Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. Mr. Brock's Black Experience Enhanced on just Facebook because it looked like YouTube was temporarily taken. Mr. Brock's Black Experience Enhanced down. So peace, love, light, reparations and separations and black empowerment. Tim Coleman and Lady J. Signing off from the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant Flooded City. Peace. And black empowerment.